This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the start of another event on the European Cricket Network. I've travelled some 1,400 kilometres to be here from Wimbledon, leaving Wimbledon in the capable hands of Vinny Sandhu, Tina Goff and of course the Wombles as they get ready for their quarter-final starting a little bit later today. Well, no Wombles where we are at our new destination, but we have got the spotted version of the man's best friend. That's right, the Dalmatian, because we are at the home of the Dalmatian. I'm Rico Full and I want to invite you to our next destination, our tour of Croatia. Hello and welcome, Dobro jutro, as they say here in Croatia, and what a great start we're going to have to this series. Now we're going to have 10 days in Croatia. We're going to start with 2 days of T20 internationals when the home side, Croatia, are entertaining Cyprus, and two teams that are very evenly matched. Now if you look at the ICC rankings and the stats for both these teams, both have played 14 matches, and it is Cyprus that have the slightly better record. They have won 4 and lost 10, whereas with Croatia they've won 3 and lost 11. But in the rankings you'll have Cyprus, who have got 83 points, and then you've got Croatia, who have got 81. So very close. I'm expecting it to be a really close match, and I know some of these players, and when I think of all those performances that they've had before as a team and as individuals, I really do feel that these two teams in this T20 internationals are closely matched and we're going to get some really good results. Well, I don't want to keep you hanging around because I know that the captains are keen, first of all, to get the coin toss done, and then I'm going to have a little chat with them a little bit later on. So why don't we go straight over to Mia, who's going to toss the coin. Let's get ready for the all-important coin toss.
Croatia, you're the home team. Cyprus, you're the away team. You have the toss.
Sails. Heads.
It's heads.
Yeah. We'll bowl first, please.
So Croatia bowls.
Thank you very much to Mia. They're conducting the coin toss, and as it would happen, I have the two captains here with me, and I thought I'd take the opportunity to talk to them both before we get started. I'll start with you, Zach. Zach, first of all, very good morning to you.
Morning, how you doing?
Very well indeed. Now, nice sunny day, good day for cricket. First of all, you've won the toss, you've decided to have a field first. Yeah. What's your thinking behind that?
It's a bit damp, so hopefully the ball gathers a bit of wetness, and hopefully it'll do a bit in the air. But new team, so just want to stay on the field for as long as possible together. But yeah, hopefully just all bring together and then see what happens from there.
Okay, you mentioned a new team. Of course, first questions first, you are the home side here. Yeah. You know the ground and the wicket fairly well. As a young captain, you feel that puts a little bit of extra pressure on yourself?
I don't really think so. I've got a good bit of experience around me with my vice-captain Anthony and also JV in there. So they're there to help me whenever. But as being a young captain, it's not a lot of pressure, just play the way I play and hopefully we'll come out with a good outcome.
Okay, now talk to me about some of these players. Have you got any new players that are making their debut? Any players that you feel really have to shine and prove themselves in this tournament?
Well, I've got two, well, not new, but they played in the Barcelona tour. The Pierce brothers from Harrow down in England, that's where they go to school. We've also got the Brevis brothers, who both hopefully will perform. Good strong players, and then in T10s later on, my brother's coming to play, so be exciting then, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, stay with me because I'm going to go over to Scott here, who's the captain, of course, from Cyprus. So, Scott, the toss doesn't go your way. What would you have done if you had won?
No, I would like to have had bat anyway. Obviously, coming to overseas conditions, you're not 100% sure what to do with the toss, so I believe it's a good toss to lose, but I would have batted anyway.
Okay, now same question for yourself about this tournament. Now you are slightly ahead in the rankings. against your opponents here, Croatia. Not a lot, slightly. Do you feel that that puts a little bit of extra pressure on yourself and your team to be the better and go on and win this series?
No, not really. Pressure's a good thing. It gets the best out of people. So if you don't play with pressure on you anyway at any point, you just adapt and make it in good pressure. So it's not no one in that team will get into fight or flight mode. So it'll be a good experience for both teams.
First time that you're playing at this ground or about to play, you've had a look at the ground and the wicket. How are you expecting it to play?
Yeah, done my research, watched a few games from last year. It's quite bouncy, so we know there'll be a lot of back foot play. But with the small boundaries, I think that'll tie into our strengths. So yeah, it'll be good fun.
And your squad, any new players, anybody that you're expecting to shine and do well, that you're hoping will perform and make the difference for you in this series?
Yeah, so we've got 5 debutants in the starting 11. Most notably, we've got 2 brothers, the Sen brothers, coming from the UK. They're very, you'll see in the next couple of days how well they perform. So a lot of good expectation on them to perform, and then the rest of the lads as well. We've got a nice blend of descent players and also local talent. So yeah, we'll have a good performance, I think, this week.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to both. Well, looking forward to this one to get started. I know somebody else is looking forward to it a lot, and it's great to have him back with me as well. Phil G is in the commentary igloo. Let's go over to Phil. Phil will tell you a little bit more about the 2 teams.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yes, what a great introduction that is, and a great way to welcome the 2 captains to the ground this morning. This is the day 1 of our tour of Croatia. How much am I looking forward to this? How much I hope you're looking forward to it as well. Phil G here in the commentary igloo. We've got the igloo here this week. Well, actually, this 11 days we're here for as we kick things off with T20 action, and it's also my pleasure to welcome everybody who's watching around the world alongside myself, and when I'm soon to be joined by Rico to start off proceedings today. But yes, welcome everybody. What a wonderful day it is today too. Not a cloud in the sky, beautiful blue skies. The ground's looking a picture. And there is a little bit of dew there at the ground. You heard Zach in his little interview there with Rico at the start just talk about they want to sort of try to maybe use some of that moisture to their advantage. Maybe the ball will sort of slip off the pitch a little bit there and maybe skid off, get a few surprise deliveries into the Cyprus batters there. And yeah, that's a great idea. I like the idea of fielding first as well. He described his team as a new team. That's interesting. They are a very new team. When you look at the lineup, they're trying a few new players as well. So this is going to be exciting for Croatia to get into this. As Rico said at the top there, if you have a look at the rankings, they're very close together. Cyprus 81, Croatia 83. Good to note. And I think this is going to be a very fiercely fought contest. Probably quite a close game to start us off this morning. And maybe then they'll settle into it. Remember, there's 4 T20I games, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and then we get into ECI on the weekend. So we start with the T20Is, and then we get into ECI action. So looking forward to this one. Hope you are as well, and thank you again for everyone joining us around the world. Dobrojutro to everybody out there. I can see Terry Richmond in the chat, and Wayne as well. Rob Thompson, Scotty from the European Cricket Network, supporters of Australia down there in Melbourne. And hello to everybody. Thank you for joining us. We'll get around to saying hello to you all in a few minutes' time. Umpire's got the arm raised. It looks like we're almost good to go. And we are indeed good to go. Here we go. First ball of ECN's tour of Croatia 2025. Starts us off with that bit of a looser down leg side there. Also, it's good to see Scott there, Scott Burdekin, the captain of Cyprus, having a chat with Rico at the top there. Scott had an amazing year last year on the European Cricket Network. Over 1,000 runs scored last year on the European Cricket Network. So he's definitely one to watch out for the next few days, not just in the T20s, but also the T10s that start on the weekend. So he's got a job to do as the captain of Cyprus. Nice delivery, nice and straight. Backing up there, a bit sharp in the field. Good to see the Croatians up and about in the field, very chatty, moving very briskly as well. I was watching them during their warm-up. They were very vocal. And as Zach said, and as we described, a new team, bit of a new look team, trying a few new players for the first time. So it's exciting times for them as well. Lofts and over the infield. It's going to run away. Is it going to hold up in the dewy ground? It is indeed. Well, there you go. So that's something to note too, that with the boundaries pushed out a little bit further, not the regular 50-metre boundaries that we see in T10, but instead these are pushed out to 60 metres. Nice lofted shot there. Just the single, though. Maybe there was might have been an assumption from the batters that was going to run all the way, but you could see when it hit the ground and rolled, it really came to a bit of a stop. Lofted this time on the offside. That's got a bit more push to it. Have a look and see if that's going to get to the rope. It's also going to pull up. Nice bit of work there, bit of desperate work to make sure that it doesn't touch the rope. Well done there. I'll get a couple for their trouble. See in the replay, the Scott Bevan there is the the one who sacrificed himself to save the boundary. Good work. Just remember that from the coin toss that Croatia won the toss, wanted to field first. Captain Zach, in his interview there with Rico, described what he felt was a bit of a dewy morning here at the ground, which it is, and he felt that they could maybe use that to their advantage. And so far, not too bad. And that's through the gap. There's a bit more behind that one. I think it's again going to just pull up a little bit. Does indeed. So hitting the ball nicely through the gaps here and lofting over. So Cyprus batters are starting to get into their groove here, which is good to see. Just a couple of wides and a couple of twos to get the scoring going. And it's Alfred Beresford-Pierce, who's one of the brothers that was also Zach talked about at the top. That's nicely bowled. Just tucks him up a little bit there. Can't get that one away. Good morning to Rowan McChrystal, who's watching from Australia. Saying that you love what cricket in Europe has to offer. Lovely to hear that, Rowan. And thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you're well. And if you like to watch cricket in Europe, you've come to the right place. We've got plenty on today, not just here in Croatia, but also later on. There'll be some more action coming from Wimbledon. We'll talk about that a bit later on, though. Whoa, that has taken off, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary line and across the boundary line. That has really taken off. That is a minimo that's gone for 5 wides. Watch this again in the replay. Look at that. That is incredible. Wow. I was told, this is my first time at the ground, I was told about, you may see a few deliveries that might take off, Phil. The airport's not that far away from the town centre, so if we see a few more like that, it might be a danger to air traffic control. That has absolutely taken off. We'll have to have that one more time. 12 off the overs so far. Maybe the last ball ever coming up. It's just gone down leg side, just over the shoulder and indicated wide. Umpire just hesitated for a moment. Just had a bit of a look there. Yeah, the pitch has got a little bit of shape to it, and occasionally you'll get one that really does take off. Yeah. But the ground's looking pretty good. It's had a recent haircut as well. That dew will burn off pretty quickly today. It's going to be quite warm here today and for the rest of our stay here. That's a nice length. Just let go. Watch it goes past, and that is going to complete the first over. 13 off the first over. Nice start there for Cyprus. And a few looseners there from Alfred as we get the first over in the tin and done and dusted. So this is what's happening today. 2 matches, and it's obviously Croatia hosting Cyprus. So 1 match, and then the second match will probably be around about 1:30 later on this afternoon. We'll talk about that a bit more later on as we get stuck into this. So 2 days of T20I action, and then we've got some ECI action coming up on the weekend. Then the men's ECS starts on Monday, and that goes for 5 days. And then the following weekend is going to be ECSW action, and it's going to be 7 matches over that weekend. So this is our tour here of the Dalmatian coast, as Rico described it here in Croatia. It's terrific to be here as well. Rowan's asking, will this year's T20 Viking Cup be broadcast on European Cricket Network? Yeah, that's next weekend. Yes, coming to you from Norway. Yes, that will be on one of our channels here, so you can tune into that. Scotty saying the ball took off like a Concorde in that previous over. It sure did. That was out of the blue. But like I said, it's my first time here watching live here at the Mladost Cricket Centre. And that ball really did take off. Slapped on the pad. Bit of a desperate appeal. Let's have a look one more time. What do you think? Oh, a good bit of swing there. I think the ball's doing too much though. I think that's a fair call from the umpire. Good start though. Second Devine is the bowler. And he's a pretty good all-rounder. Is Hari Prasad. He's got runs. He's a good run scorer and very handy bowler as well. 712 runs on the European Cricket Network, predominantly in just T10. So he'll be trying to get after some runs in the T20 arena now. And nicely tucked away there by Alexander. Gets off the mark. 14 without loss. So I hope you're all doing well out there. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Don't forget, just drop us a line. Let Rico and I know that you're watching and maybe where you're watching from if it's your first time on the European Cricket Network. You've joined us at a good time. It's going to be pushing up towards 29 degrees today. Bright blue skies ever at the moment. Going to be very warm over the next week and a bit too. I'm sure the cricket action is going to be just as warm. Good over this one so far. Sathadevy here keeping it right on the target. And we're in T20I. There is a power play in force. That's the first 6 overs. Just worked off the hip there. Does go in the air. Fine leg was on the 45 for that one. Falls just in front. Good work all around. That's another one that got up as well. Have a look there. See the fielder running in there from that 45. Could have almost carried. So this pitch has already shown a couple of little surprises, keeping the batters guessing and keeping the fielders guessing as well, and also the commentators as well, as that one did definitely lift off. Here we go, last ball, the second. Just a nice full delivery. And that is a dot to finish. What a nice tidy over that was. Only a couple from it. The score is 15 without loss. And it's a great time to welcome into our beautiful igloo here at this wonderful ground, Rico, former co-commentator. Rico, welcome. Croatia, here we are.
Here we are. Dobre utro, everyone. And yeah, welcome to the land of 1,000 islands. That's right. There's 1,000 islands around here. And, well, we got some fascinating facts about this wonderful country. It's a joy to be here. We, of course, are in the capital, in Zagreb, in Croatia. And the sun is shining. And, of course, these two teams will hope that they'll be shining as well. They've got plenty of cricket to play between themselves. 2 days of T20 internationals. And then, of course, we've got the ECIs as well.
We've got a lot of cricket coming up. And we've only just begun, as the famous song lyrics go. Third over starts now. Lufted beautifully. That's going to bounce away. That's going to go to the boundary. So, first boundary off the bat. Nicely struck there by Sen. Alexander Sen has put that one over deep mid-wicket. Nicely picked up.
Yeah, wonderful shot. I think that's Roman Mazumda, actually. And he's somebody that I know pretty well from playing I mean, I've seen him start playing when we've been at the Ipswich Cricket Ground. One thing I will say about him, he's looking fit. He's looking as fit as I've seen him. Sometimes, I think in the past few years, Roman, when I've been there, he's been a little bit unfit. You could tell from the way he's playing his cricket, he hasn't been too keen to run the singles. He's done some work here, so he's looking good. That was a lovely shot from him.
This time just watchful. Yeah, apologies for that, Roman. My scoreboard on front of me hadn't ticked over, but it was indeed Roman who belted that one quite nicely. He's on 10 from 10. They're settling in nicely here, the openers. So far without loss.
Last time was at this ground, and the weather was a little different to what it is today.
Yep.
It was wet and rainy and muddy and slippery. So it's always good to come back to a venue where when you were there once before the weather wasn't so good.
Well, this is straight up in the air and players running back. Oh, the hand gets put out and it wasn't far away in the end. Valiant effort. Felt it was always going to be away from the fielder. Looking to go downtown and to go over the covers. Barely got over the covers as they back for this one. Remember, this isn't T10, it's T20, so the boundary's a lot further out. In the end, probably only misses the hand by about a foot. was not far away. Desperate effort.
Yeah, so the Mladost cricket ground, which is where we are in Zagreb, yeah, it was rainy, it was cold. I remember we were just sending people to we're not far from the university complex here, so guys were going there and getting coffees and hot chocolates. Yeah, it was pretty miserable. But like I say, it's good to come back when the weather's different, because we start to see it now in all its glory. On a day like today, it looks quite outstanding. But we know, and I remember one thing about this pitch, and we've seen it already, that deck is lively and sometimes pretty unpredictable.
Yeah, we have seen it already, haven't we? Even that last delivery just then, you see the batter was completely taken aback from that. Alexander Sen just pulling out of that shot and almost getting wrapped on the gloves. Comes forward and swats that straight down the ground. Got every bit of that. It goes all the way for 4 runs. That's a nice strike. Just power hitting straight. That's all that was. Didn't have to be finesse. It just needed power hitting.
Yeah, it's well struck. So, see, I think on a pitch like this, when you're batting, when you get something like the ball he got before that, sort of almost jammed his fingers between the ball and the handle of the bat, in your mind you could get a little bit negative and you could think, oh, I don't like it out here.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, you're in trouble. I think the way to go about it is to be brave and play your shots, and I'm liking that from both these batters at the moment, actually, Rahman and Alexander. Alexander Sen, by the way, first time he's playing T20 international, so congrats to him. He scored his first runs already and looking well, looking pretty solid as another over comes to an end. 25 then without loss. But yeah, I just think as a batter, if you're on a track like this, you're going to say, right, if I try and be too cagey or too negative or too defensive, I'm going to get out. Yeah. I might as well just be positive, play me shots. And you know what? If I get one that misbehaves and it gets me out, so be it. But I don't want to be in a negative mindset. I think that's very positive for all the batters from both sides when they go out there. Positive mindset. There will be some deliveries that will surprise you. There will be some that might even hurt you. But you know what? Be positive and play out there with a positive mindset and just think, I'm going to go out there, be positive and score runs, because otherwise I think a combination of the track and some good players are going to get you.
Yeah, you can get yourself bogged down very quickly and dig a hole you can't get out of. Fourth over starts, clip around the corner, straight to the play, takes an excellent catch. Goes down. Now he's holding his shoulder. I think he may have done himself a mischief here going down. The catch has been held, and that is an amazing catch down low. Just make sure he's okay. He's having a few of his teammates get around. He's holding onto his shoulder there. Oh, he went down a little bit hard on the ground there.
Yeah, well, the batter doesn't want to go. The batter's saying, I want that checked. I want it checked. Well, this is T20 Internationals. It's not like it's an ICC event. It's not like one of our European cricket tournaments where we would use lots of cameras and things. I think it's the umpire score. The umpire thinks you're gone. You're gone. Well, he's walking now.
Yep.
But let's see that catch one more time. And it was brilliantly taken, really sharp. It looked like it was dipping. The fielder had to get right underneath it, and he did. That's a great catch, brilliantly taken.
Yeah, and the good news is he's up and about too. Maybe just went down a bit hard, put his hand straight to his shoulder after he caught the ball, and I thought, oh no, that could be a little bit of a trouble there. But he's all right now. He's moving around. He's still just flexing the shoulder there. Love to see that catch one more time if we can though, because that was quite something. Out of the box, out of the blue, but clipped around. That's exactly what he's there for, to take that catch. And you see Rico had just make a little bit of ground to the right, and he's held that one nicely off the deck, and that is the first breakthrough. So that is that's really good bowling. Hari Prasad has been very economical so far, and he's picked up a wicket already. So Sen has to go. Just as we were mentioning, it's his first at T20I. He has to go for only a few. That's a good breakthrough though for Croatia. 25 for the loss of one wicket, just starting the fourth, and it brings captain Scott Burdekin into the fray. As I described before, 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network last year, 1,074 I believe it was. So he's in good form, and it's little wonder that he's captaining the side. He faces his first delivery. Nice and watchful. Still got my eye on the player up there. That's Vujnovic, John Vujnovic, who took that catch. He seems to be moving okay. Just keep an eye on him, making sure he's okay. He looks all right now. Oh, that could have gone absolutely anywhere. I think it was all pad though. That could have easily just clipped off the bat pad in the air. And Zach runs in to field that one, so another dot. Good bowling this. Very good focused, concentrated bowling here.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Harry Prasad Setidevi. Somebody else that I've been watching over the years. I think I've been watching for around about the last 4 years. He's getting an opportunity, and well, there's starting to be kind of a sound there. Now, the umpire called this a wide. Now, looking at this again, I'm not too sure why. There was a sound here. I mean, it wasn't a bat, but I mean, why is that a wide? I'm confused.
Did square leg call it a wide? I didn't see the signal.
I mean, it's not over the shoulder. So
okay.
that's a strange call from me. That umpire DJ who's out there with our very own Charles Croucher, and now you see there, very similar length ball this time, sort of goes more or less where the batter would have expected. So you're going to get used to this pretty quickly, and it's the captain who's gone out there. Scott Birdkin. It was really nice to have a chat with him before. Hello, of course, to Scott's family, particularly his father. I know his father's a very keen follower of the European Cricket Network, and also will be watching avidly. Yes, he'll be hoping that his son Scott gets in the runs. Very good player and a very good captain as well. I think he's been captaining the national side now for coming up to 2 years. And very professional in his approach. This one will test the boundary once again, Phil, but it will go all the way. Cuatro carreras. And you heard that the captains did touch on the fact that the outfield is a bit dewy. It was pretty dewy when we got here this morning. I know that our tables and our carpet was absolutely soaked with the dew.
Yep.
But with this heat, that's going to dry up in the next 15 minutes. That'll be gone.
Oh, I totally agree. I think even before we get to the halfway stage of this innings, I reckon it's going to be completely gone, because it is going to get warm today, getting up towards, I think, 29, maybe pushing 30, maybe warmer in the centre. Tucked up, going to get away for just one single there, keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. Cyprus, the run rate's not too bad. It's going along at 8 and over. They'll be looking to accelerate that as the innings goes on. Interesting to note that as the over just finishes there as well, that in your interview with the captain at the start, Rico, that well, obviously Croatia won the toss and wanted to have a field first. And Scott immediately said, well, we would like to have had a bat first, get out there, get a score on the board, and just settle ourselves into, the next 4 days of cricket. And I thought that was a pretty good, pretty fair assessment, actually, of how these two teams are. I think these two teams are really evenly balanced.
Yeah,
I think this is going to be a close contest.
Yeah, I think you and I, when we had a lovely spot of dinner last night, we'll talk about that a bit later. No, it's a bit early to talk about dinner, but this is T20 International. We can do it any way we want.
True.
Yeah, we did say that these two teams, in terms of their stats, are so identical. I mean, in the standings, there's just 2 points that separate them. Both before today had played 14 ICC T20 internationals, and one had won 4, one's won 3. So that tells you it's going to be a good tournament. And I just think maybe it's one of those, perhaps, where the home advantage could be the decider. We'll have to wait and see.
Good point there. Next over starts. Whipped around the corner. Great bit of fielding there. Gets it back lightning quick as well. How good was that? It was hit just very quickly, but Oliver Tilley there, equal to the task, flings it back and says, no, not on my watch. That ain't happening. And they just managed to scamper through, only just get through for a single there. Score up to 33 for 1 after that first ball of the 4th. Into the 5th now.
Yeah, is John Vujvinic still on? Is he still out there? Or did he go off for a bit? I'm trying to find him, because he landed on that shoulder quite heavily.
Shouts to catch it. Whoa, just out the fingertip of the outstretched fielder there in the covers, who tries desperately to pull in an absolute screamer and has gone through for 4. That's hit very nicely. Very quick that went. One more time. Desperate effort there in the covers. Yeah, I'm looking around for John. I think he's still on the ground. He might actually be in the covers or down there at the mid-off area. Because actually was caught on where he was fielding for the opposite direction.
Yeah, he fell very heavily on it, didn't he? And
yeah.
Good to see that he's still out there. But that shot, by the way, is typical Scott. Outside the off stump, this guy is magnificent. He really is. That's where he likes to go, and he's going to go there again, because at the moment, we're still in the power play. Remember, T20's here, so it's one thing me and you got to get used to pretty quickly. It's not 3, it's 6, and it's a good shot from Scott. He's very good, very powerful, hitting in over the offside and in the V. Very strong. Where he can get tucked up sometimes is a shorter delivery. I've seen that in the Ipsona cricket ground, and even there at the beautiful Happy Valley ground there in Cyprus as well. So he can get tucked up with a short delivery, can get tucked up on his pads, but if you bowl short and outside the off stump to him, he's powerful. So I can see here now as a result of that, they're making a change in the field. A sweeper goes out on the off. So they've got a sweeper on the off and one fielder back on the leg side.
It's a slower ball. And, the finger's not raised there. Has a good look at that one. It was a good change of pace and a good full straight delivery. Leg by is indicated, so no bat involved. Possibly going down leg. Yeah, I think from that angle. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, just going down leg. I think the bowler as well, in fairness to him, and that's Alfred Beresford Pearce. Also, when he looks back, he sort of looks at the umpire, and the umpire confirms what he's thinking in his head, that he just drifted it. But I like the change of pace. It was different. It was fuller. A good comeback. He doesn't allow Burdekin to go outside the off.
Charging it again is Beresford Pearce. That one's outside off there for the hitting and cannot get enough on that one. A little bit more lift off the deck. You can see the bat going well underneath the ball there. Once again, this we'll talk about the pitch over the next few days, I'm sure, of it, Rico. This pitch seems to have its own character in its own little movie at the moment, because it's really starting to talk. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Something to keep the batters guessing the whole way through this this series.
Hey, listen, I've just come from, I think most people would agree, Wimbledon, where I think that track was, I think, kind of a batting haven. I think think today and tomorrow. Today, by the way, quarterfinals day there in Wimbledon, and that'll be starting in. I think we're an hour ahead of them, so we've still got about an hour and a half to go before they kick things off there. Good luck to Vinny Sandhu and Tina Goff and the Wombles, of course, on a big day there at Wimbledon. But we're going to see a lot of runs scored there today and tomorrow, I believe, on finals day. It's if you get in there, you score runs. It's a pitch which doesn't offer you any surprises. Here, batters are going to be tested. Let's just say that. Batters going to be tested. And based on that, it'd be interesting to see what the benchmark on scores will be. Yeah,
that's a good point, actually. Yeah. What we've seen already, we've seen about 3 or 4 deliveries already. Even that last ball of that last over really took off, and it looked just one of those deliveries where the batter's in two minds and suddenly just goes, nut.
Yeah.
I've already seen what this pitch can do. I'm pulling out of that shot immediately. I'm not having any bit of that. So the batters need to settle in and try to understand this pitch. It's not easy. And that's hit through the extra cover region. It should pull up, unless it's got the legs. No, it will get pulled up. Flick backwards there, nicely done there. Interesting to note that Burdekin, they had cover was in short. They had a catching position just there with the ball now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's not a bad idea. Try to just elevate some pressure nice and early.
Yeah, they're just trying to see if they can get him to, once again, he does go eru sometimes. So I think that's what Oliver Tilley was in that sharp catching position.
And now they've dropped him
back. Now they're pushing him back a bit.
Just as I mentioned it. Okay. Burdekin facing again. Oh, goes for the uppercut, that lift. That was the lift we've been talking about. From our angle, Rico, you can see it clearly that the bat goes well under the ball, and even Burdekin sort of raised the eyebrows and goes, okay, all right, that's one of the lifters. That's what I look out for.
And I think the reason he raises that eyebrow and he's a bit disappointed because it's a shot he likes to execute, but it's adjusting to that bounce. I mean, this one may be the same length, but not as much. Plays up with soft hand, so once again, they just pushed Ollie back. And Scott Burdekin says, all right, then, now they're going to get buzzers here. This could go all the way to the boundary, it will.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. That, I think they don't get 5 here, do they? Because I think they complete the single before the ball goes over. I think this is going to be 5 runs. Let's see this again. It's good running. So Tilly comes in with the shy. It's wild, very wild. There is a fielder backing it up. It's gone through his legs and goes to the boundary, and that is 5.
Oh, boy. Harry Prasad will not be happy. He's been so economical in his bowling spell. You can see him with the 2 hands on the hips just staring towards the fielder saying, well, who threw it and why was there no backup?
Yeah, the backup was there. Went straight through him. Went through his legs. He didn't put the long barrier. Me and you, old school, this is the sort of ground you use the long barrier. If you're going to attack the ball, well, be it on you. If I'm out there, I'm thinking twice about attacking. I'm thinking play safe, long barrier, because there's some Tortugas out there, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Actually, from our vantage point here, just looking around the ground, you can see it's not the smoothest deck we've ever commentated on. There's a few little peaks and troughs out there. Oh, it gets that one high up. It goes to hook that. It goes very fine. It's going to be pulled inside the boundary line. They'll get through for just the one there.
Yeah, there is John and Vunovic, who was the man who took that fantastic cat but he did land very heavily on his shoulder, but he's still out there. That's good to see. He hasn't hurt himself too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to get the niches going, haven't we, these names?
Yeah,
And,
that's right.
that's what they said to me. Remember, you're going to Croatia, so you've got to get the niche. The Vuskovic and all those. Right, this one could be going our way. Ready for it? Oh, you...
Is that under the... Where is that?
It's right in front of us. It's over just in front.
Oh, okay. Right. Cool.
That one, just to describe this ball should have been bouncing. I thought it was going to bounce about our head high. It hits the ground and it rolled. It ended up being a pea roller.
That was a worm burner.
What do we have to thank there that it hit? I think it was one of the extension leads. Because otherwise that was our ankles.
I think there's a plastic case that I think it hit, and then that canted into the leg of the table. That was the metallic sound you might have heard.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It's all right. Nothing's busted.
But
It's okay. Nothing's busted.
But it pitched, and it was a dead set worm burner.
We were here.
Our
But unfortunately, folks, there's no
comms cam.
There's no comms cam here because as we're playing T20 internationals, we do need the other camera at the other end.
That's right.
We'll have the comms cam here pretty soon. But if you had seen that, it would have been quite comical because me and Phil were sort of expecting the ball to come shoulder height. I thought it might even go a head height, and in the end, it didn't go above our ankles. But we're okay. We're safe. The extension lead saved us. 57-1 after 6.
Yeah, quite a funny one, that one. But that's the first one towards comms. And we like to acknowledge, who was it who hit that? That was Mazumda who smacked that one down the ground. It's a lovely shot too, by the way. And it, I think it was a one bounce 4, I think, in the end. I don't think it went all the way. I think the scorers are maybe just readjusting that one. Well, they got it down as a Maximo. I wasn't too sure that carried all the way. But I was too busy trying to...
We were just getting ready to take evasive action. So let's just go with what they say. Hey, how have you been, by the way? We haven't had any personal chat, really. How you been? You been looking after yourself?
Yeah, I've been really good. Thank you very much. Yes, I've been... well, I was in... where were we last? Czechia, wasn't it? We were last commentating.
No, we did Belgium. Yeah,
Belgium,
we did Belgium. We were squatting wasps in Belgium.
Oh, actually, speaking of that... I do have my swatter again. I'm not kidding. I've got my fly swatter.
The best thing was, folks, this morning, of course, Phil G's got the old style squatter, the manual version, not the one that needs charging up, which was absolutely brilliant. The tennis racket theme. I was thinking about that when I was. Oh, that's off the lid. I don't know if it came off the bat at all. I think it's another one that just pops up and it's caught the wicketkeeper on the lid. That this is now Harry Beresford-Pearce who's bowling, and slower bowlers here are going to be tricky. And that one just came off, beat the bat and hit the keeper on the lid. There he comes again. And go to the ball, don't let it bounce is probably what Rahman is thinking. Gets a run. Yeah, so Phil's got this manual version of a fly squatter. So it's probably about, what would you say, about a foot long. And it was sticking out of his... the rucksack this morning where he got the breakfast, and everybody's saying, what's that you got there? What's that you got there? He's saying, important part of commentary equipment.
Nice full delivery, just punched down the ground there for a single. It has been important. I bought it in Belgium during the night series, and anybody who tuned into that night series with me in Belgium back in May, I think it was, they will remember during the commentary, you hear me talk and then you hear it, thwack, 1-0. And the score got up to about, I think one night, I think it was 8-0 on one night. Nice to play this time on the onside. Just going to be the single, picking out the fielders. Remember, 6 overs are now gone, so the power play is done. So a few fielders have dropped out to protect the boundaries. But yeah, that fly swatter has been really important, especially in Belgium, because we were getting absolutely mobbed.
Belgium, look, bless them. They were looking after us so well. Look, wherever we go, all the federations are so kind to us and so hospitable. They bring us, sometimes coffees, cold drinks, and Belgium was no exception. We were getting things like croissants and all sorts of things, nice things, sweet things, donuts and things coming our way. But of course, before we could get to them, the wasps were all over them. So we had to take action, and the fly swatters came in pretty handy. That electrical version, by the way, was fantastic. But as I was saying, I was in the air now. This could be a catching opportunity. No. All the way over, we'll go all the way. Balle, ginna sona, shakalagya. And 6 runs, and I think that's the first second of the morning, because the one before was the one that nearly took us out.
That's right. So, yeah, the one before bounced just on the other side of the rope, and that one bounced well and truly on the other side of the rope on the last ball of the 7th. So, the last ball, the over a couple in a row, that's pretty good. And, yeah, so 65 for 1 after 7. So let's have a look
Good
at the
hit.
bowling there. And
We just got surprised because we can hear a producer now.
Yep.
We are in contact with the engine room. That's good. Who we got in there again?
we have got...
Who we got here? We got
Indulis.
Indulis is here. He's in the engine room. We got Maggie here, and we got Karina here. We got the A team in the list. It's good. We can hear you. We have liftoff. And well, will there be liftoff with the bowler? Not just yet, because he's been told to wait. It's going to be the turn of the captain as Zach Vuskovic coming on the ball. Did you notice that I did wear the Croatian colours today?
Oh, I forgot. You know what? I should have mentioned that right at the very start. Rico, you look sensational in the Croatian colours. The red, white and blue. That's what he's done. He's brought the red, white and blue from England and has brought it straight over to Croatia. Didn't have to change.
I did that. I did just that.
I'm sure you did change.
Hey, that was not the best of flights, actually. Let's talk about my flight. Well, first of all, I had to leave very early in the morning. I left the hotel at Wimbledon around, I think it was just 5 o'clock. So I didn't get too much sleep. And the flight was on time and everything, but the turbulence on that flight, I never knew it so bad. And you know when you got some, first of all, there was a lot of kids, so the kids didn't like it at all. So there was a lot of crying and screaming.
Yeah.
But there was quite a few adults that were, let's just say, not good flyers, so they were not having a good time. This one is going to get over the infield. Now the chase is on to save the boundary, and that does really well. That's an excellent bit of fielding. This time, it chases it hard and flicks it back. Sensational. That's what you expect to see. That's what the standards are about here again. Let's see this. So chasing it hard, doesn't give up on it. Says, no, I'm not letting it go. Gets a flick on. Brilliantly done. That's Alan Magdalenic, who's on the field at the moment. I'm not sure who he's gone on for. Maybe he has gone on for John. So we'll just double check that for you for a moment. But Alan, well stopped.
It was very good, wasn't it? Yeah, 67 for 1. Vukovic getting one past the blade there. Good to see young Zach captaining. I do remember a few years ago when Zach started his career in cricket, he was a lot shorter than he is now. He's definitely grown in the last couple of years, and he's got a little good look about him with regards to his cricket abilities. That's a cracking delivery too. That bit of extra height, that lift off the deck that he's exploiting there is working an absolute treat. And it was good to listen to him talking at the start there with your interview with Enrico about what his plans are, the fact that it's a new team. He wants to get the players out on the field and get them working together as a team before leads them out with the batting. Another good delivery to follow up there. So he's really good, mature head on his shoulders there, and really speaking very strongly about what he felt was the strengths of the team and how he sees himself leading. And I think that was so positive.
Yeah,
very good positivity.
I think both teams here have actually got two very good. I mean, Scott himself, not I'd still classify him as a young man. So it's two young men at the top of the helm, and both are taking things. You can see just from, that's a spicy delivery. Test him upstairs and does get a fair bit of bat onto it. But once again, just look at this one take off. Nice to see that. Plenty of spectators turning up at the ground as well. Here it is again. Bangs it in short, and that's in the end. It's pretty well played. Just a shame that the bowler didn't have anybody bat there.
Yeah, it was quite evasive that he did it, but he got a fair chunk of bat on that. And it went fine. So a little bit of luck running your way as Burdekin ducks out of the way. That one, he's up to 29 from 13. Mazumdar, he's been there since the start, 23 from 27. 68 for Lossa, just the 1 wicket after 8. Expected score. Supercomputer saying pushing into the 170s after Croatia won the toss and elected to field first for the reasons I just mentioned before. That came from the mouth of the captain himself, and he said, it's a new team, want to get out on the ground, get a little bit of team spirit happening out there, and they've been pretty good so far. They started very chatty and chirpy. They're still looking, they're bouncing around.
Yeah.
And they'll be desperate to get another wicket and try to grind something here against the Cypriot batters, who are going on nicely. Good run rate, 8.5.
Yeah, they'll take that so far. You'll normally see the acceleration start to come a little bit later. Gets tucked up with this one. It's a new bowler now. It's Harry continues, just bowls up a little bit quicker than the first over that he bowled. But I actually like him when he takes the pace off. Actually, I think that maybe on this pitch that'll work better for him if he locates it in the right area. That's the one I'm talking about. And just played tamely down the ground for a single. So yeah, single taken.
Yeah, so Harry, of course, the brother of Alfred. We saw Alfred bowl the first few overs. Got after him a little bit in his first couple of overs. And now Harry's come on. He's looking pretty good, shaping the ball nicely as well. A bit slower than his brother. Got him. What a ripper. There you go. Gets the breakthrough right on cue. And that is going to be the end of Captain Vertican has to go. 29 from 14 deliveries is his contribution to this total. He'll be a little bit gutted about that one. Just couldn't quite manage the maybe the lack of pace on that. So taking pace off, I reckon that's what yielded the wicket here. Now look from side on. See what's happened, what's gone wrong here for Scott. I might have even got a little bit of something on that one as well. And he's, you can tell he's a little bit gutted. It wasn't a too difficult delivery, but just a good line and length.
Yeah, it was, again, it's just taking the pace. See, when you take the pace off as well, then the batters have to be 100% sure. And I think there you see Scott doesn't use his feet, goes for the aggressive shot, but he wasn't quite at the pitch of it, gets a bit of an inside edge, and unfortunately for him, it cannons back onto his stump. So another wicket goes. Good time to get a wicket because these two were just starting to put a bit of a partnership together.
They were indeed. They were going quite nicely. That was 44-run partnership in fairly good time as well, in 5 overs. So they were going nicely. They were going at the run rate about 8.5, and that was starting to get a bit scary. Gunasekara, he has to come out and try to start up a new partnership here with Mazumdar.
Yeah, I've got to say congratulations there to Harry Beresford-Pearce. His first T20 international wicket. That's always a special moment when you get your first, and he's got a damn good batter out as well.
Yeah, that is very good. So, yeah, our congratulations to Harry. There was a little bit of a get-around, and I think that's what the team were probably giving him a pat on the back as well. Not just the wicket, but also the first wicket. And the way Harry's looking, I reckon that won't be his last. I like the way he's bowling. I like the way he's shaping the ball through the air as well. And that's a really good length he's bowling too. So he goes now.
Well, this is Mangala Gunasekara who comes out now. This guy's he's just magnificent. He scored 1,698 runs on the European Cricket Network. He has scored a century. The first time I saw him was back in 2020, that is, and he scored a 96. And it wasn't long, though, before he did score his first century. He's powerful. He's typical left-hander. He will clobber the ball big out over the leg side. But in T20 internationals, his highest is 41, and that was against Estonia. So he hasn't quite clicked in this format.
Okay. Let's that one go. Well, he's got a good platform here to try to kick on and to really put a good score together here in this T20. We're still not even halfway through the innings yet, so plenty of time. And he's come in at the drop of the second wicket. Probably just wants to see off this over. Last ball, the over coming up. Oh, saw something he liked there. He's popped that straight up in the air. He's going to come undone here. No, he's not, because the fielder has taken a few too many steps in. That just completely misjudges that through the air, and that has landed safely. Scott Bevan has unfortunately completely misread that one. It was in the air for a while too, Rico, and he's come in probably about 5 steps too far. And he desperately throws a hand up, even a little leap, and in the end, it bounces inside the boundary rope for 4.
Oh, well, that should have been the second wicket there for Harry, second in T20 internationals. It looked like it was going to be a straightforward routine catch, but you're right. The fielder gets it all wrong, gets himself out of position, and, well, Scott Bevan, he's the first one who's giving the apologies there to Harry. That could be a big moment, because I did say that Mangala, all right, he may not have had too much luck in T20 internationals, but maybe that's the kind of luck that will get him started.
That's it. I mean, things like that could suddenly wake up about it, can't they? They can be that moment where they take it like a poke in the ribs, and they go, ooh, you know what? That's my life. I've now got to make something of it. I've really got to kick on with it. We'll see if he can. Skipper Zach's going to bring himself back on again. Continue his attack. He only went for 3 off his first over. Very economical and looked pretty threatening. That's nicely struck through the covers, picks the gap beautifully. There's nobody deep there, and it runs all the way. The deep fielder was a lot squarer at around extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot, really good shot, that one. So Rahman, he keeps going on his way. He opened the batting. He's still there. 30 deliveries faced. He's now up to 28 with a lovely, lovely boundary.
That's a really nice shot. It's probably one of the nicest that we've seen in the morning so far. Beautiful footwork. Times it lovely, and we know that the outfield in some places can be a little bit slow, but there was nothing stopping that lovely shot. Just over-pitching a little bit too much there, the captain, Zach. First one, really, I think he has over-pitched. I think he can go back to sort of a length here now.
That's a lot better. A little bit extra pepper on that one too. Just pushes a little bit wider as well, sort of trying to tempt the batter, trying to maybe confuse him with a bit of the length there. They're still just keeping the one player out deep on the offside, and it is pretty much an extra cover, not quite a regulation cover. Players deep, square on the leg side, and a fine leg and a deep mid wicket. Play with soft hands, just point gets around and keeps that to a single. And of course, and the other deep player is a third, who's pretty regulation third, not too fine at all. So anything gets past the keeper could pose a bit of a problem for both fine leg and third if it's got a bit of extra pace on it. And now changing over for the left-hander. Let's see what Mangala can do. We've already seen him strike the ball quite hard for that lofted shot down the ground that almost gave up his wicket.
Yeah, he's a lucky chappy, wasn't he? Just heard them saying there, come on, boys, big last effort in this last over, because after this, the players will take some drinks. So, yeah, these are 3 big deliveries here, and I think they're just trying to get inside the batter. 3 balls, come on, and, let's see how. That's a good delivery. Yorker length again this time. That's well played. Dug out. They take the single. So, yeah, when the players will have some drinks, I think at the moment both teams will be relatively happy with where they are. I think at Cyprus, they've got batting to come. They've got a score on the board, and I think they will be looking, of course, to now start to accelerate in the last 10 overs. Once again, it'd be interesting to see what a par score on this ground will be. The outfield's not super electric in terms of pace, so that will play a part in it. I think the pitch, the way it can sometimes surprise the batters. Like that one, I think he's expecting perhaps a bit more bounce there. Doesn't really get it, does Rahman. But he's doing well. Look, he's sticking around. He's been pretty patient so far as Mazumdar.
He's doing okay, yeah. He's carried the bat, so he's continuing his merry way. 32 deliveries for his 29, anchoring one end. And I reckon in the second half of his innings, you're going to see a little bit more acceleration. Well, that's acceleration. He's got every bit of that. Nice shot, hooks it around the corner. It goes very fine. There is a fielder down there at fine leg, but don't worry about that. That goes very fine, the shot. One more time. Yeah, nicely played. Intentionally plays it aerial. Probably going for the Maximo. In the end, it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, it is a nice shot, and that will be the end of the over. Yeah, Mazumdar, we've seen him in 21. He scored his best score in T20 internationals. It was a 53 against Estonia. But since then, he hasn't scored another half century, though he did score some runs here last year against Spain. He's put 41 on the board, so keep an eye on him. So, hey, listen, while they have a bit of a break here, it's Phil G here with myself, Rico Full. I'm interested to know if Vinny Sandhu, Tina and the rest of the crew there in Wimbledon are going to bike their way to work today, because in the UK today is cycle to work today. So I reckon we better send them a memo and say, no transport picking you up today, you're going to go by bike. It's not far they've got to go. I think by bike it'll take them probably 10, 15 minutes. I reckon they should get on their bike.
Hotel to the ground, yeah.
Yeah, they should do their bit for the environment, because that's what the day is all about. You know what our day is all about?
What's
at
ours?
The end of the day.
Yeah.
Guess what day it is today? Indian Pale Ale Day. Do you like a good pale ale?
Is it really?
It is. It is. Indian Pale Ale Day today. This day has been created to celebrate the drink called Indian Pale Ale. Indian Pale Ale is a type of beer that has high levels of alcohol, and it's a hobby style of beer. Well, we're talking beer, and Alistair, dear Alistair, has come by with the drinks that we ordered earlier, and no, it is not a pale ale, everybody. We're being good. It's I've got a tea. What you got there?
I've got a long black coffee here. This is Americano sort of coffee, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, we should say thanks to Ali, because Ali's the
Thanks,
man,
Ali.
everybody, that comes to the events beforehand. He's put a house together. He's given us a carpet. We got a carpet, Phil. Well, I feel special. We actually have a carpet.
That's pretty
so,
good.
my shoes have stayed pretty nice and clean. That means you're on vacuum duty tomorrow morning. We'll take it in turns to get the old Hoover out and do a bit of housekeeping. But going back to the pale ale, it's the pale ale really. The Indian pale ale refers to the hops, and that means they use more of the flowers and etc. to give it the flavouring and the bitterness that it has. I'm a fan of it. I quite like, because it's quite a cloudy one, isn't it? When they pour it, it's quite cloudy and quite refreshing. I don't think it's quite as fizzy, and got as much gas as the normal beer, so I don't mind that.
Yeah, no,
what do you got for me? What you got for me? Anything? Tell me something. Croatia. What comes to mind when you talk about Croatia?
Well, Dalmatians.
Yes.
First thing.
Yeah, because because there is an area called Dalmati, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's where they're from. Dalmatians. 101 Dalmatians. It's got to be one of my favourites. I remember my daughter loved it, and sometimes when because somebody likes something, you watch it so many times. But that was one I never got tired of.
Okay.
101 Dalmatians, and of course the number of islands around here. I think at the last count they're saying it's something like 1,244 islands around Croatia.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And has the smallest town in the world in terms of numbers. You know how many people? The town of, I think it's spelled H-U-M, so I'm going to say Hum.
Okay.
How many people live in Hum?
Oh, it's. I'm thinking. I'm going to say 10.
Almost there. 20.
Oh, really?
20.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they had a good summer.
They did indeed. Is that adjusted for tourist figures, or what is that? I wonder.
20 people in a town. Can you imagine? So one of them obviously is the Bobby, the local Bobby.
Yeah, okay.
One of them's the butcher. One of them works at the post office.
Post office.
One is the rubbish man.
The corner shop.
Yeah. What else are we missing? What else you need there? You need a mayor. One has to be the mayor.
Yep.
Where else? Teacher. That's got to. I'm going to school. How many kids in your school today? I had 2.
Well, that's just it. Yeah. What about the kids' population? Yeah. Oh dear.
What about that? Anyway. 20 people. All right, we get ready to go. We'll have some more weird and wonderful facts. We should have said hello to people in the chat, actually. We'll do that now. Let's have a look who's on our chat. Well, I'll have a look, and you talk through the action.
Ooh, trouble aplenty there at the non-striker's end. Now, no, they do want to run. They don't want to run. They have to have a bit of a confab and talk about whether they're going to run or not. You see here, it was played with soft hands from Mangala. He went absolutely nowhere, and Rahman backed up. He backed up over a third of the way along. He had to get his skates on, but he's back and ends up being a dot. Oh, this is not a dot. That is out of here. We're going to talk about dots. We can talk about Dalmatians with their dots. That's no dot. That is a 6. That is absolutely clomped over deep mid-wicket. He's got every bit of that, Rico. That has gone all of 75, 80 metres.
That's his shot. That's the way he plays. That's where I've seen him score so many runs there at the Ipsonis Cricket Ground and Happy Valley. This is Mangala Gunasakara at his best. He's got, I always say this about Mangala, that he needs somebody always there with him, keep talking to him and say, right, don't give your wicket away, don't give your wicket away, because he'll be looking like he's $1 million, then all of a sudden he'll just get himself out. Well, there you go. I can have some tea with my hot water now. So I didn't even look. I would have had this, and I would have thought, "Oh, that tea's nice," and it's just hot water.
It was just hot water.
Marzi's bought the tea bag. Thank you, Marzi.
Nice.
And Marzi, didn't he do a good job there in Gibraltar? And Marzi, the umpire, he looked like one of those. What did I say? He looked like the Oompa. You know what were those in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, he looked like an Oompa Loompa. He really did when he had the umpire's kid. Oompa Loompa brings me the tea bag. Thank you, Oompa Loompa.
Nice one.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Who was it? Yeah, Jules was in the chat. He's saying,
hi, Jules.
he's saying he likes a good pale ale. So was Scotty. Scotty says is an everyday thing there for him. That's Scotty from Australia.
Yep. So, this has gotten through. Just takes a little bit of the keeper's boot and manages to stop that one from getting through for anything extra there. No extra buzzers there. That's Sam, who's behind the stumps underneath the lid.
Yeah, Sam Houghton.
Sam
Well,
Houghton.
he's played a few games in the network, hasn't he, Sam Houghton?
Last time I saw him, he was in Portugal for the night series, playing for the Coimbra Knights. Turned up and said, "I think I'll have a couple of games here, Phil." I said, "Have it your way, jump in there," and he did. It was good to see him there.
keeping him outside the off now. Clever, good comeback there from Harry. He said, all right, if you like it there, I'm not going to let you play a shot there unless you want to come down the track and take me on. Ari was in the chat as well. He said, Gunnar Sakura is a big hitter. Well, Ari, we just saw that, and right on cue there from you. Yeah, welcome to everybody. Of course, Vinny Sandy was doing a little bit lurking as well. Vinny's getting ready to start the quarterfinals. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. Nicely played. I think this is where, I mean, Harry sort of got the right idea. Says, all right, I don't want to go to your pads or your legs because you're going to send me over cow corner. But sooner or later, batter will say, right, if you're going to keep putting it there, I'll get ready for the next one. And he does and plays it away delightfully. So another boundary on the board. Have a look at the win percentage there. That's pretty, pretty high on favour for Cyprus. 81% to 90, well, 80-20 now here. I don't know what that sort of based on. It's not like Cyprus are bombing it away at the moment. So expected score at the moment around about that 180, which I think before the start of this series, I would have said that that's the sort of what teams would be looking for, between 170, 200 in 20 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that, 80-20 is the supercomputer's prediction at the moment. Ball goes to that shot again towards deep mid-wicket. And almost comes a cropper there. Yeah, hello to John Gray in the chat as well. And yes, hello to Vinny Sander as well. Good to see you up and about. And as Rico said, Vinny, we're expecting to hear about the cycling to the ground today. So can I just say on behalf of everybody here in Croatia, Vinny, on your bike, mate.
Hello to Emmanuel Robbins as well. Yeah, Vinny, come on, you got to do it. You got it. You're in England. And it is, as I said all before, in the UK, that is the day that's being celebrated. Cycle to Work Day is good for you. It's also good for the environment. And normally, and it's true, isn't it? Most people do have bikes. They sit in the garage and they're just collecting dust or getting rusty. So get it out and get on your bike, everybody there in the UK.
Speaking of biking, I was in Stockholm a couple of weeks ago for the ECS. And spent a few days there just getting acquainted with Stockholm. Speaking of bike riders, oh my goodness, Scandinavia and bike riding, it just goes hand in hand. And there's a lot of bike riders here as well. There's a lot of bike paths here in Zagreb, walking around Zagreb at the start of the week as well, just do a bit of sightseeing. A lot of people riding bikes around here. And so, it is a good way to get around. And it's good to see cities accommodating by giving separate bike paths and making sure that it's very clearly marked, that there's a bit of a sharing situation of bikes and pedestrians, making sure that everyone stays safe. Just hurries him on this one and goes a bit of a pull shot then. He pulled out of the pull shot, but he was already playing the pull shot, if that makes sense. And in the end, it just sort of cannons off the middle of the bat and just goes away to mid-wicket. No run. So nice little comeback there from the bowler, trying to keep it nice and tight.
Hey, I've got to say something to you as well.
Yeah, what do you got for me?
Oh, that's a no. Well, I'll get that for you first. That's going to be a minimo. It's going to be a no ball. It's too high. The umpire DJ will go have a little word with the bowler saying you can't be bowling it there. That one's literally just come out of the hand wrong there from Zach. So a free hit to come, and this is a good opportunity to muscle in here for Roman, who's he's been pretty patient up until now, but he knows he's got the license to go for multi. You, sir, are a very lucky man.
Why?
Folks, I met the Mrs. G yesterday when we went for dinner, and she's a smashing lady. You're so lucky. And it was great to, I know that Mrs. G does tune in from time to time. That's Renee. Yep. Hope you, I think, is she flying now? She's
in a couple of hours.
She's flying. So if you are tuning in, Renee, I know Renee said she does listen, but doesn't normally get. She's a lurker. We'll have to convince her to try and get on the chat. But Renee, it was lovely to meet you last night. We had a lovely dinner. We'll talk about that a bit later. It was some excellent food. We did try some of the local dishes here as well. And you know what? She actually even spoke very highly of you. See, you were worried. You had nothing to worry about.
There you go. Yeah,
nothing to worry about.
She's a good egg, is Mrs. G. Yeah, no, that was really good that we got a chance to all get together last night and have a meal and have a chat and have a catch up.
Yeah, because
I didn't realise it's the first time you'd actually met Renata
First time I met.
That was good.
Yeah, first time we met, and we had a very lovely evening. But of course, you've had a couple of days here to marvel the sights of Croatia and Zagreb. I think you went into the city the other day.
We went to the city on Monday. Then Tuesday was a bank holiday, a public holiday here. We didn't realise that. And that's a lovely shot down the ground, but even a lovelier catch. What a beautifully taken catch that is. Right in front of the composition there, taken nicely by Harry Prasad, who makes no mistake, no juggle, no mess, no fuss, and that is a massive wicket here. Look at this. Angala goes crunch down the ground. I thought he had more on that. No, he doesn't. It's straight into the breadbasket, taken nicely, and that is a big celebration and a big wicket for Croatia. Well done with persisting with that, and Zach gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, Scott Bevan will be happy because remember he dropped Mangala on 0. Mangala goes for the shot. Look, if we were playing ECIs, which is where it's 50-metre boundaries, it would have been 6 runs. Very good catch. That happened just to the left of us, folks. And yeah, Sathadevi was patrolling the boundary beautifully. He had to take it side on because he was running to where the ball was going, and they're the hardest to take. But reaches out, takes the ball cleanly in his hands, and that is the end of the dangerous Gunasekara.
Yeah, nicely taken indeed. One more time in the air, and if he wasn't there to take it, would have gone for 6. It would have drifted over the boundary rope by probably about 2 or 3 metres in the end, but well taken in the end. Safe pair of hands, and very nicely taken. He gives us a thumbs up as he returns to position as well. Yeah, nicely done, but very important breakthrough. Just stops one of the key batters before it can start to really fire up the engine there. 15 from 11, as you say, Rico. Only a handful of boundaries in that innings, so they've stopped it before he could get going.
Yeah, they have. And, well, we have another Sen coming out. And, yes, Adam Sen is the brother of Alexandra. So he comes in now, coming in at this number 5 position. A good time to take the wicket because with that no ball that went to the boundary, I thought this might have been the over that the batting side here, Cyprus, would have looked to accelerate and really start to, you know, maybe up the rate. But picks up a wicket. He's recovered really well after that Minimo. He's got a dot in. He's got a wicket there as well. That's clipped away, but to the field. A nice looking shot to get off the mark.
Nicely placed it. Oh, they're going to go for an extra on the very slight fumble. Made the long barrier, did the stop, but it just dropped out of the hand, and I think it fell about probably 8 or 9 inches away from the hands. Watch this one more time. Just there. Well, it's actually probably about a foot in front of him. That's very good running. Really good from Adam to just say, go, go, go. I'll run to the danger end. He was already off and running as the bobble came out of the hand.
I'm expecting to see more of that on this outfield, if I'm honest, Phil. Right, let's see what they do here. They'll put him under pressure, but this time he doesn't make the same mistake. Yeah, I think if batters see ball bobbling around and fielders not take it cleanly, you've got to go again because, as you said before, this is not the easiest for outfield to attack on. Just look at that, though, this shot of it here. Looks absolutely beautiful, beautiful sunny day, nice green and lush. We know that Croatia is a very green country and very sort of nature, environmentally friendly, and a big difference from the last time we're here. Let's talk temperatures. Remind people the kind of temperatures that are coming up. Well, you can see that skyscraper going upwards. Temperatures are going upwards as well.
They are indeed. Well, the last couple of days we've had low 20s, and on the weekend that just passed, it was belting down with rain, really miserable, grey, very heavy rainfalls, things like that. So we arrive. Rennie and I, Mrs. G and I, we arrive on Monday. Skies break up and clear. Gets warmer and warmer and warmer. Today, we're now looking towards about 29. Over the weekend, up to 35, 36. next week, 30. Nothing under 30, 32 next week. Next weekend, probably pushing up again towards high 30s, 36 maybe. And then the big storm is coming the Monday we leave. Can you believe it? Oh! Speaking of big storms, that has, well, Bevan's sort of flexing the arm and saying, oh, my muscle, oh, my shoulder. And I think he's trying to disguise the fact that that was a bit of a loosener. The loosener of all looseners. That's a Scott Harmison style loosener, that one. It's, whoa, okay. One more time.
Morning to forget so far from Bevan.
See if we can get this one on the deck. Oh, no, it's even worse. Just gets away from Horton there, can't quite stop it. They'll get through for one.
Oh, you know, when you start like that sometimes, and if you don't get it right the second ball, then, yeah, you get the yips. I wonder if he's got the yips in pretty early here.
He's got the yips.
Oh, dear.
He has, you know. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Just need somebody to go over to him. Yeah, I like that. Got a couple of players just going to get a bit closer to him and say, yeah, hey, look, don't worry about it. Do it the same way you were in the warm-up. Remember the warm-up?
Yeah, we did the warm-up an hour ago. Remember that? Here we go.
That's another wide.
Goes for another one.
It's got to be a wide. It's going over. Wide and the one for the over. So he's bowled a full toss already. He's bowled a short one that's gone flying over the head of the batter, Roman. And it's still a free hit, by the way. So That's the one for the over. It will still be a free hit.
Yep. He doesn't. I think he's got any more. He's got nothing else up his sleeve now, so
Chuck,
he needs to get this one on the deck.
I wonder if we can have Charles doing that. Oh dear, what's going on? He's got the yips big time. He has got the yips big time. This could be a disaster. Keep an eye on Charles here, the umpire. Watch him do the free hit signal. He'll do the free hit signal here at the moment. It's like the royal wave. Watch. Look at this. It's the royal wave.
Yep,
it's like he's a bit of royalty there.
He's channeling. He's
sheriff.
definitely channeling royalty there.
All right,
Good
come
spot.
on, Bevan. Yeah, that's better. Oh, no, it goes through. It's another wide, by the way, says Charles Croucher. But at least he kind of got the length right on it, though not the accuracy. So still a free hit. Well, we haven't had a legal ball in this over so far, and it's gone for 8, I believe. 8, no, 7 with 2. They took 2 there, didn't they? Yeah, 7.
Okay, let's try it one more time now. See if we can get a legal delivery. Come on, Scott.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Now,
what do they call this?
How do you describe that one? Because
the umpire's going to talk about this.
they're going to have a chat, aren't they?
Let's have a look at this one more time. Does it go forward and back? How forward? Where does this ball bounce?
I think he dropped this on his
Where
foot
does he bounce this ball? I don't think it gets past the...
It's gone behind.
It's gone behind, so they might call this a dead ball. No, they've called it a no ball.
I think it's landed on the pitch. But because of where his arm's coming down, it's hit the pitch and then gone backwards.
Yeah, I think also, though it hasn't gone past the bowling, the front foot line is in front of the stump, so you have to classify it as a ball. So that's another free hit. Oh.
There we go. Slows it down, and he's going to get a wicket here.
Free.
Well,
they're celebrating, but it's a free hit, everybody.
Don't celebrate.
It's a free hit. I think they're celebrating a legal ball. They're celebrating a legal ball.
That's what it is.
Has that ever happened to you? You ever had the yips when you're bowling?
No.
Huh?
No, and especially not like that. I don't think I've ever had the yips when I've bowled. I think I've been pretty good like that. Got that one on the full, and that's going to go to the fielder who's down there to protect the boundary. Oh, the throws hit everywhere. There's a few little bumps in the field as well. You can see that wicketkeeper Horton can't quite reel that one in, and he's not a short fella, as that one hits something and goes over his head. It's all happening in this over. I say it's all happens in the 9th or the 18th or the 19th. It's all happening here. No. That's another one. That's another no ball.
How many is that height-wise now? Is that the second? Fielder, the batter just slides and slips. It don't go to the boundary. That's probably the second, I guess, because the others were banged into the deck, weren't they?
That's got to be the second.
That's the second. So, thing is here, I wonder what... Because remember the thing is here, we've got to remember this.
Yeah.
We're now playing ICC. Now, in ICC, isn't it 2 when you're off? But I suppose it depends where, because with ICC, they actually have a danger area, don't they? Well, that could be another. The umpires will have to decide.
Square legs called that one, I think.
I think DJ did put the hand up here. Let's see what the umpires, they're communicating with each other.
Yep.
It is another. Yeah, now, maybe somebody will remind me in the chat. Of course, on ECN, now the umpire's having a chat about this. Yeah. On ECN, if you bowl 3, you're off.
Yes.
Now, not in other cricket, it's 2. But, this is the big but. I know that they use the sort of, right, okay, is it dangerous? If it's dangerous, you're off. If it's not dangerous, you stay on. But I think he is coming off. They've decided that all of those were at the better. I actually think, look, it's probably very wrong of me to think this. I actually think that might be a good thing because he comes off and only 2 legal deliveries bowled. I still would like to see a change in the law. He's not injured. I would like to see them put this to the batters. So the batters are saying, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
It's not our fault that he's got the yips and he came on the ball and he was put on the ball. Ask us, if it was a demon bowler and think he could come good and rattle us, you say, yeah, take him off. But I think with a bowler struggling here like Scott Bevan, you'd probably say, actually, you know what? No, leave him on.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Why should the batting side be penalised for this?
Yeah.
Because now, and I've seen this so many times, when something like this happens, the next guy who comes on, so the next 4 balls will classify as an over here for Razmilic, but he could take a wicket, and really, you could say, well, ideally, he shouldn't be bowling. Now, they're just having further discussions here about something. I think the captain's just asking Charles Croucher something here, and probably saying, well, does this constitute as an over? Yeah, it does. So 2 legal delivery balls have been bowled. So far, that over from Bevan, 15 have come from it.
Yep.
So now it will be finished off here by, this is Anthony Razmalic to finish off this over number 13. All happens in the 13th, obviously, in T20s.
There you go. Suspicious for some. And for Scott Bevan, that's one he'll probably want to forget and put in the back of his mind and try to lock it away in a drawer, which gets put into a trunk, which gets sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and not have to think about that one again. And we start with a leg side wide this time.
This is a big over, isn't it, for Cyprus? This is the one. We thought that maybe the one before from Zach when he bowled the no ball, and that it went for 5. But let's just have a quick look at the extras column here, because obviously this over one, it's a better delivery. At least he locates it. That's 24 extras.
That's incredible.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That's too many. Way too many. And that, this horror over, it continues then. But yeah, this is, I think you're right, Rico. This is the kind of over that can kickstart a batting team who's only 3 wickets down. And after this over is completed, when we get there, there'll be 7 full overs to come. And you feel that that's your launching platform right there. Put down the ground. Players have to come off the boundary to field that one. It's been a bit too quick, that one. And just the single flirted with the idea of getting a second one. So Razmalic is doing the job here. Better than what we saw earlier. So he's settled into a bit of a routine now.
Yeah, I do feel a bit, though, there for Scott Bevan. I mean, first of all, there was that catch that he got wrong, but that didn't really hurt them because they did get Mangala after he scored 15 runs from the drop. But, you know, when the first one didn't come out right, you thought that happened. And when he bowled the second one, I thought, right, this is trouble. This is trouble. And he just couldn't get over it. And I'm sure that normally he's a pretty useful bowler. So now the problem that he's got is there in the back of his mind. He's got to try and overcome that because, you know, he's in the squad. He's in the squad, obviously, as one of the bowlers. So they've got to try, you know, the coaching staff here have got to try and get that out of him and say, right, okay, look, it's happened, but you've got to quickly forget it. You know, whether after this match or whatever, you take him away into the nets and say, right, just bowl. Because the only way, the only thing he's got to do now is when he comes back, obviously he can't bowl in this match, he's off, that's it, it's done. But he's got to come back. It's like getting, you know, riding a bike, you fall off. It is in the UK, where a day where you ride your bike to work, and that's really what I think Bevan's got to do, get back on the bike and bowl and come back and show his true strength and character. Happens to all of us, happened to me once I was on tour. Slightly different scenario for me. I picked up an injury, a bit of a tear, but we were short of players and mainly bowlers, so I had to bowl. So it was in my mind, and because it was in my mind, every time I was putting my foot forward, I was careful not to overdo it. So I just, because I was worried about that, I just lost my line for a bit. So I mean, it wasn't as bad as that, but it still was you know, it was about 3 or 4 no balls are bowled in that, where it just wasn't getting the ball to hit the deck because I was worried that if I pushed forward on my leg, I'd injure my leg more. I mean, once the first one came out right, it's fine. But once it took about 3 or 4 deliveries, so it does happen. Happens to the best of us. Vinny actually was showing me at a very high professional level. Happened to one bowler recently. He just kept bowling wide after wide after wide. So it happens to us all. You just got to get over it. And the best thing to do is, you know, just get back straight back out there, get it right. And once one comes out right, then he'll be all right. But yeah, I do feel for him. It happens to the best of us.
It does happen. And well, the captain isn't too concerned about the family because he's turned to Charles this time, Charles Bevan, and he said, let's see what you can do here. I definitely wanted to have a Bevan on to bowl, is what the captain said. And so he's going to turn to Charles and say, your turn. Let's see what you can do here, just with your medium paces. Try to keep that line and length tight. Goes on the leg side. It was pretty close though. I've got a little tickle in that one, but shouts out, how's that? I think we'll just tickle the pad on the way through. Time. I think they were going for the appeal for the catch, possibly. Well, there couldn't have been an appeal for the leg before because that is missing lock, stock, the lot. So maybe Charles needs to have a bit of revision on the leg before. I think maybe it was just a bit of a bluff.
I think
don't call me a wide.
Bit
don't
of a bluff. I think that's exactly what it was. And then when the ball was dropped by the keeper, it was like, and I think, well, he's. I think you can see here that Adam Sen is probably thinking, all right, we're coming up towards the end of the innings. We've got plenty of wickets in hand, 7 of them. So, you know, we really got to get a move on here after this over, 6 left to go. So they are looking and would want to get to, I mean, at the moment that expected with that over game for 20 has been pushed up to around about 190. But I still feel, I feel on this, 170 would be a good score. I feel 170 can be defended on this, maybe even you know, maybe even at 165, because I think if you bowl really well on it, if you execute a very good line and length, it's going to, and then you keep that line and you bowl to your field, it's going to be difficult to score big runs here.
So true. I mean, the Croatia, when they get their chance to bat, they're going to rely on the experience of Harry Prasad and, you know, try to get Sam out there as well to get some runs. You know, he can score quickly. Well, the Beresford-Pearce brothers, haven't seen them play before, so I'm interested to see if they can get some runs as well. So, going to be a lot of work to do when their time comes around. Still a bit to go here in this innings, though. That's hit nicely out to extra cover. Bit of a fumble there. Going to take a throw on the fumble. Well, the throw was pretty good. Batter just collects a little bit of the keeper on the way through and he goes to ground. Good stumpman roll. Hope he hasn't come down too hard there. Have a look at the replay one more time. They run that first really hard. That's a really, really good bit of schooling there. And just there, doesn't quite clip the back of the keeper, just lose his way. He still hasn't got up here. I think he's just taken a few breaths in. He did go down pretty hard. Now he's up now. Okay. I think he's okay. Good to see umpire Charles Croucher, the sheriff, getting across and saying, you're okay, you're up, dust yourself off, because we're almost set to go. 131 for 3, getting towards the end of the 14th. Good score on the board so far for Cyprus. They've really led quite well here in the batting. Made opportunities matter. Doesn't help Croatia when they have, unfortunately, that over from Scott Bevan that went for 20 in the end, with Razumlic helping out with the last few deliveries.
It's been quite a disciplined innings, isn't it? They haven't. It hasn't been too rash or wayward. They seem to have got a good, clear mindset what they want to try and score. They want to try and get to. That one's not going to carry to the fielder. It's Harry Setadevi who's out there. So they'll take another couple. Yeah, and you can see now that quite clearly. The news is from the dugout. Okay, we've sort of done the plan so far. Now we get into the 6 overs. This is where we go for it big. It's nice to see that they've got Braithwaite with them, who's part of their coaching setup, somebody that we know and have seen on the network. So I could see he was putting them through their drills this morning in the warm-ups. He had the bowlers bowling and the batters hitting a few balls. So I think that's working well for them as well. I think they've got a bit of a change in personnel, and sometimes change is good.
Sometimes change is very good. Sometimes change is exactly what you need. And, you know, coming from a corporate background as I have, I can tell you right now that change, it's all about change. It's about innovation. It's about continuous improvement. And this applies to sporting teams as much as any organisation on the face of the earth. It's just one of those things that people and players, individuals and groups and teams need to get behind, because it's all for the better. And if it doesn't work well for you, then you backtrack and you try it again in a different way.
Yeah.
Straight down the ground, lofted, and that's going to split the difference. Fielder gets around. Oh, no, the fumble, but the backup. Thank goodness for the backup. Well, long off, fumbles it, and long on, tidies up just inside the rope. One more time. There's deflection, and that's for you. Thank you very much. That was a bit of luck, as that one's clipped nicely into the deep wicket area. Oh, now that's the 100 up. Sorry, 100 up. That's the 50 up for Mazumdar. Well done. That's a 50 off 45 deliveries. Well done. Gets a generous cheer from the dugout as well. And, yeah, gets a bit of a hug from his counterpart there, Adam. Adam Sen walks over and says, come on, like that. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, well done. I did mention the last time he scored a 50, it was back in 2021, 53 against Estonia. So he's on his way maybe to scoring his highest score on T20 international duty. That's Samir Nayak. Now, Samir Nayak must be a very happy and proud father after the performances of his son.
Yes.
One of the MVP there in Gibraltar. Samir just brings us over some water. That's going to be pretty key. Now, me and you, we were both talking about this yesterday. We do not drink enough water, so
yeah.
All right, let's set ourselves a task here. We got what we got here, 2 litre, 1.5 litre bottle.
Yep.
We got to finish this bottle, okay? We got to finish this bottle before the end of the day. We got to.
Yep.
Okay, there you go, Rene.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
looking after him. You tell me look after him. I'm telling him. So, come on. We
Yep.
got to drink plenty of water because it's going to get very hot.
It is going to get warm, isn't it? It's gone very fine just for one. Yeah, we had a conversation last night at the restaurant, Renata, Rico and myself, about the fact that as we're talking, we don't get a chance to drink a lot of water, but we have to. And as Rennie very nicely explained it, you know, she's trying to look after me from afar and saying, make sure you drink plenty of water. Constantly messaging me while I'm commentating, drink water, drink water.
Forget your messages. She's left me a list. I've got a 2-page list.
She was very keen
You're
to make
laughing now. Wait till you see the sort of things I'm going to have to get you doing. I've got to add your hooving to the list, by the way.
She was very keen to make sure that you were going to look after me. I think that's why she was saying I need to get Enrico's face and have a chat about this. Organise dinner. We'll have that chat. So no, Renata is she's a lurker, so she could be in the chat even now, but she loves to watch and she's a little bit shy. But yeah, she was very keen to make sure that Rico knew that I need looking after. Make sure he keeps drinking water.
Yeah,
that's what she
definitely.
kept saying. Calendar 2025. Look what's on here. We've currently got, well, you're here in Croatia with us, Rico Full and myself, Phil G here. We're going to take you through to through from the 11 days of action. England, Wimbledon kicks off shortly. It's going to be a semi-final day there in England. Big day today.
Big day.
Massive day. And coming up on the network, well, we've got a few other locations. We'll talk more about the other locations coming up soon. Obviously got Germany Kiel starting next week, Romania Encore, Hungary, Switzerland, and of course we're on the road to Khartoum, Meltle Shield and Western Shield, and then ECC. And that's what it all boils down to. That's what everyone looks forward to. Why wouldn't you? It's a wonderful, wonderful time of year. September rocks along and we get to Khartoum. Nicely fielded. Can't stop the single though. Keeping that scoreboard ticking without being too. I guess you'd say, you said it before, Rico, they haven't really gone to sort of like go the bosh or give their wickets away, or there hasn't been too many drop catches. There hasn't been too many skied opportunities, but they've been very clever ticking the scoreboard over and just keeping that run rate going. It's still at 9.2, so they've had it between 8 and 9, 9.5 for the whole innings. Just miss hit up in the air. That would have been swallowed by mid-off. Unfortunately, mid-off's not there.
Yeah, look, I'm liking this. It's a time when I know Cyprus, they want to push on, get the acceleration. They'd love to get past the 200 mark. Now, that is possible, but they've got to go pretty well here. Yeah, what a good opportunity this is from the bowler. Just doing the right things at the moment, and this is... Good delivery. Gets that to swing in. Yeah, nice.
Cracking delivery, that one. This is a good over on the back of Razumlich's 5 runs off that previous over too, Rico. So obviously they know this is the pinch point of the innings where you'd expect to see big hitting, trying to get under the ball, trying to carry the boundary line, trying to smack it hard. And this is a good, over and a half so far. 3 only from Charles to go with 5 runs off his first over. Very economic to bring him on and only yielding that many runs. So doing well. And he just drifts that one slightly down leg side. It's going to go for a wide. But otherwise, this is pretty good little counter punch here.
Yeah, it's been good. And you can see what I mean. I mean, like the likes of, let's talk about Anthony. He probably, if that over from Bevan didn't go as it did, Charles Bevan that was, then you would have thought, well, Scott Bevan, beg your pardon, he wouldn't be bowling. So he's bowling, and he's bowling really tidily. Sometimes things happen that way, you know. So it's kind of worked out okay. This one's not going to work out well. It's going to get it over the infielder. They did bring up the long on. They wanted to pack up the offside, so they don't go with, apart from square leg, back on the leg side boundary. They keep the long on up.
Yep.
Kind of almost maybe tempting Roman to go for the shot, but Mazumdar gets it over him. Good shot.
Good shot indeed. Yeah, thanks to Jules in the chat just pointing out it's quarterfinals today in Wimbledon, not semis. Getting a bit ahead of myself there. I'm time traveling again, Jules. Well, that was a fuller delivery, and the player shapes up to play an interesting shot and has to really change his stroke completely there and try to smother the ball. There's a bit of a step out to the leg side. One more time. Massive step out to the left side. Almost too far out as it hones in towards the off stump. Would have just missed. But yeah, no, thanks for that, Jules. I was getting a bit ahead of myself there. Time travel is something that only a few of us can master. And believe me, I think I've mastered it. 147 for 3, last ball, the 16th coming up. Hits that one nicely with a flick off the toes. There is a fielder out there square, and it will be just the one. And that will finish the over there. So 148 for 3, 4 overs to come. Mazumdar, he's still out there, 57 from 50, and Adam Sen, he's got 15 from 20, so they've got a bit of a job to do here. 3 wickets down only. But hats off to Charles Bevan. I think those 2 overs for 14 have been absolutely what Croatia needed. And I would suspect they'd probably want a couple more tight overs from him as we go into the last 4. Jules keeping the the time travel conversation going. The DeLorean parked in the car park. I tell you what, I would love to have something from DMC in the car park. That would not be too bad at all. Hello to everyone in the chat, and not just Jules, but everyone else. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying yourself on this wonderful Thursday, or maybe if you're Rob Thompson, it's Thursday evening, maybe pushing you towards Friday night, Friday morning. Which is probably not that time just yet, is it, Rob? But thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever around the world. Thanks for joining myself and Rico here on this gorgeous day here in Croatia, in Zagreb, under beautiful clear skies, blue as far as the eye can see. The 17th over starts. That's edged, flies away. Going to be just the one. As Razmilic is back to bowl again. Just went for 5 off his previous over. So again, skipper looking to... Zach's looking to get something from these two bowlers. Maybe wants to try to bowl them out because they've really put the brakes on nicely. Well, this has been mishit up in the air. I think it's going to fall safe. No, it's not. It's not quite taken. It spills out the back of the hand. Made so much ground to get to that. I didn't think he was even going to get within a shouting distance of that one. Have a look one more time. Big steps in and just misjudges it at the last moment. In grass, so one has a chance put down there. Full ball, mishit. I think it was just dipping, no indication there from square leg. Caught Mazumda a little bit surprised there. He's on 59 from 52. Hits this one through the gap. There is a fielder deep in the cover position on the boundary. Just the one. They won't mind the singles as long as they don't see too many boundaries. And of recent overs, we've only had the one boundary in that previous over. Before that, I think you've got to go a fair way back to find the last boundary. Straight down the ground. That is one bounce. Long on does extremely well. They're trying to find a second run here. They're just anything gets spilled by the fielders, they're trying to go. And if the bowler spills the ball 1 foot next to the stump, that's probably not a single. Just put it out there. It's probably not a single. And quite rightly sent back. And the boundary's not saved. Now that is a case of a fielder who doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know whether to save the boundary or take the catch. It ends up doing neither. But that was hit straight towards the fielder's square. Just watch one more time. Ends up going to ground with just a hand. So doesn't try to protect the boundary, thinks about the catch, and then pulls out of the catch. And by pulling out of the catch, you're not in a position to save the boundary. 17 overs gone, 157 for 3 on the board. Yeah,
that is going to be disappointing. That's the last thing that they wanted to do, because up until then, it was a pretty tidy over. But then, well, let's have a look at the way it's going here. That was, of course, that one big over that went for 20. Yeah. But then good comeback again. Look, after that big over, 2 lots of 5, which once again, when that score was looking to perhaps go over 200, has brought it back down to around about that 190 score again. But Anthony Razmilic really well bowled. I think he's been unlucky. He could have quite easily have had a wicket or 2 to his name as well. So we have got now 3 overs in the innings left to go. And this is where I think Cyprus, they're going to start to go for everything. I think you might as well take the odd risk and try to turn those singles into 2s as well. And there you go, right on cue. It's a biggie. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka lagia ke wai. Que genial. Que grandes. That one is a roof topper.
It is. It smacks into the top of the officials' tent there. So that is a great way to start the 18th over. So we had a boundary with the last ball of the previous over. We had a boundary 1-4 in the 16th over. You have to go all the way back to the 12th over to find the previous boundary to that. So that was quite a gap, quite a drought. This is hit straight down the ground. There will just be 1 unless they go on the arm, and they don't go on the arm. What a good throw that was. Yeah. That's why you don't go on the arm, folks. What a great throw. We were right behind the thrower's arm too, Rico. We got a great view of that.
Sathi Devi is having a very good game. You see him bowl well. He's taking wickets. He's taking a catch. And now this time he says, well, just in case you were thinking of taking on this arm, let me show you what he can do.
That was a really good throw, wasn't it? Hello there to Ash at Save Derek. Good to see you, Ash. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you're well. 64 for 3. You're right. These 3 overs, they must accelerate here. They must be pushing towards the 180s, 190s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another short one. There's the character of the pitch in its own. Now, it's, let's just have a look at the indicator of the umpire. Well, we know it's 4. They haven't indicated anything else. It didn't hit the batter on their lid, I don't think.
No, I think it will just probably be one for the over.
That's it, just the one for the over. Yep.
Good swivel, good shot, nicely played. You can see that Mazumdar now, he's in, he's set, he moves to 70. And he's the man now, isn't he? He's the one who can really get going. As I say, up until now, Cyprus more or less have done everything on cue. And now's the time for them to really accelerate. Full toss, which he just checks his shot there a little bit there, does Mazumdar. I think rather than go through with it and muscle it, he just tries to place it. And as a result of that, he places it towards the fielder, just get a single. But I like the way that Adam is also striking the ball. He's going to run a ball 24 at the moment. He'll be looking to improve on that coming up now to the end of this innings.
Yeah, it was nicely played from Mazumdar, you're right. He just checked his shot there, just opened the face of the bat and ran it to, well, probably a deep backward point rather than it's probably not quite third. He's a very wide third. I call it deep backward point. As Bevan continues. Lofted down the ground. That's going to go, I think that's gone all the way. It has indeed. Straight towards the dugout area. That's another Maximo for the over. So this over is starting to pick up. Well, praising Charles Bevan for his tight bowling up until this over. And now he's getting undone here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you have got bowlers who could come back. So you have Alfred there, could come back, Seti Devi. But I think the captain sort of said, well, these two have been going so well, Anthony and Charles, I'll just stick with them.
Yeah.
But you just knew that sooner or later the batters would say, it's time to really go after them. We know what they're doing now, and that's exactly what they've done. So maybe the captain could have made a change here. Zach, remember, Zach's got 3 overs himself that he could also bowl, but he's sticking to the likes of Bevan, Charles Bevan, that is, and Anthony. That one's not on the pit, so 3 hits to come. So another opportunity here for the batter to go big, Adam Sen.
I expect to see Harry Prasad come to bowl one of these last overs as well. He opened the bowling, bowled 3 very good overs at the top there for 22 runs. So I'm expecting him to bowl maybe bowl the last over. We'll see. Oh, wow. This one has gone up, 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 and just like Superman, away, away. That has gone way over the boundary line rope for another 6. This over is getting blown out of proportions now as it now races into the 20s.
Great shot. I mean, they're the kind of shots that we're used to seeing when we're watching the shorter format, the T10. He just steps across, shows all his pegs, and he basically says, well, if you york me, then fair play to you, but if you don't, I'm sending you over that leg side boundary. It's a lovely shot, and that is a terrific over, is what they needed. It goes big. It goes for 25.
Yep, and that pushes the run rate up over 10 as well. So you know what that means. They're on course for a 200 here, and that would be formidable, to say the least, for Croatia to have to chase that when they get their opportunity in about 20 minutes' time. Yeah,
remember, 2 teams very similar. Both have played just 14 matches in ICC T20 internationals, and the success rate not that great for both of them. Cyprus slightly better. They have won 4, whereas Croatia have won 3, and because of those statistics, one of them, Cyprus, they are 81st in the rankings, and then a couple of places below them you've got 83rd is Croatia. So these 2 teams very similar. So a win against each other here could be massive. And talking of massive, that will go to the boundary. It will go all the way. Boom shaka, boom, boom, boom. As both the batters have started to find the boundary rope and find it pretty consistently.
Watch this. And nicely taken from one of our ball retrievers out there, one of the volunteers.
Yeah, well, he's happy about it, isn't he? And that one is not nicely taken. It will just stop before the rope. The throw has to come in. And that is, again, Scott Bevan. Oh, boy. I tell you what, he's probably thinking twice about why he got up this morning. Scott Bevan, nothing is going his way.
Tell you what, if he comes out and makes 100, he'll feel good about himself then. Anything less than that, he'll still be upset. He's not had a good day.
He's going to walk off the field and say, hey, Skip, number 11, put me number 11. Do me a favour, put me number 11.
Only if I'm needed. Come on. Even if we're down to the 10th wicket, just do I need to go out there, Skip? I could really bury us. Yeah, we hope he does come good. If he gets an opportunity with the bat, we hope he comes good. He's had a bit of a mare in this in the field and with the ball. So it's halfway through the 19th, 191 for 3 on the board, 200 beckoning as this one is lofted down towards the deep cover area and across the rope for another boundary. It's mounting up here. It's getting a bit nightmarish as well now for Croatia as they're watching this score head towards that very scary 200 mark.
I have to admit, I'm pretty surprised with the lack of bowling changes here. They've stuck with Anthony the same way that they stuck with Charles Bevan.
Yep.
Batters are used to this. They've seen enough of them. That they're gonna attack them. They should have made a change. They should have gone to some of the main bowlers to finish off the innings.
It's better delivery that one, change of pace and nice and full. Still gets a single. Score goes up now to 196 for 3. I completely agree with you, Rico. This partnership, by the way, this is now worth 91 runs, if I've got my maths correct then. Worth 91, and they've done that in 7 overs. So that is quite something. And you're right, these batters, they know, they're getting a good look at the bowlers. They're comfortable with the bowlers now. They should have brought Harry Prasad back maybe 2 overs ago because they hadn't seen him. Well, Mazunda had, but Sen hadn't.
Yeah, well, the batter moves early, and the bowler just said, "Well, you're going that way. I'm going to sneak this in," but misses it.
Yeah.
And it was called a no ball, so free hit. It's a hit straight to the fielder, which is unfortunate for the. Well, they're asking the question here. Now the umpire. Remember that in T20 International, they don't really use the sort of video evidence, if you like. So here comes the throw. I think it cannons on. No, he breaks the stance with his legs.
Yeah.
He broke them with his legs. He's appealing, but he knows that those barrels have been broken already, so not out. It's the end of the over, so 198 for 3 now. At one point, we were saying, even though I think a 180 would have been a good score, so to get past 200, I think it's a good score anyway, but mentally. You know, when the opposition are thinking 185, 190, fine. When you start saying 200, even if it's 201, it's 200.
Yeah.
It plays on your mind.
Because if you're the fielding team and you keep the batting team to under 200, you get to say you didn't get 200.
Yeah.
But then 1 or 2 runs the other side of 200, that doesn't occur. It's the batting team that says you didn't keep us that. And it's just that little, it's a small psychological thing, isn't it? But it's still a win.
It's still a win. But then at the same time, I think if you, let's say it's 200, at the moment, 210 is expected. Let's say if it is 210. What it does do, though, it does make it makes it easier for the team that are chasing. Because in your mind, you're thinking 10 and over.
That's it.
10 and over.
Yep.
You know, so in another way, it makes it easier for yourself to say, 10 and over, that's all right. Hey, we can score 10 and over, you know?
Yeah. Don't have to panic. Don't have to be hitting 16, 17 and over, as long as we keep the momentum. So yeah, it's not impossible, of course. And yeah, you're right, 10 and over. I mean, if imagine being a T10 game, you need to score 100. There'd be a genuine moment of comfort for a batting team to say, okay, we have to score 100 in T10. Okay, you got to do it twice. You got to be there for twice as long. Lofted over the head of the bowler. Bit of a chase on here for the fielder. Does very well. Hey, Prasad chases that one hard. Gets the throw back. Nicely done all around. Interesting to see, though, that Zach brings himself on to bowl the last. Doesn't turn to Harry Prasad to bowl that last one. I'm a bit surprised by that because I thought it was a good effort for that 1 for 22 from 3 overs at the top of the innings. Swings hard at this one. He gets nothing but air. Nice bit of variation there. A lift off the deck. Interesting. So let's see if this pays off for Zach. If he can try to keep this over nice and tight. Let's score. It's 199 for 3. Goes to the ramp. Going to get Valley for shot there as it goes all the way for 4 runs. That's going to bring up the 200. 203 for 3. Cyprus get to the magical 200 and then some.
Yeah, good shot. Well played.
Clever.
It's been a really good innings, hasn't it, from Adam? Like you said, this partnership now approaching that 100 mark. And, you know, he's now got something to go for himself, hasn't he? It could be an international T20I 50 here. Let's see if he can do it, Adam Sen. Been a really good knock from him so far.
Hit hard down the ground. No one's getting that one. Just slams into the fence, into the banners there, and that's a nice shot indeed. Yep, he's going to eye himself off a half century here, and it's going to be well deserved too. He's hit that so well into the gap, made no chance for the fielders to get around to stop that one. 207 for 3. Sen up to 49 from 32. This is a terrific innings from him and a great partnership from these two. Oh, he's clipped that beautifully. That is such a good shot. It's clipped for 6. That was effortless, and that's a great way to bring up your half century.
Boy.
55 off 33, Rico.
Boy, I'm loving this. Young man, and showing us the way that it's done. First time playing T20 internationals, and he is going to start with a 50. That's fantastic. What a moment for Adam Sen.
And the last ball of the innings gets past the blade, tries to sort of just go fine there with a little gentle dab, misses it. Misses the edge. He won't mind. 213 for 3 on the board after 20 overs. So it's Mazumdar. He finishes on 80 from 62. Sen 55 from 34. And Mazumdar, if I'm correct, I think that equals his best score on the European Cricket Network. So well done to him to that 80. Unbeaten, carries his bat all the way through. He's going to be a tired boy because he has to go out to the field now as well. So there's that comes with it. But Croatia, they've got a bit of work to do. Cyprus are going to feel very buoyant with that score on the board.
Yeah, they've done very well. We said get past that 200 mark, and that certainly will affect the mindset of the opposition. And that partnership that was worth 108 runs certainly has set them up well. And I think Adam Sen just coming in gave them the acceleration. And Roman Mazumdar, what a good knock from him as well, batting all the way through the innings. A very good, I said at the time, it was a very good, mature, not just innings from him, but innings, I think, from Cyprus. And you can understand now why Scott Burdekin at that, after the coin toss, when I spoke to him, said, you know what, we would have batted first anyway, because, you know, we're in a new place, we don't know the pitch really well, and we just want to go out there and sort of maybe stamp a little bit of authority. And they certainly have done that as we have a look at the highlights.
They have indeed. They've done that really well. Good runs hit around the ground from all the players, and some really good aggressive shots when it was required. Went after the loose deliveries. Good catch there. You can see that was Harry Prasad Sathadevai, who I was surprised didn't come back to bowl at least one more over. He only went for 3 overs. I'm surprised. I thought he was the pick of the bowlers at the top. Could have come back and bowled maybe the 19th or 20th. In the end, they don't use him. Zach brings himself on to bowl that final over. And that final over as well, that goes for, in the end, that ended up going for what, 15, the 16 off the 19th, and then 25 off the 18th. Well, that right there, that's 56 runs off the last 3 overs. That could be telling in the final wash-up. If Croatia can get close, they're going to have to really do something quite amazing here. As we just have a quick look at the scorecard here, as we now finish the innings. And it's going to be a very interesting scorecard. A bit of a miss there at the top there from Alexander Sen, who went for 6 from Mate Delivery's face. But anchored by Roman Mazumdar, take your hat off to that young man. 80 from 62. And good contribution in the middle there from Scott Burdekin to get the team off to a flying start. 29 from 40 from him was important. Mangala looked really very dangerous with a couple of big hits for his 15 from 11, but they got him out at a very important time, Zach with the breakthrough. And then Adam Sen's 55 to put together that 100-plus run partnership with Mazumdar. That was astonishing. It was outstanding, and that is why it's 213 on the board.
Yeah, and well done. Let's have a quick look at the bowlers. I think I voiced it at the time with yourself. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't make that. If you have a look at the figures there at the beginning, Alfred, he didn't bowl badly, and I think Harris Prad Setadevi was sensational. He doesn't come back. I thought that was a surprise. They left, I think, for me, Anthony and Scott, maybe 1 over too many. I think they did the job well. Remember Anthony, well done to him, because he came on when Scott had that nightmare. And because he bowled so well, they thought we'll go with him. But yeah, I just get the feeling that he's done his job, bowling 2, max 3 overs. Yeah. That's fine. Bring back the main bowlers. And, you know, Setadevi, the way he bowled there, I can't believe he doesn't come back.
I'm surprised by that as well. I called it probably about over 15. I thought, I said, they're going to save him. They'll save him to bowl the 19th or 20th. And when he didn't get thrown the ball, even after he took a catch in the deep in front of us, I thought, that's a reminder to the captain. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah. Don't forget me. And he didn't get the ball. I think they've missed a trick there. I think Zach may have just missed a trick. We'll find out in the big wash-up there as we have a look at the mid-match summary at the halfway point of this game. 213 for 3 after 20 overs. Cyprus well, they've got the score on the board, and Croatia going to need a lot of runs. But you know what? At 10.7 runs per over, maintain it for 20 overs, it can be pretty tough. The temperature's climbing in the centre. It's probably about 24, 25 degrees at the moment. It's going to get a lot warmer for the afternoon match, but the conditions are good for batting, and, well, let's see what they can do of it. Rahman Mazumdar just one more time, 80 not out from 62, and Adam Sen 55 not out from 34. Outstanding with Cyprus there with the bat. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network alongside Rico Full. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the run chase in this first of this T20I in our day one of ECN's tour of Zagreb here in Croatia. We look forward to seeing you back here shortly. Don't go too far.
we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for joining us from around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. It's lovely to have your company again. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, bringing you back from the break. A well-deserved break there for the Cypriot batting organisation there. The lineup there have done very well. 230 for 3 on the board, thanks pretty much to that massive century partnership at the end there by Roman and Adam, who put on a massive score, really accelerated, got together during the 12th over and didn't look back and really put a massive score on the board, 230 for 3. So that's what needs to be defended for Croatia. Well, they have to go at 10.7 and over, which is not impossible, but it's about maintaining that kind of intensity throughout an entire 20 overs, which is always the tough thing to do. So it's going to be interesting to see how they start things off here as players and officials make their way out into the centre. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Rob Thompson's in the chat and John Gray as well. Dave B's joined us too. Hello there, Dave. Ash as well. Good to see you all. I did see Kevin in there as well. Hello, Kev. Good to have you with us, and Jules and the whole Blue Spanner crew. Hello to you from myself here under the very safe igloo here at the Ladost cricket ground here in Zagreb. Not too far from actually from the Riverside. And for any Australian viewers out there, I can tell you now that to the side of us there is a little ground with AFL goalposts set up, just in case you're wondering. I know Chris Smith, if you're in the chat, I know you're a fan of AFL. We have like a little ground set up next to us. So there's obviously for Australians here in Zagreb who like to have kick the football around. Never mind that. This is about the smaller ball, the Grizzly. As we get set to go, we're just getting ourselves organised now as Rico Full joins me here under the safety of the igloo in the shade here, under what will eventually be quite a baking hot week of cricket coming up, not just on the field but off the field as well. Rico, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Well, we can see that it's Lovedeep Singh who is going to come on, have a bowl. And Croatia, by the way, does actually have a heart-shaped island. No love for the first one, though. It's a little bit too wide. Yeah, it's, well, I think it's pronounced something like Gunnarsnack is what I'm going to say. It's probably completely wrong, but we'll just call it Lover's Island. That's what it's known at. A naturally heart-shaped island in the Adriatic Sea, and is popular for romantic getaways. So, Lovedeep Singh bowling in a country that has a Lover's Island shaped of a heart. Isn't that something special?
That's pretty special. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. The original Love Island. Nicely bowled. Just played on the back foot there for a dot. Yeah, it's lovely being here in Croatia. It's actually fun. It's my first time to Croatia too, so I'm really happy to be here. It's been fun. Been here since Monday, did a bit of sightseeing around Zagreb, took in the sights of the city, ran into a bank holiday on Tuesday, so there was nothing open whatsoever, except the cable car that takes you to the top of the big mountain that overlooks Zagreb. So we went up there and had a very nice afternoon. Continue here just with a good dot ball. Batter looks back at the umpire and says, come on, wide. No wide there. Not this time. John, well, it's John Vunovic, so it's good to see him out there. He took a bit of a tumble in the first innings, didn't he? Completing a very good catch. Clutched the shoulder. He went off for a spell, I believe.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, but he's back. He's opening. So this will test the shoulder. Opening there with Oliver Tilley. See if we can get Croatia off to a good start here.
Now, you do know that one of the main things that Croatia is known for, that's going to be another dot, is invention of the tie.
tie.
Yeah,
oh, really?
the cravat, the necktie originated from Croatian soldiers from the 17th century. And I did think about bringing a few ties, but then I saw the temperature and I thought I'd be mad to wear a tie in this heat. And I do know that I think I was given a tie here the very first time I came. It was a proper Croatian tie.
Yeah.
I've got it back home. It's right up there with some of the shirts and memorabilia that I have up in the sports room.
Yeah.
And I just thought I'd love to wear a tie here in Croatia, but not in these temperatures. Maybe when we're here, if we come back in the winter, definitely.
Do you think they'd be upset if we wore the tie as headbands? Just because I'm sure we'll be sweating sometime next week.
Well, the other thing is, that could be really close. Now, it's all on the umpire here, and it's given. It has been given out.
Wow.
Well, that is major. That's going to be the end of John without scoring. He'll go for a full duck. First he wants it, he gets sent back. Excellent bit of work. That is brilliant, really is. Fantastic bit of fielding. I reckon that's Scott Austin, isn't it? Is that Scott Austin? Because I know he's a fantastic fielder, but I think the batter knows he's got to look. He's not even looking round. He knows he's in trouble. And that is disaster. John Vujnovic is going to go thanks to some sensational fielding from, Scott Austin.
I tell you what, wherever Jonty Rhodes is in the world, something's prickling on the back of his neck and he's saying, someone's just channeled me. Someone has just channeled my magic and affected a run out somewhere else in the world. Yeah. And he's right now trying to Google where's the game on. He wants to know who did that. And we can tell you now, it's this man right here. Look at that. Oh, that is terrific work there. The underarm and the direct hit. And he wasn't far away either. The batter almost gets home, but Scott Austin has completed a sensational run out. Calamitous start for Croatia.
Austin Powers, yeah, baby. As he comes in and does the work. Sometimes a little bit of magic. We often talk a lot about batting and bowling, but don't forget how important the fielding can be.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes a massive difference. Goes without scoring or forward delivery. Just the pressure of not getting any runs on the board.
That's exactly right, yep. So then Skipper comes in, and he's going to straight away feel pressure, thinking, I'm out here in the first over. We're 1 for 1. We're chasing 200 and something. He just bashes that one down to the ground, and no run. So, yeah, Zach has to come out and lead from the front here, and they'll be looking to him to really anchor an end. And him and Tilly need to put together some sort of steadying partnership here. Can't afford to lose another one, or they're going to be in strife.
They're going to be in trouble. And you know, one thing about Cyprus, look, they haven't got any real, what I would say, real pace gun bowlers. But you can see from Lovepreet what he's doing. Wicket to wicket, short of a length, making it difficult. There you go again, because the pitch will, every so often, misbehave. They also got Hardeep Singh. Now, he probably would be my natural number 2 bowler. But the bowlers that I think, look at the movement on that, by the way. Great delivery from Lovedeep. But the other bowlers that I think will be a real handful on this is Roshan Siriwardana and also Mangala Gunasakara.
Yeah.
Both of them don't bowl with pace. They bowl off a few steps, but their accuracy and movement is key. And I think that combined with the bounce and sometimes unpredictable bounce of this track is going to make them really dangerous.
I agree. I think the bowling lineup for Cyprus looks particularly strong without, as you say, having some express pace bowler. And the pitch is going to play a massive role in this as well. The other bowler I was going to mention was also Waqar Ali, who's actually just been throwing the ball right now. I can tell you on the European Cricket Network, 70 wickets, his best bowling is 5 for 5. Now, although that was probably in T10, this is T20, it's a different animal, but still, it just shows his potential and his power.
Okay, well, let's see how he goes here. So here is Waqar.
This is going to be tough.
Interesting. Do you think it's interesting that early on, when they've got them on the back foot with that first over just came for 1, that there's no slip in place? Would you like to see, it's T20, would you like to see just somebody in there catching?
I would, yes. That's a really good shout, Rico. Yep, I really would. It's you've got that wicket down. So, yeah, you're in the second over. It's 1 for 1. The batting are already struggling. Even get maybe a cover or mid-wicket in just 5 or 6 steps in closer just to get in the batter's eye. I think that is a really good move. And a slip is a great idea as well.
Yeah, put the pressure on because they are under pressure.
Yeah. Goalkeeper just clumps the foot on that one, doesn't let it get through.
Sachitra Tharanga is such a nice guy. He's Tharanga. He's somebody who, when we go to Cyprus, if he's not playing, he's umpiring. A really lovely guy and a talented guy. And you know what? I'm just thinking to myself that the number of people that we didn't go in and see have a bat there for Cyprus. Good players. Scott Austin is one of them. Tharanga is another. Roshan Sriwadana. And even Lovedeep Singh can crunch the ball. We've seen him play some really important knocks there in Cyprus. So in terms of players and players with talent, they've certainly got a lot of them. So Cyprus here looking good. But look, Croatia, they're just the same. Good players on their side as well. We know that they also just need a little partnership here. They just need to weather this the next 5 overs, I feel, and then they can get themselves back on track.
Yeah, you see the nerves there of that previous delivery. Just turned down a single that was probably there. Just too nervous. Oh, trying to hit themselves out of trouble. It's going to clear the infield. And that outfield has got a lot quicker now since the dew has all dried up. That dew dried up in the first half hour of play anyway. And now they're going to get full value for shots across the ground as it goes for a boundary. And that is a bit of pressure relieving moment there for Tilly as he gets a boundary. And that's really important for them. 5 for loss of 1 wicket now. Still, it's getting towards the end of the second over. Still need plenty of runs. That run rate is at 11, so it's not impossible. It just means you need at least 1 or 2 boundaries and over and keep the scoreboard ticking with singles and twos to stay in touch. They can't afford to get to a point where they're halfway through their innings and they start needing 16, 17 and over, because that's the part where things just don't go your way. Even the supercomputer is not giving Croatia too much opportunity here. It's currently 98% to 2%, and that's a struggle. Now, what's going on here? It looks like... Well, it looks like...
some injury, I think.
Yeah.
There's a bit of hobbling happening here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what it is. Is that Zuma who's going off? Maybe after a little effort in the field to stop the single. I got a feeling it is. I think he's going off with a bit. He's definitely hobbling. It is. That was Azumba who did a really good effort at the just on the fine leg inside the circle to stop the single. Dived on the ball. Obviously stopped the single, but he's come down a bit hard, and that's why he's going off now for a spell.
It just signalled there as he's hobbling off that it's his ankle, and then maybe he's rolled it or just caught it. So just taking a precautionary measure. It's going to be a long 4 days for these international players. 2 days of T20 internationals, and then of course they've got the ECIs as well. So they've got to pace themselves pretty well.
Yeah. That's so true, Rico. Yeah, so it's a good idea. I mean, he just made 80 not out in the previous innings, so it's probably a good idea they don't take a risk here and say, well, we're going to probably need you for the rest of this these 4 days. So, yeah, if you roll the ankle, definitely jump off and have a spell. 6 for 1, 2 to come. Bit of a quicker one, that. That's an interesting little bit of bounce, and batter just not too sure. Tilly a little bit sort of unsure.
You're right. I was just about to say, I wonder if you can see this again. He's backing away. He's literally backing away, and that these balls are not that wide. I reckon his mindset. I think he's feeling that the ball might pop up or something. He's kind of. I don't want to say he's running scared, but he's certainly not holding his shape. There's an interesting stance he has as well.
Yeah, so his feet just pointing out like that. And he swings hard at this one. It goes out towards extra cover.
Well fielded, no run.
Fielded, yeah, another dot ball. So they're not finding gaps. They're not turning the strike over. And that is the end of 2, and it's 6 on the board, loss of 1 wicket. And Croatia are just slowly sliding into somewhere they don't want to be right now, as it's getting much, much tougher. And Waka Ali bowls a really good first over as well. Goes hand in hand with Lovedeep Singh's first over that just went for 1. Waka Ali goes for 5 off his. That 1 boundary and a wide off the over. Tilly did get a boundary, but that's pretty much all we can talk about in terms of the batting thus far.
Yeah, Zach Muskovic, captain, is out there. He hasn't got off the mark yet. He'll be on strike for this one once again. Lovedeep Singh will be keeping that ball in that off-stump channel, that corridor of uncertainty.
Here we go again. Oh, we're charging in. Elevates, and that is nicely, crisply smashed well over the top of comms, way, way back. That is a big 6. How about that to break the shackles as Zach gets off the mark with a huge Maximo.
Good shot. Look at the footwork I think he's already said to himself, right, pressure's building. I need a couple of shots to take that pressure away. So, yeah, gets himself in a good position, a couple of steps forward, opens himself up, gets the legs out of the way, and crunches through the delivery. And that goes all the way for 6. You eating a few ants there?
Oh, yeah, I was just getting a bit peckish. I thought I'd demolish some of the local wildlife.
It's the new magic food. Good protein in ants, by the way. Yeah, the ants are starting to find their way in. Good comeback. Yorker length. Fielder has to get down. Good work there by Roshan. Gets down, makes the stop, sort of palms it on to the fielder next to him, was Mangala Gunasakara. These two know each other, of course, really well. They do play together.
Indeed. It's tough going out there for Croatia. They realise that the Cyprus fielders look on. They look very positive, very on. The two fielders you just mentioned there, Rico, they communicate really well together. Just a lot of positive signs. I'm not seeing a lot of positivity, though, from Croatia batting at the moment. That's Tilly, again, just... it's like he's changing his mind as he's playing the shot.
Yeah.
And he ends up playing a nothing shot.
Yeah, he's just not comfortable out there, Tilly. You can see it's almost like I'm sensing that he's made up his mind to say his best form of play is to attack, you know, and because he's not getting his feet anywhere near where he should be. He's not getting himself in a good position. You can look at his stance here, and you just get the feeling that, you know, a good delivery, we'll see the end of him pretty soon. Again, he's muscled that to the fielder. There's no run. The captain, Scott Birdkin, does the stop. I would be very tempted, you know. I mean, Scott's out there. There's the captain, Scott. Yep. Gets the ball back to the bowler. I would be very tempted to have catches it. Now he's bringing up. He's pushing himself back. He's bringing up the third. So he now has, he does have a catcher in the 30-yard circle there. But I would still have a genuine slip, maybe a second slip or a gully in there catching. Okay, worked away, but this one they will get a single. It's a misfield from Gunasakara. Someone gets away from him, and Lovepreet, yeah, he gives him a little applaud and says, yeah, that was a difficult one. It bobbled away. You're all right. You stopped the boundary. But I think deep down he's a little bit disappointed that he's allowed Tilly to get to the other end, because now he has to be bowling to Zach, who did thump him for a big 6 at the beginning of the over. But after that, it's been pretty tidy. He ate from it so far.
Yeah, last ball, the over coming up now. See what Zach can do with this one. Bowler just loses run up there.
Doesn't feel quite comfortable there. So needing 200 from this point on. One thing that that did surprise me, because I know that this is the case when we're in Malta, but here as well, Croatia is a very good filming location, and a lot of the Game of Thrones was filmed here.
Yes, that's right, down on the coast.
Yeah, it's at Dobranic, the area.
So nicely, but again, straight to the fielder. Yep, cover drive looked nice and accomplished. Gets it on a very sort of full delivery, but straight to fielder, dot ball. And that's pretty much the story so far of this innings. A lot of these shots finding fielders, and they're having trouble finding gaps and getting runs full stop. So it's going to be 14 for loss of 1 wicket after 3. And in that 14, there's a 4 and a 6. And just a handful of bits and pieces and bobs there. So not going Croatia's way at the moment.
No, and you know it. You just touched on it there. So they've had a couple of boundaries, but what they're not doing, not running singles. Too many dots. And it was that created, I felt, that first wicket when John felt the pressure of no runs. He was dotted up for 3 balls on the spin. Then he just felt the need to try and do something on the 4th.
Yeah.
Run wasn't on there, got sent back, but doesn't get back in time. That was the perfect start. You see there, only the 1 came off that first over. Excellent fielding there from Scott Austin. And they just haven't been able to get going. That's what they've got to do. Singles are there. If you look at this field here, it's pretty well spread. Singles are there, but they're not always taking them. So they do take it this time.
This is something that Cyprus did really well in their innings. Cyprus were very good in the first half of their innings to keep turning that scoreboard over. Mazumba, while he was in there, very, very good that he was turning over the strike constantly. With when Scott Birdkin was in there, they were looking for singles. If it wasn't on the boundary, looking for singles. Looking for singles, they're looking for 2, and they ran 2 so often as well. There was a lot of 2s run in that first half of the innings.
Yeah.
So this is what's not happening for Croatia. I'm sure they know it. We don't have to tell them. They know what has to be done here. But it just tells a bit of a tale.
Interesting change. I don't often see this. Fielders change over. The fielder who was in kind of the short cover has replaced, or they've swapped over, and the one who was there has gone on the boundary. So they obviously feel that he's the better catcher. And let's see if that does work in their favour. Short delivery, trying to tuck him up, and that's nicely played in the end by Zach. Will take the single.
It's funny because it actually brings that fielder who's on the boundary into play. The fact that he had to run about 30 metres in to field the ball, but that was exactly the play you were talking about.
Yeah.
Swapped over with the cover fielder.
Yeah, so Dubrovnik is the town where it has that very nice, it's a stunning coastal city, and it was stood in for King's Landing in the Game of Thrones series.
Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of it. Yeah, that's right. Malta was well, Malta's a very popular filming location, and Croatia's getting its just reward as well. A lot of film locations on the coast, very picturesque coast as well.
And you know, when we were looking at the wines before we selected our wine yesterday,
That's right.
they're from various areas. One was from Dalmati, and we saw one from Istra.
Istra?
Now, Istra is the location of that town of Hum. Remember I mentioned, well, they're liking this one, just missing. And the bowler, Kaz, holding his head, he thought he was going to get through there. But yeah, so the town of Hum, located in Istra, has a population of around 20 people that's officially recognised as the smallest town in the world.
That's quite incredible. 20. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking guessing 10. That's ridiculous, Phil. What are you thinking? But that is really quite something. Yeah. Zagreb is quite an amazing place. It really is. There's some quite amazing scenes here, places to visit. Croatia itself is gorgeous. Now sit down the ground. Now again,
another example.
It's the hesitation and the Tilly straight away saying no.
Yep.
And you know, it was Zach's call because it's gone behind him, and he'd be running to the danger end. Why was he not saying yes? Go! Got to turn the strike over. And now, was it 3 runs off this over so far? And it's just. Yeah, they need to change their mindset.
Yeah, I can see that there's probably a lot of notes being written down by the coach. And then you see that creates that.
Yes.
So we've seen that already. Wickets fall because runs are not, the scoreboard is not ticking over. And then it's quite an ambitious shot being played at this stage. And that's only happening because the frustration of not taking those runs. Tilly, 12 balls for 6. I know there's plenty of time still to bat, but they're not helping the cause with the run rate. That's 17 now for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, there's a popular phrase, we often say it, and you know, people have heard this before about, you know, batters who try to hit themselves out of trouble or try to bat themselves out of trouble. Well, you know, maybe they need to play themselves into form and play themselves out of danger rather than just, you know, get bogged down and go, okay, well, I've got to hit 3 sixes in a row now. Because the pressure on a batter to do that when they know they have to do it is immense.
Yeah.
And this is what happens. You see there, great example, you spotted it, Rico, straight away. Look what Zach had to do then. He had to manufacture something because nothing else is happening. And that's trouble. So let's see how Tilly goes now. 4 overs gone, 17 for 1 on the board. Let's see, he's been backing away slightly to the bowlers. And you mentioned this in the previous innings. It's time to attack. Step into the line and get into the attacking mode.
And Roshan Sriwadana does come on to bowl. Another example of bat on ball, goes straight to the fielder. I suppose you have to credit Scott Birkin, the captain, for getting the fielders in the right place. So that one was on the pads. Does like to come around the wicket. This is what Sriwadana did. And this is why he's dangerous. If he gets it right, I think he'll extract some unusual bounce from this pitch. That's a nice looking shot though. It's a slog sweep. We'll go for 4 runs, solid strike. And they needed that one big time. So Ollie gets this one away. Sriwadana ends up putting it just in the slot, and Ollie says, yeah, I'll have that one. And the bounce behaves itself for a change.
That'd be a good confidence booster for Ollie there. So nice shot, gets the boundary. That'll sort of pump him up a little bit now, and that's what he needs. He needs to step up here and just take that little bit of confidence into the next ball and just play it ball by ball. Go through all the cliches if you like, but honestly, that's what he has to do. 10 from 14, and they still need 193 from 94. That run rate required is 12.31. So it's climbing, but it's not. It hasn't gotten silly yet. But they need to get a couple of good overs under their belt, these two. So we'll down it in again. Swings this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Well, I was going to say a fumble by Oster, but he does everything right because he fumbles it straight to his hand. that was quite funny the way he just fumbled. Nope, got it. Watch this, and it was there's the bobble, and plucks it out of the air and throws it back in. Almost lost no time whatsoever there.
Well, it's nice when it works out that way, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's so true.
Okay, now let's see how Sriwadana goes here to Zach. Solidly pushed, but once again,
he's been Tortugued.
Yeah, and he'll go for 4. Good example there of 2 things. Number 1, we said this earlier, if you attack the ball, there's every chance that this ground will get the better of you. And secondly, I think we both touched on this, that Junus is gone now, and this outfield is quickened up vastly. So a bit of an error, but again, error created because on that occasion the batters did at least look like they were going to take the single, and it just meant that the fielder had to be on his toes, and maybe Lovedeep Singh was keeping one eye on the batters and took his eye off the ball a little bit there as well. So you've got to be keen on this ground as batters. You've got to be keen to play that tip and run game because you're going to win most of those battles.
Oh, indeed, that's so true. He didn't have to hit the cover off the ball either in that previous boundary. So it's just working the ball now. Goes to square. They do take the single this time. 2 overs ago, they would have turned that one down. So that's good signs. Better signs for Croatia here, and good running. But that is going to complete the 5th over. 27 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. 5 overs gone. Have a look here at up-and-coming events. Well, currently, of course, you've got Rico and myself here in Croatia for, well, T20I, ECI, ECS and ECSW on our final weekend. And England-Wimbledon, it's quarter-final day today in the ECS. Big day there today.
Yeah, it certainly is. Norway, well, I've heard that Corey is coming out of retirement to do some ECRs and T20s there in Norway. I will start Germany in Kiel. It'd be good to go back there. Vinny Sandu will then take over, because then I make my way to Romania for the encore. I'll do a little bit there on my own. And then Subi is coming over to keep me company on that one. This is what's happening today in England. It is quarterfinals day there. East Mosley taking on LCC first up. Usman Ghani, I don't know if you saw his knock of 153. He's due to come back to form. He wasn't at his best yesterday, so plenty of action happening in that first quarterfinal. Big day of action there in Wimbledon.
Indeed, yeah. I think eagle-eyed people will notice also that we managed to sneak in a trip to Austria towards the end of the month too. So that's something new on well, in our schedules. As you can see, we like to give you little surprises along the way. Don't believe everything you read. We like to give you something else. Continue here down leg side. That's out wide. I won't mind that one.
One thing we have to remember on the wides, of course, T20s, so the wides, they're not as strict, the umpires, on those wides. So if the ball, they normally use the profile system, so if the ball leaves when it leaves the bowler, if it looks like it's going to hit the batter at some point, and the batter then moves out of the way and it goes past the leg stump, it's not often given. The wide goes for the short ball here, does Singh, and it gets it in pretty, got a fair bit of speed on this one as it goes past the swing of Oliver Tilly. Tilly is swinging hard, but that one kind of follows him. It's a good short ball. He gets it into him. He doesn't give him any room either outside the off, and he doesn't straight down the leg side either. So good short ball bowled there by Hardeep Singh.
Continues now. Picked up nicely. Really well picked up. Went like an absolute rocket off the bat of Tilly there to the boundary line. Really good strike. And that is another well-needed boundary for Croatia. And also for Tilly himself. So nicely done. Getting the boundaries. A couple of boundaries and over, plus turning the strike over. That'll get you 10, 11, 12 runs and over. And that's all they need to do. I know it sounds simple when I say it like that. But it's about just applying that with every over. Not getting too ahead of yourself. And those sort of loose deliveries and those sort of shots, well, they're going to eat those up. And now Tilly's raced up to 15 from 17, and Zach, the captain, on 14 from 12.
Yeah, just got a couple of boundaries in there. It's kind of fancying himself. That was a similar delivery, actually, from Hardeep Singh. Not the best of deliveries going into the pads. Tilly did put one away. I think he's worn more this. Yeah. You can feel he feels the pain of it. He's right in that unprotected part of that left leg.
Yeah, that's hit him just above the pad, and you see he stepped off, and he's given that a bit of a flex now, saying, ouch, thanks very much. That's going to be a nice little mark you can show the grandkids in a few years' time and say, that's where that ball hit me that time when I played against Cyprus in that T20I.
Yeah, Hardeep Singh bowling and trying to pick up his first wicket in his first T20 international. Hardeep has been a key player there in Cyprus over the years. He tends to captain some of the teams out there, so he's a good player. He bowls a very, if I remember correctly, he bowls a pretty handy slower delivery. I've seen him take many wickets with that slow ball at the Ipswich cricket ground, and he comes again.
Just into the covers. It goes slowly. It's missed hit, so it goes slow, and there's plenty of time to take a run there, even though it went straight to the fielder. And they do scamper through for one. Need to keep those singles going. Keep the singles. Try to find the singles they can turn into twos. If they're not hitting boundaries, try to find a way to keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's 34 for 1 after 6. And that means that's the power play done. As you know, in T20s, power play is completed after 6 overs. So Cyprus can put a little bit more protection on the boundary line if they want to a maximum of 5. Have a look at the scorecard there. Unfortunately for John Vunovic, it wasn't his day today with that. Well, it wasn't his match, I should say. He'll get a chance later probably. So he went for a 4-ball duck and compiled on the top of the nice catch he took, or a very good catch actually took in the previous innings. Had a bit of a shoulder complaint, had to go off for a little bit. So he's out of a mixed bag today. But these two sticking fast here together now. And this partnership is now sort of up to, well, 33. They came together and the score was 1. That's pretty straightforward with arithmetic, Phil. Well done. So 33 so far, but it's been a bit of a grind. You need to find a way to capitalise.
I'm liking the comment there from Desi Cypriot, who was saying Cyprus coach Rule Braithwaite is a genius and the best ever in history of Cyprus. And,
wow.
Obviously he likes the coach, but yeah, Braithwaite. From what we saw from him this morning, we had caught up with them briefly yesterday, didn't we? Because they ended up in the same location as us for dinner, as that one is nicely clipped away off the pad. They've got to stay off his pads here. That's one thing they should know already from watching Oliver Tilley. Every time the ball is darted into his pads, he's played away. That's the old Tortuga, by the way. I don't think the fielder there at square, that's Mangala Gunasakara, had any chance on that. It was coming to him, and next thing, it's gone over his shoulder.
Yeah, that's a genuine Tortuga. One of many that we'll see throughout the throughout this time here. So there you go. In again. This one's hit down the ground nicely. There's protection down deep here at long off. Again, has to wear that on the body just as it comes in there. And a bit of an ooh from a couple of people nearby who kind of felt that one as it thumps into the body. One more time. Have a look at this. Just that little bounce there just rose up, and it gave Lovedeep a little bit of a kiss on the shoulder. Goes aerial, and doesn't protect the boundary. Not sure what that was. That was, I think, attempted foot fielding, and that's the kind of foot fielding that doesn't often work.
Yeah, I think he gets sort of talked into going for the catch, because the whole team sort of scream at him, saying, catch that, so he comes running in. I don't think the catch was ever on there. I think that's when you've got to try and stop the boundary. So yeah, Siriwardan are not going to be happy, because that's 2 boundaries that come off this over, and both of them probably shouldn't have been. Goes for the slower one, which I think if the batter, Zach, had stayed in his crease and not moved too early, he would have been looking to whip this away over the boundary, over that leg side.
Yeah, Roshan is leaking a few runs here with his bowling. He's gone for, what's that, 44 now. So maybe they're favouring him. He's gone for a few. Oi, there you go. We have liftoff. Once again, the pitch shows its character and has gone a long way back. That is shown as a minimo. It's 5 wides. Watch this one take off. Ready, set, boom. That has absolutely bamboozled everybody. The score races up now to 49 for the loss of 1 wicket in the 7th.
Yeah, they're just starting to get going, I think, with each over. Oliver Tilley has gained in confidence, though it's fair to say they have kind of bowled in his areas. I think somebody who's very good at playing off his pads. Probably bowling around the wicket to him is perhaps not the best of ideas.
Shouts to catch it. Oh, and that's what he's done. Now, that is an outstanding outfield catch. And how fast did he get around to that one and holds on to a screamer down low? We didn't have to see this one more time.
Great
this
catch.
looked impressive, Rico. That is
Great
great.
catch.
Alexander Sen has pulled off an absolute classic.
Yeah, this is a beautiful catch. Look how low this is when he gets there, but perfect technique, wraps the fingers around it, and protects the ball coming out of the hands when he takes the roll. And as he gets up, yeah, he's running towards his players to celebrate, and he puts the finger up to say, that, my friend, is out. So Oliver Tilley, just when he started to find his rhythm and was clipping the ball away off his pads quite nicely, Roshan Siriwardana puts one a little bit wider outside the off to him. He still goes for it. They got the fielder nicely positioned. Good catch taken. That's the advantage of coming out of the power play. And to a player like Tilley, you knew they were going to put an extra 1 or 2 on the leg side, because that's where he was hitting and working the ball. Very good, smart catch, though, taken there by Alexander Sen.
Wasn't it? Got in position really quickly, cupped the ball beautifully off the deck, kept it off the deck as he went to ground as well. Just a terrific outfield catch, that one. Looked like he'd got a fair chunk of that too off the meat of the bat, but unfortunately just doesn't get it far enough away from the fielder. So second wicket falls towards the end of the 7th. Still got one more to come. And Roshan, he does pick up a wicket. He's got 1 for 25, plus one more to come here now. Bowling to Manzoor now, faces his first delivery.
Yeah, and Sagar Manzoor, who sort of paddles that away to that short third. He's somebody who, when we've seen him playing in the T10 format, is a useful player. He's pretty aggressive. He hits the ball well. Let's see how he starts here. And I think the key thing, once again, for him to do is do exactly the same thing that Zach and Tilley did. Just get that little partnership going again. End of the over. 7 overs completed. They are 49 for 2 of 7. I'll just have a quick look to see where their opponents were at this point. And, well, the difference is a fair bit. They were on 65 for 1.
65 for 1 were they?
Yeah.
Okay. So 16 runs astray, but also they've lost an extra wicket. And that is going to be pretty telling. Have a look at the bowling card there. And you can see there that, well, Waqar Ali and Lovedeep Singh put all the pressure on the Croatian batters in those first couple of overs, going very, very cheaply for their couple of overs. Roshan was a little bit more expensive, 25 of his 2. So a little bit to do here for Croatia still, but that over showed a bit more, for Croatia it showed a bit more intent. 15 runs from it, they did lose the wicket, and there was 5 wides, but the 2 boundaries off the first 3 balls of the over were important. And unfortunately, they did lose the wicket. There was the 5 wides. Look, get him any way you can. But a little bit more intent anyway. Let's see if they can maintain that now going into the next over as we start the 8th over now. A bit of spin introduced into the attack. And just pushed away for just a single there. And the 50 up. 50 for 2 inside the 8th over there. As Zach Vucevic turns it over to Sagar Manzoor and says, up to you. Manzoor, he's a proven batter here on the European Cricket Network. We've seen him many times. See if he can settle into a big role here for his team. Just watches this one go past. Goes past wide, so well left. It's interesting that Adam Sen gets the nod to come on and bowl. Obviously, maybe a bit of reward for effort because his brother took a great catch a few moments ago. I don't know if you'd actually do that. You'd reward the brother with the over if he took a good catch. That's the kind of thing that can happen sometimes. There's a few brothers playing, so maybe maybe the captain got it wrong. Maybe the captain said, "Sen, come and bowl." Wrong one. I didn't take the catch. Bowl anyway.
Bit of a brotherly love. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing
in
wrong
the
with
family. And,
just letting that one go again. Yeah, that one's just pushed wide again. So struggling here with the radar. May have to switch it off and back on again.
Interesting little action here from Adam Sen. I'm watching it pretty closely. He's, I think it's... I'm going to watch it one more time here. He hasn't got the best of... Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's very wristy. The arm, I thought for a moment he's one of those bowlers that just keeps the arm slightly bent all the way through. But I think he just gets the arm quite high up. It almost goes kind of behind the head slightly, and then he whips it back through. So
yeah,
I suppose it's a difficult one to follow if you're the batter. See how he goes here if he's pretty much the same all the time. Yeah, that wrist really comes into play. Good bit of fielding. That's powerfully hit into the deck there from Zach. But once again, no run.
Gives in that delivery, a little bit quicker, a bit more whippy on that one, wasn't he?
Yeah, very wristy, which sometimes has people thinking, hang on a minute, is that all right? Yeah, that looks fine to me. The arm just occasionally there. You see what I mean? It's kind of has a little arch to it as it comes through, but I think he maintains that all the way through, which is fine. There's not a drastic straightening of it when he releases.
True. Yep. Okay, so he's going well. 5 off the over so far. See if he can close the over out. And he does with the dot. Nicely bowled. 5 from it only. Couple of wides. Just needed a few deliveries to just adjust himself there and a handful of singles. But Adam Sen does a good job for his team, and the pressure continues to turn on Croatia here. They still need 160 from 72. That run rate now up to 13 1/3 if they want to take the win here.
Yeah, one thing I made a little note of. I was doing this while you were just chatting there earlier, but I went and looked at what the scores were after 5 overs in chunks. So 42 is where Cyprus were after the first 5.
Yep.
Then in the next 5, they scored another 42. So after 10 overs, they were 84.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see where Croatia are after 10. Then in the next 5, they accelerated slightly. So after 2 lots of 42, they went to 54. Taking the score to 138 after 15. But then, for the next 5, they scored 75 and went from 138 to 213. So after the first 10, they took it fairly, we were saying they seemed to be just taking it easy. They weren't panicking. They seemed to have things in control. But they did get the acceleration in at the right point. A little bit in the first part of the second period of that first innings. And then the last 5 overs when they really pushed and scored that 75. That's when we saw that really good partnership.
Yeah, the 100-plus run partnership there. I think the 3 overs were 56 from memory off the last 3. So you're right, Rico. Those last 5 overs, absolutely telling. The acceleration was really immense. Oh, now, this is Skipper trying to hit himself out of trouble here, just losing his head slightly, premeditating as well, and just not settling in and playing the ball on its merits. And this is what we feared may happen to the Croatia top order here. They get a little bit behind the run rate, they may try to belt themselves out of trouble.
Also interesting, Cyprus have obviously felt something out. I'll go into after this delivery from Hardy. Okay, high, catching opportunity. In the sun, though, it won't matter because it gets over the boundary rope as well. It's a good, solid strike. Just for a moment there, I thought Alexander Sen was going to be in action, taking another one, but it's not to be. Zap muscles that away. But yeah, Hardeep Singh, they've obviously decided that this end might serve him better because he, of course, bowled his first over from the other end. Then Adam Sen just bowls 1 over to allow him to change ends. So let's see if he does any better. I mean, he didn't have the worst of overs. Went for 7. Maybe it's something that Hardy was feeling himself. Oh, he's unlucky here. It's the old Chinese cut. Would go all the way to the man who does know how to put the long barrier down. Nicely done.
Nicely done indeed. Isn't it interesting? So Zach stands his ground, belts a beautiful shot over a deep mid-wicket for 6, gives the charge, miss hit. And the previous charge he gave completely missed as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lesson there maybe for the young batters out there, just to sort of think, keep your temperament, keep your nerve. Don't have to charge at everything. It doesn't always work. And again, you need to stand there and deliver, does it sometimes?
He's trying to go too early here, isn't he? This is Cyprus got to about the 15th over when they started playing shots like this, and at that point they'd only lost, I think, the three wickets. They've got a lot of time to bat. They're not needing the 15s or the 16s per over just yet. They don't have to play these rash shots. You've got 2 boundaries in the over. Take those singles as well. They're behind here, not because they're not hitting boundaries, Phil. They're behind because they haven't been able to take singles.
Yes.
Too many dot balls. That's what they've got to change. Swinging and missing is not going to help that.
I totally agree. 100% agree. We saw that in the first 3 or 4 overs, especially just those lack of singles and so many dot balls. And there was no 2s run. You compare that to Cyprus. They were in the first over, I think they ran 3 2s, maybe even 4. And that just typified the start for both the innings right there. And that's why Croatia find themselves behind the 8 ball with a lot of work to do. But it's not insurmountable. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It hasn't got to a silly rate yet.
Well, remember Cyprus, they were probably all right, we said already they're going, they're a little bit behind. But it took that one over of 20, and that got Cyprus going. So an over like that you feel will come. But, there's no point it coming when you've got yourself out and you're sitting in the dugout. So while you're out there, make it count. And Zach has to make it count. He's got, great effort. That would have been a catch and a half, wouldn't it? It was smashed. Probably saves the Sheriff there. Well, the Sheriff, normally we would say that the Sheriff he's got the quickest draw here in the West, but not this time round. He gets saved here. That was absolutely pelted by Zach. And, Adam Sen almost takes and holds on to a cracking catch.
It's so good to see a replay on that. Oh, in my head, I had the song, I shot the Sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy. You like that one? That's exactly what I thought. That he's almost shot the Sheriff there.
Yeah.
He almost shot the Sheriff. But he did not shoot the deputy. That's nicely saved nonetheless, and a good follow-up delivery as well.
He does save a boundary, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Sen just looks like he's making some little adjustments to the field. Yeah, Scott Burdekin, he wants to move him a little bit finer, more into that backward point area. In the air, and this is going to go probably wide off the fielder out there. It does. That's going to be another boundary. Quadra Cadenas, and that's old Shubby. Nice to have Shub at the ground. Shub along with Marzi, and I know even Vasu came in pretty late yesterday, so
they did, yeah.
They haven't had too many hours of sleep, but nice to have Shub here. And all the crew here, of course, big shout out to them. We've got Vasu Saini here, we've got Shub, and of course Charles Croucher is doing some umpiring doing the T20s, but he would then revert to the tournament referee. Marzi, of course, is here. Alistair is here. And who else we got scoring there? Samir Naik, yeah.
Yeah, Samir Naik.
And Nilkesh Patel.
And Nilkesh, of course, yes. Got something getting the band back together. Good to see them all there doing a cracking job, as always. Hit hard down the ground. That's going to be a hard one to stop. And it is difficult to stop. It goes for 4 runs. It almost made it all the way. That was hit with absolute crunching power there from Captain Zach as he's racing along now. Maybe just finding his right temperament now. Don't have to dance down all the time.
Yes.
Just pick the right delivery and put everything behind it.
Exactly.
And that was a good shot.
You can see when he's playing the ball on merit like that, I mean, he plays straight really well. But that slightly short delivery that he's going after, leave that alone. Work that away for a single. Don't get yourself out now. He's got himself started.
Goes down the ground again. This time it's straight to the long on, just for 1. You're right. Yeah, he cannot get himself out now. He's up to 38 now from 26. Mansell has only faced 6 deliveries for 6 runs, but he can fire up too. We know he's more than capable of putting the foot down. 77 for 2. Last ball of the 10th, and it's just blocked back for a dot. And we'll finish 10 overs, 77 for 2. So they'll be shy of where the Cypriots were at the same time. But they're still in touch. The run rate's going to 7.7.
Yeah.
Still got work to do in the second half.
They're not a lot behind, so they've had a slightly better. So like I said, 27 came off their first 5 overs. So you can see that already there's a big improvement in this one, because that means that they've scored, 50 in this 5. So it's much better. It's good acceleration. They're only about, 7 runs behind where their opponents were this time. Players will take some drinks. And, we can say thank you to, of course, 1xBet, one of our partners. They give us the in-game analysis. Also to HCL Software, Rado, and Bizaway Travel. And, of course, Locker Lifestyles is one of our proud partners. And Grizzly Bear Sports, who are always around and making the umpires look very handsome with those Grizzly Bear tops on. And, of course, things have started there in England. Maybe we can remind viewers what's happening there in England today in the quarterfinals. We had a quick look at that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we should try and bring up that graphic for you, just to remind you what's going on there. The quarterfinals indeed, as you say, Rico, for that ECS. There it is there. There's quarterfinals day. So have we just started, we started the first match or just about to. East Mosley taking on London County Cricket there in the first quarterfinal. Creative Sports against Spencer in the second quarterfinal. Banstead take on CFS Pinnacle this afternoon. And the final match today is Wimbledon versus Weybridge. So quarterfinal action coming to you from Wimbledon. And that's Tina Goff and Mr. Max himself, Vinny Sandu, taking care of you over there. A smorgasbord of cricket on today. Choose your, choose your poison. Which do you like?
Yeah.
T20I, T10. Hey, have both. Why not?
Have both, yeah. If you've got one of those multi-screens, good on you. I think Banstead and Wimbledon. It's my feeling.
That's your feeling, yeah.
That's my feeling. Those two, Banstead played really well in the Group A. In Wimbledon, they were pretty impressive in the Group B. And you just get the feeling now with the quarterfinals and finals day coming up that some of those key players will come into the fold. So let's see how that one pans out. Hey, how about this one? So there's some celebrations in America today because on this day, on 1782, George Washington ordered the creation of the first U.S. badge of military merit, which today is called Purple Heart. So it's Purple Heart Day in America, which is Purple Heart Day is the kind of day created to give back. It's a day for Americans to remember and honor the men and women who bravely represented their country and were wounded or killed whilst serving. So Purple Heart Day there in America. And I think also on this day in 1978, I kind of remember this, it was a big thing at the time. Jimmy Carter declared a federal health emergency in Love Canal, a neighborhood of the Niagara Falls, New York, following the leakage of toxic chemicals that were buried under the community. It was the worst environmental disaster involving chemical waste in U.S. history. That was on this day in 1978. As we will get started, Hardy Singh will carry on. It's a better delivery from Hardy, but I think he's taken a bit of time to adjust to his line. Remember, we've seen him bowl an over from both ends now. This is his second from, we can say, the commentary end.
Yeah. We should dub it the
commentary end and scorers end.
Commentary end, I was going to say production end, but yes, scorers end.
Scorers are there as well.
We'll give the scorers their dues. So that's been squeezed out. It's going to run to the boundary line. Yeah, this outfield is getting quite quick now, Rico. You noted it a few minutes ago as well. That has just gone all the way very quickly across the boundary line for 4 runs. So, you know, smile when you're winning and take the luck any way you can get it, as Zach is forging himself a good innings here. He's got 42 now from 28. Manzor hasn't faced a lot of the action, but he doesn't need to if his skipper is leading by example. And this is good steadying innings here from Zach. Just needs to keep his head though, just not get too carried away. Just a few times danced down the wicket, and we're not sure that's the way to go, but he's still there. 81 for 2. Just slams this one again, just completely hits this one straight into the pad and goes for nothing here. Hey, can I actually, Rico, do you enjoy riding on a vernacular?
I beg your pardon? What is that?
A vernacular. We've got one in Prague. It goes from around sort of the Ujest area. It goes up into the park towards around the side of where the castle is. It's like one of those, it's like a railway that goes up a hill like this.
All right.
On a very steep angle. Vernaculars, there's several vernaculars in Europe. They're going to get through for just, I think, a buy here.
Are we talking like a sort of a roller coaster sort of thing?
No, it's like a train, but it just goes in one direction straight. It doesn't twist and turn. It just goes up straight.
I'm with you.
The seats are at different levels, so you're always seated normally, and you just go up like this.
Ah.
You know what I mean? And it's like usually on about sort of 35, 40 degree angle. There's one here in Zagreb. It's the shortest one in the world. I'll get to that in a second. It's quite amazing. I had a look at it the other day. I was walking around with Mrs. G, and we walked past it, and I looked at it, and I thought, is that it? And that's it. It's 66 meters long. It takes less than a minute. It takes 55 seconds. 55 seconds to go up 60 meters up a 45 degree incline.
Okay.
And it costs, I think, 70 cents to ride it. And apparently it's a lot of fun, but it's 55 seconds worth of fun. The smallest vernacular in the world. Oh, that was close. Hands on heads there all around.
He's definitely attacking the stumps, is Hardy. So he's not, you can see he's not trying to get the batter to play and miss outside the off. He's going for the stumps. Problem with that is sometimes you get the inside edge, which is, of course, we've seen that happen, and the ball has raced away to the boundary. But also, I think some batters, especially the like of Zach, I think that's the way that he likes it. And well, looks like my partner in crime has got the fly squatter out. What are you spotting? What are you after?
I just saw something very, very dark and making buzzing noises just off to the side. I was worried that may have actually been a hornet. So this is not going to be any good against a hornet. I'm going to need something a lot more firepower to take out a hornet.
2 matches today. That's what that tells you between the same 2 teams. Of course, this T20 International will feature just Croatia and Cyprus. There's no such things as bonus points, etc. It's a straightforward win or lose. But of course, with teams playing an even number of matches, net run rate could be pretty key.
It could be very key at the end of this for sure. Yeah, that's right. No finals to talk about there. Just best of 4. And so far, this is, well, Supercomputer is still completely and utterly in favour of Cyprus. I think that door should still be left open. Now, Shouts to catch it. And, oh, the catch is spilled. Valiant effort. Does stop the ball getting past, though. So good work there to at least prevent that from happening. Seen too many times already today. A couple of players in 2 minds about going for a catch and not protecting the boundary. This time, catch is put down, but boundary's protected.
Yeah, I think this is an important one. Zach thought he's gone here. Yeah. Zach's body language was, what have I done? I'm gone. Fielder, it's a good effort, diving hard at it, but not able to take it. So what an opportunity that is that got missed. Get that thing. It's a, what's that we got in here? One of those funny looking wasps that looks 2-in-1 coming our way.
That's the one I saw before.
It's coming back.
It's a 2-in-1. Where is it?
It's coming back. It's somewhere.
Okay, hang on. Wow, that was big.
That was like a...
That was the size of my thumb.
Double-decker.
It was a double-decker chocolate bar. It was huge. Okay, we got some very large things in here. And it's not just me and Rico. There's some very large things going on in here. All right, we're good. 83 for 2. Cyril Widener continuing.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see those percentages as what you see on screens. I think the way that those last 5 overs went for Croatia, they've got a batter who's still out there, though that chance wasn't taken. Big opportunity to remove Zach on 42. While he stays out there, I mean, Sagum Manzoor is struggling. He's chewing up a lot of deliveries, actually. 10 for 6, but he's still there. So he's still part of this partnership. But this guy's key at the moment, and he's gone. Well, look at the joy. It's Roshan Siriwardana who gets brought back into the attack. And Roshan gets the wicket bowling from the scorer's end. So he switches ends as well. And this is another one that gets dragged on from very wide outside. But look at the angle, look at the feet there from Zach. He's that foot goes completely the wrong way. He's reaching for it. There's always a chance to drag it on. He needed that foot to go the other side, to go towards the ball. And as a result of that, that is going to be curtains for Zach. So the captain, Vuskovic, will go for 43 of 32. That now certainly does change things. Now, if the percentages are as we were looking at before, it kind of makes sense.
That is a huge body blow there to Croatia. Captain has to go for just, yeah, as you say, Rico, only 42. Really felt that this was his time to really just to motor on the second half of this innings and lead the charge. He's absolutely gutted. You can see the body language there as he's missed it. He cannot believe he's chopped it down to the ground and cannoned into the stumps. Huge wicket. The get around for the bowler was something else too. All the play, I think every player got over to him as well, just to say, this is huge for us. We've got rid of the danger man. Now they have to restart again. Oh, Sam Houghton comes out. What can he do? Oh, he starts with that one in the air, and it's going to carry the boundary line, I think, for a big 6. So that's how he starts. Well,
hey, I'm going to put my hand up here and say, I wasn't expecting that, not from Sam Houghton. I was almost in the process of saying they're needing here 15, around 15 and over now.
Yeah.
And Sam Houghton wasn't the name that came to mind. I thought they would have gone with somebody else, but Sam, he's come out and he's firing the big bomb straight away. Back to back, boom shaka, boom, boom, boom. How about that with Sam Houghton? He says, Rico, don't you remember you did this to me once before? Yes, Sam, I do. And it was here. And I remember saying when Sam was having a torrid time with his strike rate. He was spending a lot of time out there, but he wasn't scoring big runs. And I said at one point when he came out, I thought, I don't know if Sam Houghton's the right man for this. and it was a different Sam Houghton. Well, that same Sam Houghton has come out here and he smashed 2 balls for 6, and that just means that even though they did lose Zach in that over, it still becomes pretty productive. They get 14 from it.
Yeah, absolutely vital. Those 2 last shots really put a bit of momentum into the innings, and that was really, really needed. So maybe Sam could be the guy to sort of bring this back for them. They're going to need someone to help them out, that's for sure. But that is a good statement of intent. Still chasing, still trying to get to the 100, Croatia. They're 96 for 3 now, 13th over about to start. Oh yeah, so this gives them a bit of hope after Zach departs. They would have loved to have kept Zach there, and maybe, you know what, if Sagar Manzoor can find his mojo, then maybe they can put together a good partnership here. It's 118 from 48 required, 14.75 is what's needed.
They go back to the opener, Lovedeep Singh.
Shouts to catch it, bounces away to the fielder who's protecting the boundary at deep cover. Yeah, just going to be just the one. That bug is going, it's just going through the igloo. It's not stopping, he's not hesitating, he's just going through.
He's like he's checking us out.
He is.
He's going backwards and forwards, he's having a look to see if there's any goodies that he can get into. There's nothing here for you, buddy, nothing sweet. Go away, otherwise you'll get the treatment.
Hello to Ray Tipping, who gives a shout out to you and me, Rico. Hello there, Ray.
Hello, Ray. Welcome. And thank you for joining us this time. Just a single this time from Sam, so it's got Austin who does the fielding.
Hello there to everyone in the chat as well. Rob Thompson's still with us. Hello there, Rob, and John Gray as well. Kev is in there as well. Hello to everyone in the chat. Whether you've got a blue spanner or not, it's wonderful to have your company, Rico and I. We really appreciate your feedback, your comments, and of course your interaction. So keep that coming.
Yeah, Andy Mason, go back to your question after this ball. As it's a good delivery. We haven't seen too much of that, I don't think, from the bowlers from Cyprus. I mean, at the moment, they've got away with it. They've, as I've said before, attacked the stumps a lot more and sometimes strayed a little bit onto the pads. But I think that delivery outside the off where that bounce can come into play is something I would be keen to try and extract all the time. He was asking about the boundary size. Is it still 50 metres? No. I think for the T20s, we try and go as big as we can. I think at the moment, what do you reckon here? I think the side ones are probably close to, I reckon, 65-ish.
Yeah.
60. I reckon we're about 65 to 70 all the way around.
I think we're definitely at least 60 all the way around. I think there are some. Yeah, I think the sides. A couple of the shots this morning, even the batters were surprised they didn't make it all the way. I think you're looking at 65, 67 to the sides. You might be right, Rico. Maybe they've measured out to 70 on the sides. Yeah,
sides look much. Looking at the sides, look much deeper. The straight one, they could go back more, couldn't they? Clear straight. And it's gonna fall just short of the fielder. They could have gone a little bit more on the straight ones, but I think they're making sure that the players have plenty of time to manoeuvre on the other side of the boundary, because you don't want to be going into the scaffolding or the boundary fence. So yeah, I think the straight ones probably, I think straight here maybe around 60, but the sides, yeah, certainly 65 to 70. Thanks for your question, Andy Mason.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Good question. Keep them coming. 99 for 3. Going to race through shouts of go, go, go to bring up the 100 for Croatia at the end of the 13th. So they do get to triple digits at the end of the 13th, losing 3 wickets along the way. Houghton's still there on 14 from 4. And Manzoor, well, he's languishing slightly there. Hasn't quite found his rhythm yet. But these two, a lot riding on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think Sagar Manzoor is the sort of kind of guy that we know if he does open up, can score quickly. He's been quite an aggressive player in the T10 format. At the moment, he doesn't look like he's out of sorts. He's just thinking, you know what, I don't need to really play any big shots at the moment, but I'm sure they might come. You can see there that they started off a long way behind, but they've come back into it. And I get the feeling that when we come up to the 15th over, that they're going to be more or less like for like.
Yeah, I reckon you might be right there. Because the equivalent score at the end of 15, it was 130 something, I believe.
Yeah, 138.
138. Yeah. There you go. So a couple of good overs here, and absolutely could be Sterling with a good fighting chance here. That's hit uppishly, goes into the gap and across the boundary line for 4 runs. So how about that to start the 14th over? And Sam looks like he is indeed the man to pinch John Gray's comment there in the chat. He's looking on here and he's looking quite fired up. And Rico, you've seen him play before. I've seen him play before as well. He is someone who can accelerate, and as you say, he worked on his strike rate. The first time I saw him play, he played up in the Coimbra for the Portugal Night Series.
Yeah,
he got a first ball duck.
He's
but ever since then, he was brilliant.
Yeah, he's strange. We were trying to get his stats up earlier, and we weren't having much success. But he's gone here now, and we won't get his stats out. We'll just leave it at that. Well, I don't know who has to give the apology. Was that? I don't think that. You can't call that a commentator's curse. Certainly, good shot, by the way, beautifully done. That's one.
Do you like that one?
One wasp less. That was the old backhand there from Phil. But yeah, I think he was there to accelerate. That's what he was sent out there to do. He does do that 18 off 6. He does his job pretty well. 2 6s and 1 4, but he's on his way. Another wicket goes with the score on 104. But yeah, I've seen two sides of Sam Houghton. I've seen him when he really has struggled and he's sort of, been out for 30 balls and scored 30 runs. But then I've seen another side to him when he can go out there and just muller the ball to all parts of the ground. So he's let's just say he's a player that can adapt to what the situation is. Yeah,
unfortunately for him, his cameo comes to an end, albeit a very short end. And Charles Bevan comes out and see if he can set things up with Mansour. And they need a partnership here, but they also need to keep that scoreboard ticking. So quick singles and twos, and the loose ball put away is what they've got to aim for here. This is nicely played. This is going to run for 4 as well. Well, that's out of nowhere. Just jumped up and almost plays a back foot defensive shot. Runs it off the face for 4 runs. Keeper doesn't get anywhere near it. One more time. Look at this. It's unusual to get a 4 from that kind of shot. He does look to guide it, but I don't think he meant to get it that fine. Take him anywhere you can get him, though. So off the mark there is Charles Bevan with 4 runs. Nicely done. Yeah,
does that well. It wasn't, you're right. It wasn't that wide, was it? But
no.
He's had a look at the field, obviously. He's seen that there's nobody there back on third, and he plays it away quite nicely.
Yep, that's right. No one back behind the keeper on the boundary line. Again, that's nicely done there. Just flirting outside the off stump, almost obliges with an edge. Tries to drive that one, doesn't get anything on that one. So this game is poised interestingly. They're only just halfway in terms of the runs required. They're just over halfway, sorry. Just to the tune of a couple of runs. They've still got, 6 overs and 2 deliveries to go. So still a lot of work to be done. Swing and a miss. It's better. Good delivery there. Good comeback. This is a good over, this one so far. Well, it's been a 4, a wicket and a 4, and now we've had a couple of dots climbing into it as well. So it's a bit of everything going on here.
Yeah, and nice bit of bowling this from Adam. So I like the way that Scott Birdkin has used the bowlers here. We were saying that maybe one thing that they'll take the quick single here. Yeah, one thing we were saying that Croatia, as that takes us to the end of the 14th over. Score moves to 109, but they've lost 4 wickets there. Very well bowled there from Adam Sen once again. But yeah, with Croatia, we were saying that they didn't return back to several bowlers, did they? Yeah. Whereas you can see Cyprus here, Scott Birdkin is very keen for bowlers to have a little spell, have a break, come back, and he's they've done well. They've rewarded him well, and Adam Sen there, 3 overs bowled, has gone for 26, picks up a wicket. We're just having a look at Sagor Mansour's stats. T20Is, he hasn't played that many matches, actually played just the 5, and I think it was the 5 were the ones that they played here against Spain. He scored 38 in one of those, but his strike rate, is just about 100 in the T20 format. But in T10 is when he's far more productive. His T10 stats are pretty good. He scored, his high score was here last year against Ljubljana.
Yeah.
When he scored that 64, he's almost eyeing up 1,000 runs. So if he gets to a sort of 40 here, that he'll get that. So he's useful, but you can see at the moment, I don't know whether this innings is helping his team at the moment, because I'm just noticing that run rate is now approaching around 18 and over.
Yeah, it starts to get to the point of no return, doesn't it? After 18, it very often doesn't come back from there. Oh, wow. Look at that lift off. That's what we've been talking about, Rico. That's a great example for our viewers there. That's the kind of lift-off you're going to get usually at Cape Canaveral. No, we're getting it here. We're getting it here at the Mladost Cricket Centre here, which, of course, is this is the home ground of the Zagreb Assassins and the Warriors who play here. And just a shout out to David Skinner, our local expert, giving us a few tips here about what's going on with the ground and with Manzor. Well, there's one loan appeal for leg before. Almost affects the run out though. Yeah, David Skinner, thank you for the information, saying that Manzor is the second top scoring batsman in the Croatian T20 League this year so far. In good form, but definitely struggling in this game. Yeah, absolutely, just struggling here. It's like someone needs to walk over to him and just switch that little thing on the back of his neck from T20 to T10, and you just gave the readout of his T10 stats. He's all right in T10, so he just needs to maybe flick the switch and get to T10 mode, maybe for the next 6 overs.
Yeah, I think somebody also needs to probably have a chat with him and say, look, messages coming from the bench. And get going. Now's the time to go, because I mean, all this is very well, but Cyprus are in a position now where every time that ball is just a single, they don't care. You've seen already that Scott has pushed the fielders fairly far back. He's got the 5 outside in the key areas. He's got the fielders that have to be inside the circle, basically right on the edge of it. He's not worried about singles now. It doesn't matter. Saving the singles do not matter at all.
Yeah, it is the engage beast mode. It goes down wide down leg side. A comment there in the chat from Barnard asking commentators' names. Well, Barnard, I'm happy to introduce myself to you. I'm Phil G. I'm sitting alongside Rico Fool here. And between the two of us, we fulfill.
We fulfill.
We fulfill your wildest cricketing dreams here.
Your wishes and your requirements. Nice to have you with us, Barnard.
Yeah, good to have you with us, yep.
And where are you from? Yeah, let us know where you're from.
Yeah, where are you tuning in from? Let us know.
That's a no ball. You know why? Because that's the second one that's over the shoulder. Remember, you bowled one that just took off as well. So now the two umpires are coming together here. I wonder if they might retract this. I think this might be Charles might actually be saying here that I don't think we gave. Yeah, it has been called. They're calling it because it is the second. I don't know if we can see that one more time.
Yeah, it'd be good if we can see it just once again from straight down.
Because remember that one that really did take off?
Yeah.
That would have been the one for the over, and this is the second. So that's why it's called a no ball. It's the second one over the shoulder. So free hit to come. Can Sagul Manzoor cash in on it? He has to, doesn't he? Has to. This is where his innings could change.
Yep. Carte blanche. There's no risk. You need to try to power this one. And this is it. Lock, stock, the lot.
It's a great delivery, though.
It's a cracking delivery. Yep. It's just perfect length.
Yeah, because in the mindset of the batter, Manzoor is probably thinking, right, he's been done for 2 short deliveries. Surely he's not going to bowl a short length delivery here because it might bounce too high again. But Lovedeep Singh has got it in the perfect area, and they can't get anything out of the free hit.
Yeah, that's disappointing. He'll be disappointed with that too. Probably would recognise too that free hit, I can pretty much put this out of the park if I can, and we know he's capable of that. As fielders are moving around quite vigorously as well, moving from one side to the other, as we've just got a bit of a moment here. All right, last ball, the 15th coming up. Strikes the pad. It's no ball indicated very quickly there. Now, I think this could be front foot. We're just going to double check this. Oh, yeah. Oh, big time. But a good, quick, early shout, though, from the umpire, too.
Yeah, good call. Well, he can't complain about this one. Lovedeep. He might be thinking he's not getting too much love there from the umpire. But the umpire, DJ, spot on. Good pick up from the umps. So another chance for Manzoor with a free hit. And this time he's going to find the hands of Singh, and they don't even run. Phil, gee, talk to me about this. You got to have your head in the game. You know, you can't be out from it. It's been well hit, but you got to take a single to take nothing from that. So that was 2 free hits in that over, and they didn't take anything. Nada from it. Yeah,
I don't get that.
That's not good at all. Match 2 coming up, remember, between the same 2 teams. And looking forward to that. And you can see the timings of that. 11:30 GMT and 3:30 in Central and Eastern Europe. And, of course, if you are watching there in India at 5 o'clock your time. So do join us back again. A couple of people talking about artificials. Dave Marshall put a little comment in there that he knows that some bats don't want to play on Astro because they feel it's too easy. I tell you what, if I was a batter and if it was too easy, I definitely want to play on Astros because I want to score runs. It's an interesting one, though, isn't it? Because of course, we travel around all over Europe, and of course, all the cricket that we do is on Astro. And Astros vary so much. I mean, the one in Prague, where you're from, is very different to the one that I know in Spain. For example, the Carmo Oval, and they're in Barcelona.
That's right.
Some are lively like this one, some are not. And it's a bit interesting because, for example, Wimbledon, I would say, is a very batting-friendly Astro. But having said that, whereas batters have scored runs, I mean, let's use Usman Ghani as an example. Started on day one scoring 51, 65, 153, and since then, in the next 3 innings he's had, he hasn't gone past double figures.
Exactly.
So, I hear what you're saying. Maybe it should be easier, but batters still get out. You still get the, we saw a team, the same team. So, talk about LCC, who scored that 226 against Guildford, and that 226 was for 0.
Yep.
That's when Usman Sani scored that 153. In the repeat fixture, how many did LCC get? Bowled out for 48.
There you go.
So,
Case in point. Yep.
I think on artificials, it's also, for me, a lot of it is the length the bowlers bowl. If you can bowl a good Yorker and you keep that ball outside the off, you've got a chance. If you bowl short, forget it.
Oh, yeah. You bowl short, you're asking to be carved up. And that's exactly what the batters will do. Just keeps that one out. Squeezes it out all the way to the boundary, though. But cut off there. And this game is running away from Croatia at a fast rate of knots now. It's 121 for 4. 2 to come in the 16th. 93 from 26. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rick. I like what you say about the AstroTurf. And, yeah, if you want to play cricket in Europe, you're going to have to get used to Astro. And I think David Skinner said that in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of a fumble in the field. They're not going to take a second on that fumble. This has been a big difference between the two batting sides. That Cyprus were very good at picking these singles, and the running between the wickets was exceptionally good, turning ones into twos frequently. And if there was a misfield, I saw them take a single on a misfield that the misfield went no more than 2 feet in front of the fielder who blocked the ball and just got away from him for a second. They still took a run. There's nothing like that from Croatia. It's just something that I know that their coach Neil is going to work on with them during the break, and maybe have a chat about the running between the wickets and where they can try to pick up these extra runs and how to reduce the number of dot balls. And we always talk about dot balls in T10, but we can talk about it in T20.
Yeah.
You know, the team who has more dot balls against the name will be the team that probably more likely than not will not get the win. It's as simple as that in terms of the batting. And now it's 123 for 4 from 16 overs. 4 overs to come, 91 required. Yeah, it's steep. Unless they can get a couple of supersonic overs in a row, I reckon this is pretty much gone for them.
Yeah, they've got to do the same thing, basically, that Cyprus did. They were at the end of 15 when Lovedeep finished that over. The score was 129, and Cyprus at that point had scored 138. So it's only 9 runs difference. So they're not that far behind.
Yeah.
But as we know, Cyprus really accelerated fantastically well in the last 5. And, as I said, they scored 75 runs in the last 5. That is what's required here.
It's terrific acceleration, as you say, 75 off 5. And the last 5 too. At a point where the fielding and bowling team's thinking, all right, we're probably chasing about a 160, 170 score.
Yeah.
To walk off with 213 for the chase. Yeah, that's a big body blow. Well, this has been elevated. That should carry the boundary line and hits the roof, the tent. And it's caught one-handed off the roof of the tent. Now,
how's that?
That's backyard cricket. That's out. I'm sure in backyard cricket, that would have been a wicket. But it doesn't work here in under ICC regulations. There's no such thing as one-handed off the tent, unfortunately. So good 6 there to start the over. Wide ball to follow up here. This is Hardeep Singh, who's coming back on to bowl. He went for, I think, 22 off his first 3 overs.
Yeah, what doesn't help them is Lovedeep, they went for 10 of that over, so way behind what you're needing, and then the next one goes for 4. So that's really put them now at a point where they've got to, we have a saying on the network, that when it's over 20 runs and over required, you've got to go magical, and that's what they need to do. They need to go magical here, and I can see them getting 1 or 2 big overs, but I think Cyprus have got bowlers that can come back who are fresh and get some tidy overs in just the same way we just saw that Adam Sen do it. Hasn't he had a good match, Adam?
Oh, he has, hasn't he? Really enjoyed his game today. Yep, that innings he played was sensational. Tucked around the corner nicely. That's going to also race away. And the ball is racing along the deck now. There's a couple of Tortugas out there for the ball to run into, but at that sort of middled off the bat pace, it's going to carry all the way. Watch this. A little bit cramped. Doesn't get up as high as the batter was expecting, but got every bit of that. And that is a nice shot around the corner for 4 runs. Just another shout out to Ray Tipping. He said, nice to hear you back on the mic, Phil. Thanks very much, Ray. It's great to be back on the mic as always, and great to have you also back in the chat. It's been a while. Full slams into the unprotected upper leg of the batter there. Let's see how hard this one smacks into him. Look at this. Goes crash. Oh no, maybe just into the top part of the pad. Definitely going down. So not out. From side on. Oh yeah, just above the knee roll. So he will not be limping after that one. 135 for 4.
Oh, the umpire just puts Hardeep Singh off there. He's coming in the bowl and TJ says, boo.
Did I get you? Did I get you?
Now, Manzoor's time for him to go. He's still behind runner ball. But Lisa, he's got a couple of boundaries in this one, so that won't help. It's another wide. Not a good delivery at all, this from Hardeep.
They get a wide +1. Let's have a look at this one again.
I'd like to see it again because I'd like to see the profile on this when he bowls it. Was it always going past the leg side for a wide or not? See, I actually think on that one, I actually think in T20s, that's actually not a wide. I think because when it started, if the batter's standing there, you see, if the batter's standing outside the leg stick, he's now moved across and missed it.
Yep.
And the ball's gone where he was standing. That, technically, for me, that's not a wide.
Yeah.
Technically. On T10 when we play, it definitely is.
Sure.
But a good comeback from Hardeep Singh. Gets this one now outside the off. Yeah, Manzoor, remember, he was, before he hit those boundaries, off 25 deliveries, he was 15. And if you look at the situation that they're in, you know, it's not right to pinpoint a player. There's been several reasons why they're in this predicament, but his innings has not helped.
Yeah, totally agree. Big shout out to Helix in the chat, who's also joined us. Hello, Helix. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. It's not helping. This thing about the wides too, I remember in the CE Cup in Czechia, we saw that called by standing umpire Joe Foster, who didn't give leg side wides quickly because he was judging it in terms of T20I. Oh, late to come to that one, almost completes the catch. I think the fielder just didn't think he was in with a chance of catching that. And in the end, he actually was in with a red-hot chance of taking that one.
Well, I see this 2 ways. One way I see it is that, yes, definitely probably should have caught it. But maybe the fielder is saying, it's Manzoor, let's leave him there because...
Yeah, he's doing us a favour.
He's doing us a big favour.
Right.
So, yeah, he's probably not... I mean, look at that. You can see his strike rate there. 25 off 28. It's the end of another over. 3 overs to go. They're needing 77 runs in it. Can't see it happening. No. I really can't. I mean, I have seen strange things in T20s. I did in Romania once. I saw Austria score 62 off 2 overs to win a match.
Yeah.
That was quite exceptional. So it can happen, but there's just no sign and no evidence of it so far. Yeah, I mean, have a look at that, how it finished there.
56 off the last 3.
Yeah.
There was that 25 off the 18th and then a 16 and a 15. And that is the kind of exhilaration we're talking about. Well, they need that, and they need that and then some again. So it's not going to be easy. Oh, great delivery.
What's he appealing for? That's definitely off the bat, isn't it?
I think he's just appealing because it was a good ball. He's appealing to say, how was that a good delivery? I've seen bowlers do that. It hits the bat, and the bowlers still appeal, thinking it was such a good delivery, right?
Yeah, it was.
He's smashed that.
It's like he wants approval. He wants the umpire to say, hey, it was a good ball. Yeah, it was good.
Well bowled, but I can't give it out. It needs to fulfill a different criteria in order for me to raise the finger, okay? As the umpire would explain to me if I did an over appeal. No, Phil. Sit down. Keep staying in your lane. 138 for 4. Oh, now.
Oh,
now.
You naughty boy. Now, look at this. Well, we've been talking about balls that have been knocking blocks off. What? This one would have broken your toe.
What? Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Ankle biter. That is another worm burner.
Oh, my.
Daisy cutter, worm burner, ankle biter, whatever you want to call it. And the batter is just, he's beside himself. He cannot believe what he just got served up.
Daisy cutter. Now you're taking me back.
Oh, it's a bit fuller. And they're shouting for that one as well. I think that's, see if that's come off the pad. And it has, so no bat involved in that one. This is probably a little bit straighter, but still looks like it was doing a lot going. He'll hit him well outside the line, so a few appeals that could be saved maybe for the Red Cross.
He's desperate to get a wicket here, isn't he, Waqar Ali? He's appealing for everything.
He really is. Tell you what, he may get hired by the Red Cross with these appeals. Oh, he tries the slower ball there, and it's come out a bit wrong. So just pushes that a bit wide.
Has got 10 wickets on in T20 internationals. His best figures were 4 for 14 against Estonia back in 2021.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. In T10, he's got a 5 for 5, which is quite astonishing. So he's handy with the ball, and that's been smacked out. Field was a bit low, slow coming off the boundary line there. It's funny, the ground on that side where the ball was hit out towards the deep middle area, it slopes upwards just after the boundary rope.
I think that's the longest boundary, isn't it? If I look at that, that's pretty. When I'm looking at the fielder there on the boundary, that's a big hit.
He's a long way away from us. Yeah, yeah. I reckon. Yeah, that's definitely 70 out there. I reckon from the middle of the pitch.
I tell you what we'll do. We'll have a break, of course, after this match. We'll have a chat with the. Oh, they're going to take this, and yeah, why not? It's one thing that they weren't doing at the beginning of the innings, so don't forget that. That also, I'm not saying that makes a difference while they're at the point now where they're needing like 30 odd and over, but it certainly didn't help their cause, and I think it resulted in a few wickets going down. But no, I'll tell you what, folks, there are a few questions have been asked about the boundary sizes. We will find out. We'll get the exact figures. I'm sure the Sheriff will know. That's played away, not going to go to the boundary. It shouldn't anyway. And nicely fielded. That's well done there by Hardeep Singh. So it's in the bag, this one for Cyprus. So Cyprus, the team that come in to these fixtures with a slightly better record than their opponents, Croatia, the home side. Cyprus, having played 14, the same as Croatia, have won 4. Croatia had won 3 up until now, and they were ranked 81st and Croatia 83rd. So it's gone to form, but I expected it to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, me too. I thought it'd be a lot closer than this. I just felt that Cyprus batting, they were on for the quick singles and the twos early on in their innings, and they set themselves up just with a good rhythm and routine and good partnerships as well, and just a different sort of mindset. And when you're chasing a score of 200, it's pressure from the absolute get-go, and I think that Croatia just have not handled that pressure well.
Scott Austin will have a go. It's a risky shot to play from the batter, but Sagar Manzoor. Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could say is Sagar Manzoor, he'll be a lot better, you would expect, second time round for being out there. He's got used to the pitch. He spent a long time at the crease.
There he goes, up in the air. That's going to come down into the hands of the fielder, I reckon. Oh, and how about that for a relay catch? Well, the fielder knew his momentum was taking him over the boundary line, and he's pulled off an absolute miraculous moment of clarity by throwing it to his counterpart, who was right there for this. One more time. Look at this, in the deck. Nah, you have it. And the fielder takes it.
He wasn't expecting that, was he?
Not at all.
I'm glad he was partially alert to it, because the catch is being taken, and the fielder thought, well, I'm making my way out of the field here. Here, have it. And he was like, huh. Luckily for him, he holds on to it.
Oh, dear.
Nicely done. So, well, we still haven't got a space, actually, have we, to put these assists in for the catch. But that's nicely done. Well taken. And it will be, Muminul Islam will be rewarded with the catch. And who was the man who did the work out there? Who took it and passed it on to him? It was that the man in front of us here? I think it was, wasn't it? Was it Adam Sen who did all the hard work? Great catch, team catch. Well done. And Adam Sen certainly is putting a big shout out for player of the match performance in this one, isn't he?
He really is. That was excellent work. Just that, the clear and clarity of doing that. Well, that's Tortuga, the bowler now. So Stone Cold Scott Austin goes down, doesn't manage to stop that one, but gets over him. But well fielded there again. Yeah, I think it was Mr. Sen in front of us, and he definitely put his hand in the air for that play of the match.
Well, what about Aminul Islam? Does that one get stopped? Does it bobble away? He's only on the field because, of course, that We saw that Roman Mazumda went off because he just tweaked his ankle while he was doing some fielding, and now he's going to be in the highlights.
He will indeed. He'll have his own little moment to send to his family and friends around the world and say, look at me. There you go. I was 12th, but look what I did.
Look what I did.
Came on as sub and I did that.
This could be another, you know. There's players out there.
Reckon that's gone all the way. Nope, 1 bounce, 4 runs. It just manages to split the 2 fielders out there deep. And the 150 up for Croatia here. So they're going to put together a score, maybe the 160s, maybe the 170s, but unfortunately they're going to fall a bit short as Austin again gets hit pretty hard. Oh, he's let that one go down leg side. So the stone cold is melting here. Just not keeping it together. I hope I'm not infringing any trademarks by calling him Stone Cold Austin, but
there's a lot of things melting here. He's warming up, and as you said, it's going to get a lot hotter day by day. So, and okay, second chance for a wicket. Who wants it? Scott Burdekin comes in and has taken a tremendous catch.
Wow!
What a great catch that is! Well, the 2 Scots in action. And the bowling being done by Scott Austin, and it is Scott Burdekin that charges in from the boundary. He's called this. There's 2 men going for it, but Scotty's called it early. He said, that's mine. Stay away. Incoming. And he takes a catch. Kinna sona catch palya. Zabardast catching. Zabardast fielding. There it is. Brilliantly done.
That's bowled Scott A, caught Scott B. Nicely done. So, unfortunately for Satya Devai, he has to depart 5 from 3. Didn't make an impact there, but he was on a hiding to nothing to try to make an impact in the dying stages of this innings. But Scott A is the bowler and Scott B is the fielder. So the Scots combine. Good catch. Didn't think he was going to get to it, to be honest, Rico. I thought he was going to struggle.
He called it, and I thought, well, he's calling it. Is he going to get there? He does get there right at the end of that over.
So 19 overs gone. Final over coming up. There's 63 runs astray of where they need to be. Mansour is still out there. Let's see if you can finish on a bit of a high. And that one just gets through for Dot. As it's going to be Waka Ali with the auspicious duties of bowling the final over. See if he can get a wicket now. He's gone for none for 11 from his 3. He'd love to try to pick up maybe Bevan or Mansour in this over.
I think Waka Ali is feeling what a lot of bowlers feel. I mean, he's bowled really well. Look at his figures. He's only gone for 11. He's broken the fingers almost there of Sachitra Tharanga. But he's thinking, what's going on here? Scott Austin comes on the bowl. He doesn't always bowl Scott Austin. Picks up 2 wickets for 8. And I'm breaking me bat. I'm getting the ball all over the place. I'm beating the bat, and etc., etc. Can I get a wicket? No. It ain't fair, he says.
Whoa, now. That's going to take a bit of go. Well done for the fielders there. They don't get the catch, but they back each other up nicely. But that is another one of these deliveries that just out of nowhere just take off.
Well,
that's incredible.
The one before was the one with the P-roller, the daisy cutter you said. That,
yeah.
I think, sort of pitched in the same place. So you got to feel for the batter. He thinks, what's going on here? Right, Bevan. Can he get off the mark? This is Scott Bevan.
Yes. That's why I'm pausing. Oh, I'll tell you what. I thought he was going to go for a first baller then. I reckon if that had happened, he would have just hung up his boots and walked off the ground.
Oh, dear.
Completely would have left the scene.
I'm surprised. You know, we said at the time that if they said you're going to have a bat, Scott Bevan would have said, not today, please.
Yeah, not me.
Today.
Not me.
He's had an awful day. Now, let's see what he can do here. You want him to get a run. You want him to get a run.
I do want him to get a run. Oh, he waits on a slower delivery. It's almost come undone. Oh, he's having a nightmare today. He's probably thinking, why did I get out of bed? Seriously, why did I set the alarm? I should have missed that alarm. I should hit snooze one more time.
Yeah, he bowled 2 legal deliveries before he was taken off, and those 2 balls went for 15. He's dropped catches. He's had misfields. Now he's trying to get off the mark.
It's come off the leg, I think.
Leg by, I think this is.
Yeah. Okay, well, he gets himself off strike. That, for him, that'll be a win. He's off strike. He'll think, Rico and Phil, you can be quiet now. I'm off strike.
0 not out. He'll be walking off there saying 0 not out.
He's at the non-strikers and he's going to legal delivery. Please, legal delivery, legal delivery. Let me get this not out to my name. Here we go.
This is where everybody wants Mansour to get a single.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter though, does it? It's the last ball, so he won't get a single, will he? Yeah, he will.
Okay, just the one.
Oh,
hang on.
Come on, come back. No, he's saying, no, I'm not being run out. Not being run out on 0.
Not going to get run out. I'm staying here.
I'm home, I'm staying home. Well done. End of the first match of these two on day one of this European international series between Cyprus and Croatia. T20 internationals, yes it is. 2 matches coming to you from today. Of course, we're the European cricket, and that'll bring you all of the action. And it will be Cyprus with a very comprehensive victory, winning by 58 runs. Croatia, they'll be disappointed. I think disappointed with the start, really. They were way behind in the first 5 overs, and though they did get some acceleration in the next bunch of 5 overs, the last 5, they just totally fell away.
They did indeed. It was just a bit of a shame that, Croatia, they didn't start well. They had a bit of good momentum while skipper Zach was out there. There was definitely a chance there, and he put together a good partnership there with a couple of his players, but unfortunately it was just too little too late. And when he lost his wicket, you just felt that was a just momentum shattering moment for Croatia.
Yeah.
And it destroyed, that's the wicket right there. And look at his body language. He knows how important it was that he stay there. He just takes forever to get off the pitch. He knows that was a devastating moment. Yeah,
and Sriwadana knew how big it was, the way he celebrated as well. So, and it's reflected on the way, that was the end of Houghton, who went out there and played some nice shots, gave them some good acceleration.
Yeah.
Of 6 deliveries, but he went for 18. And after that, really, nothing much happened. I think they've really got to look at to see if they will stick with Sagur Manzoor to go in at number 4 again. He just never really could get going. We didn't really see him get on top of the bowling at all. But if you look at the 5 over batches, 27 in the first 5, then they got 50 in the next. They needed to keep accelerating. They didn't. That was that catch, by the way. Great catch. Well, great work there. You got to be said there once again from Adam. But then they went 42, so they were going in the wrong direction. And the last 5 overs, 36.
Wow.
So, and the disappointing thing with that is that if it was 36, but they finished on 155 for 9, you kind of get it. But they still were wickets in hand. So it really, there's no excuse for it not to be going upwards.
Yeah, it was very sort of protect ourselves, protect our wickets at a time when they needed to accelerate, and maybe they had to throw arms. They had to throw arms and throw caution out the window, or else the game was going to be lost. And when you've got the margin finally being, what was the end, 58-run margin, yeah, I kind of agree with you, Rico. You look back at it, you think, you had wickets in hand. You could have stepped up. You could have, ifs and buts, you could have done this and that and the other. But however, and that's something that management will probably think about as well, is that's something they need to try to sort out. As we have another invader here.
I've got something to sort out as well.
Yeah, okay. We're going after something big and hairy in here, and it's not me.
Or me.
Or Rico. Well, you're the one with you're
swatting it away anyway.
Don't hit yourself.
I won't indeed. I won't hit you. Well, we've got to worry about hitting ourselves. There's not much space in here. Hey, well done to Cyprus. A good win for them, but of course that means that I think Croatia, the home side, will be a little bit more motivated and determined to come back and try and get a victory themselves as well. The scorecard, we'll have a quick look at that. And it didn't help, did it, with that run out? Don't forget that run out of John Vujranic right at the beginning. Great bit of work, though, from Scott Austin. That was absolutely fantastic. Good reactions from him as he got it away. Then I heard that. You got it. I heard that.
1-0.
That sounded like you hit a tennis ball, and it was a wasp that we reckon it's a double-decker wasp. But
he's going to come back.
You got to make sure you finish him off, otherwise he's coming back angry. But going back to this, Oliver Tilley played some nice shots. Took him a while also to get going, but he did hit 4 boundaries. Zach, the captain, that was the big wicket. He went for 43. But Sagur Manzoor, 36 deliveries, 32, not out also. It's one of those where it's an innings where you're not going to be too proud of it, really. All right, he sticks around, but there's got to be some question marks about that innings to say, look, that's what we needed, acceleration. You either got out in the 20s trying but coming back 9 out of 36 balls on 32 is not what we needed at the time. It's a very negative one, and you can't really say too much about the other batters. They just went out there and had a go. But we can certainly speak about the bowlers. Phil, I like the bowling of Lovedeep Singh. I think Lovedeep Singh, his bowling and the line that he bowled from the end he bowled at, so the commentator's end, was just absolutely perfect for that style of wicket.
It was. He did really, really well. The pressure he applied on at the very start there, also in conjunction with Waqar Ali's first couple of overs, that for me, with the run out that happened in the first over, it was quite an incredible start to defending a massive total. Croatia on the back foot straight away in the first 5 overs, thanks to those two bowlers, as you say, Lovedeep Singh and Waqar Ali, and that to me was the game done there. I couldn't see Croatia getting back into the side. Mathematically they could, but you could just see the way they were playing, the way Oliver Tilley was constantly backing way to leg side, almost like he was needing 50 runs off 4 overs in a T10 match. He was batting like that kind of mindset, and he had all this time to play himself in and to just calmly make 10 runs and over. It was just, the mindset seemed wrong.
Yeah, my observation on that before we knock off is it was what I watched and what I saw out there in that match. It was like Cyprus were the home side and Croatia were the away side, because Cyprus seemed to take to the pitch pretty well.
Yeah, they did.
Whereas Croatia, they seemed to be the team from the batting we saw there that were a little bit nervy off it, cagey off it, and I don't know how to deal with it. So I think the message for them has to be, right, look, we've gone 1 down here. There's 1 more to play today. We don't want to go back to base 2-0. We want to win this one. So come on, boys, be a little bit positive. Go out there, go at it hard, and let's get a win here. And then we regroup tonight. We come back fresh tomorrow and try and win the series. So
I agree.
Be interesting to see how they come back. Have to mention Waqar Ali, though. His figures, 4 overs. He goes wicketless, but just 14 runs conceded. That economy rate, 3.5. Absolutely fantastic.
Excellent.
So, folks, we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Remember, there is 1 more match to come from here at Croatia today at this Mladost cricket ground in Zagreb. But in the meantime, while we're having a break, you can go and see what's happening there in Wimbledon. But do join us back for some more T20 international action when we return. And Croatia, the home side, will be keen, very keen, to level this series with 2 to play tomorrow. So hasta pronto, mi familia. Join us back in a short while as we get ready for match number 2. Adios for now.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome everybody back to the lovely Mlados cricket game here. Phil G here to take you through match number 2, starting very shortly indeed. We've just had match number 1 and a good win there for Cyprus here in that match number 1. Very emphatic win, 58 runs was the final margin. Thought it would be closer than that. Rico and I talked about the chances of both teams early on in that match, and it just didn't come through for Croatia. They got a chance now to right things and square the ledger here on the second match today. 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow, and that's it for the T20Is. It's just a best of 4 series, so net run rate all important. It could end up on teams on the both amount of points. We'll see what happens as we get ready to go with the coin toss here in this next match. It's over to Mia, who's got the 2 captains for the coin toss. Mia, take it away.
Once again, mate.
Croatia is the home team, Cyprus is the away team. Croatia has the toss.
Thank you. Tails.
Heads.
We'll have a bat, please.
Croatia is choosing to bet.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you for that. So you can see there, Croatia win the coin toss. Going to have a bat first, get a score on the board. A good move from them considering they couldn't chase down that mammoth score of 213 that was made by Cyprus in the previous game. So now they're going to try and reverse things and say, right, let's put a score on the board. Let's not have that pressure of trying to chase a big total. This is a good move. It's a good toss for them to win. The ground is lightning quick. It's looking an absolute picture, by the way, too. The ground is lightning fast. The dew that we talked about earlier this morning, completely gone, absolutely gone. And so scores are going to be high again. I just get the feeling Croatia can put a really big score on the board here, and they can really throw down the gauntlet to Cyprus and say, look, over to you. We had to chase this morning. Now it's your turn. Let's see how you go. A couple of batters going to be relied on very heavily here for Croatia as well. They need to turn it around. Led very well by Zach there at the top, and also they're going to need to see runs from Sam Horton. They're going to have to see runs from Manzor. They're going to have to see runs from everybody if they want to get a good total on the board. I'm thinking around 170, 180. Even then, you're not safe. Let's see what happens here. I'm looking forward to this one. Hope you are as well. Cyprus, on the other hand, well, they bowled really well, I thought. They only took 6 wickets, but they contained the top batters so well. Waqar Ali, so economical. Didn't get a wicket, but so economical when he bowled. And I think that Lovedeep is another one to watch out for in the Cyprus bowling. Anyway, without any further ado, let's get over to Rico Full. He's in the commentary igloo. Rico, over to you. And the news of the toss is that Croatia won the toss. Going to have a bat first, get a score on the board. Let's go.
Thank you very much to Phil G out there doing an outstanding job and giving us all the insights, getting ready for match number 2. And as you saw there from Maya doing a fantastic job with the coin toss as well, I must say that Croatia have elected to have a bat first this time. Yeah, look, I don't mind that move. They didn't go to plan first time round, and maybe they felt that there was on some of their batters just a little bit too much pressure when it came to the run chase. So they are making a change. It's nice to see that Alan Magdalenic coming into the side this time around. So he's into the side, and Scott Bevin gets a break. And I think Scott probably requested that he could sit this one out. Look, sometimes you have days like that. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow he will come back strong. You never know. You might even see him making an appearance as the 12th man. Cyprus there, no changes from them. And I'm sure there may be some there from them tomorrow. And Cyprus, of course, they're in a good position. Scott Burdekin's meant to know that if they can go out there and get another victory, then tomorrow they just need to win one and they win the series. And if they can wrap things up early enough, then they could. You never know. Look, there's, you know, it's up to the captain. They could make some changes, but the key thing, of course, is you want to win. There's serious things up for grabs here. You know, you want those ranking points. You want to go up the ranking. So I don't think there's going to be too many changes. I suppose it all depends on the fitness of the players. So it'll be interesting to see how Roman Mazumda goes. Remember, we did see him limp off when they were fielding. That could have been just a precaution. I feel that it is. They know that he's a key player. They want him to be fit and well going into this match. And, of course, could be key matches tomorrow, depending how this one goes here today. I want to say thank you to everybody for joining us back. Hope you've had a good spot of lunch yourself. A few people were saying to us, like John Gray, have your lunch, enjoy it. And we did. Had a bit of biryani today. I know that I've had tucked into mine. It was just finishing his off. Nice biryani. And with the favourite and delicious yogurt. I call it a yogurt dip, but it's not really a dip, but you know what I mean. A cucumber raita, which went down very, very well. All right, we are ready to go. And the red, white and blue of Croatia, the batters are out there. And it looks like there is a change there. One thing that myself and Phil spoke about in that break briefly is wanted to make a change at the top of the order, i.e. go with someone like Sam Houghton, and they've done just that. Now, we did say that Sam, he can play a manner of ways, and being that he's the opener, he might be a slightly different style from him coming out. It may not be as super aggressive. So Sam Houghton is and has gone to the top of the order. Namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasirikal, abuan, vanakam to everybody that's tuning in via fan code. Lovely to have you with us. And don't forget, we do have the ECN Telegram channel now as well, so you can always follow us in Hindi. EuropeanCricket.com in Hindi. So get involved with that, why not? Right, we are ready to go in a beautiful setting here on a lovely hot sunny day. And we are ready to go with the first ball of this match number 2. Only play the 2 here today, remember. Sam Houghton will be on strike. He's got Oliver Tilley with him at the non-strikers end. Just a little bit of movement, I think, there behind the bowler's arm. So Sam waits, so we are ready to go. Shot there of Shasitra Tharanga behind the stance. Played away, no run. And this is where, I think this point for both teams actually, probably more for the fielding side, is where you've got to just switch straight back on after finishing one match. Sometimes you can get guilty of just relaxing a little bit too much. You've just had a bit of lunch, and next thing you know, 5-10 overs have gone by and you just haven't been at your best, and you let things slip away a little, so you want to hit back straight away. That's played away. It's going to be 4 runs. Interesting shot here played by Houghton. He kind of works this away, heaves it away to the leg side. I love seeing, interesting that he's actually bowling from the scorer's end. Now, personally, he bowled so well from our end, I wouldn't have changed him. I would have left him the way he was, but I suppose it's an opportunity for Scott just to see how the bowlers fare from either end. He did make a few changes in that last match, getting the bowlers from different ends. And asking the question, they like it, and he's been given out here. Sam Houghton doesn't believe it. Let's have a look. So here's the appeal. I mean, there's nothing there. I mean, I must admit, I don't see it. Sam Houghton is going back to himself saying, nah, leave those alone, leave those alone. But he's been given out. He doesn't like it. But it was an interesting one. If we have a look at it one more time, there was kind of the appeal first from the wicketkeeper, and then the bowler. See, the bowler's not interested here, and then he does get interested, and the umpire, second time of asking, then gives it out. So wicket does fall. Houghton goes cheaply, being moved to the top of the order, hits 1-4. But that'll be all, and well, Love Deep, he's done it again. And the first wicket does go down. Catch taken there by Tharanga. So early wicket, early breakthrough that of Sam Houghton. That brings the captain, Zach Vuskovic, out to the middle. taking guard, and probably gets a few words of wisdom there from Oliver Tilly, who himself has yet to face a ball. So Lovedeep Singh does get the wicket as he gets Sam Houghton chasing a wide delivery. There you see it on your screens now, so not the start that Croatia wanted. Have a look at the percentages. We've seen that before, haven't we? 80-20. It's played out onto the offside. A bit of fielding being done there by the fielder. A better throw, could have a throw right on the stumps would have been interesting, though Mangala had a fair bit to do to stop the ball and get the throw in right on the stumps. John Gray saying time for him to go now, and hopefully we'll see him back a little bit later. Oh, that's really close. Let's see this again. This is not missing the stumps by much. It's a bit of a rash shot. Have a look at this. Oh, that's really close. That's so close, and not only is it close to hitting the stumps directly, but it's one of those which I think if there was a bit of battle of that from Tilly, probably would have hit his, chopped it onto his own stumps. Tilly, we know he does like to take the odd risk or two. Lovedeep gets a little bit closer, and that one just pops up a little from Lovedeep and not played with that much authority, it has to be said, from the batter Tilly. And the over does come to an end, and with the score 5 on the board, 1 wicket down, and of course it was the wicket of the man they hoped would make the difference at the top of the order, Sam Houghton. He went just for 4, and fine time to bring back the man who was out there in the middle a moment ago, being chased by wasps, I heard. Phil G joins me back in the igloo.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yes, I was indeed. It was nice being out there in the middle. It is warm in the sun. It's very, but there's a bit of a cool breeze that pops up every now and then. And it's making conditions very nice. Mind you, as soon as the breeze drops, you feel it straight away. And yeah, I was just at the end of just before I threw to the coin toss, a very large wasp just lined up eye level. I'm not kidding, no more than 12 inches in front of my nose, and just sat in front of me. Myself and Karina, who was on the camera, both cracked up laughing, and I turned to her, I said, "Did you get that?" She said, "Yeah, we got it." Just. That's probably why it cut away so quickly. But yeah, thanks for the welcome back, Rico. Good to be back. And hello to everyone. Wonderful to have your company, as always, in this second match. And a big one here for Croatia. I like the idea of Sam going up the order, but it failed, unfortunately.
Didn't work. I don't know about the decision there. I mean, umpire's got to give what he sees. But I know that Sam wasn't very convinced with it. A few people in the chat also thinking that it wasn't the best of decisions. Hey, I want to give you a quick update in that first quarter-final. Oh, yeah. Wimbledon is mostly winning comfortably, chasing the 123 they were set, and doing in 7 overs, and good performances there from Clyde Reeves Fountain, and Michael Sheen made the chase easy. Didn't lose a wicket, so big win for them. It's played out on the offside, big chase. That's the longest part of the ground, we feel, and that's why the ball doesn't go to the boundary. Definitely a 70-metre boundary over there.
And slightly uphill there, just towards the end of that boundary too. That's right, I was actually over there just a few moments ago before I came back into the comms area. Just slightly angles uphill. It angles a lot steeper just after the boundary line, but it just ever so slightly angles up. So a ball that doesn't quite have the momentum will probably maybe roll back down the hill.
Ball bowled again there from Singh. Singh just seems to have... it took him a couple of overs, I felt, to get his rhythm right. He didn't look comfortable bowling from the scorer's end, but ever since he switched to this end, he's been better, and he's been getting that ball he does get that ball to move away. If you look at his actions, so even on a day like this, he is getting a little bit of movement away from the batter. That's what makes him useful. Well, this time he gets a little bit greedy, doesn't he? He wants to get tries for the Yorker, the away swinging Yorker, but he doesn't get that right now. I reckon on his follow through here, he's hurt himself a little. He's just holding his ankle, so as he's bowled here, I think he just managed to step on the edge of the pitch. It's where there's a slight difference in the level between the edge of the pitch and the grass. So he's just turned his angle slightly. It looks like he's okay, but just for a moment he held up He's still checking it a bit, so he's feeling it, but wasn't the best of deliveries. Bit of a full toss that gets put away by Zach. Zach, of course, and, was keeping them in the match last time around, we felt, until he got out. So he'd be looking to go better than the 43 that he got in the first match. Comes hard into him again and slightly shorter. Oh, how about this for a Tortuga? Well, we're going to cue the music in a minute, and we want everybody to shout Tortuga at the same time. Take a look at this. This is a nasty one. Ready for it? Tortuga!
My goodness.
Madre mia.
Rico, we had a great view of that from side on, and I tell you what, it just perfectly went over the top of the fielder. It was almost perfect, the time of that Tortuga. I mean, believe me, if it had cracked him in the body, it would have not been perfect at all. 17's lost the 1 wicket. Just proves that this field, and you walked across it, I think, coming back from lunch, didn't you? And you were saying to me, Phil, it is as bumpy as it looks on the camera.
Yeah,
it really is.
It is. I mean, it's one of those where just walking across it, I came from the scorer's end all the way across here. Walking across it, you think, well, if you're not careful, you can quite easily roll your ankle on it just walking. So, yeah, it's not the easiest to field on. It's going to be a good test for all the players. That's beautifully played. Now, one thing that we know already, watching Oliver Tilley in that first match, if you go into his pads, that's where he's at his best. So, you can see he shows all of his stumps. So, there's no reason really to be bowling there. That's just not a good delivery from Lovedeep Singh. So, he doesn't seem to have adjusted to that end quite as well as what some of the other bowlers have done. So, but you don't bowl at the pads to this guy. I think Lovedeep needs to go back to that line that he had before, outside the off, short of a length, and try to get Tilley playing the cut shot. And, well, shorter delivery. It is wider. Jagade Patte, says Lovedeep Singh, as once again, not for the first time in the day, we see a batter crunching the ball back to his own stump. So it is that shorter delivery. It is outside the off, you see there. And he just plays it straight onto his own stumps. And Hardeep Singh knows where the cameras are. Here's another one. Bites the dust. So it's very similar to that dismissal of Houghton. Gets a boundary, then has to take a walk back. He too will go for 4. And off 4 deliveries, and just did like Houghton did. Gets a boundary and gets out. That's exactly what Tilley's done. And Lovedeep Singh picks up his second.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Just a change up after that lovely clip shot for 4 runs. And you're right about Tilley, though. Yeah, you put it there, it's what's going to happen. So next ball, he doesn't put it there and picks up the good wicket. And, yeah, just Tilley just rolling his head and rolling his eyes as he realised he's chopped that one on badly. And, yeah, Croatia in trouble. Big trouble now at the top here. 21 for 2, only 2 deliveries into that into the third over. And it's already, there's already flags waving of trouble.
Yeah, John Vucinic comes in at number 4. Now, he was the opener who got run out without scoring on 4 deliveries in the last match. So he's coming down just a little. Him and Sam have kind of switched places. Has to deal with the Lovedeep straight up. Oh, that's a good delivery. This has missed only by a fraction. Take a look at this delivery. How about this? Look at this. Oh, how is that missed? How is that missed? We will never know. We will never know. Look at Lovedeep. He can't believe it. He could have had his third.
I think everybody at the ground can't believe that. That was millimetre fine. That was incredible. Oh, well, sometimes luck's going away. He's got 2 for 9. He's got all the 2 wickets. He's definitely going to be adding to it like that.
No ball called by the umpire, so I think he's overstepped the mark here. The umpires is onto it pretty quickly. And speaking of umpires, this is a man that we both know very well. I think that's our friend Vedran out there, isn't it? So there's the call. We know that, yeah, there he is.
There he is, yep. We know Vedran very well. He's very well known in these parts of the world too.
Yeah, Vedran, he's a very important guy when it comes to cricket here in Croatia. Of course, for a time, he was the one who was keeping the men's team going. He's played for the national side. He's managed them, captained them, coached them. Now I think he puts a lot of his effort into the women's game. Well, trying to get funky here, and well, I tell you what, I think Zach was pretty close to maybe kicking this onto his own stumps. He wants to get funky here. I think he gets kind of followed by a Lovedeep, so that's good. Good change up late on from the bowler just as he was getting into his stride, and wraps him on his pads.
Vukovic needs to, he needs to knuckle down here. We saw in the replay, and obviously when it happened in the previous innings, how he was so despondent losing his wicket at available time. Oh, now, that was an opportunity.
Yeah.
That was a catch.
Yeah, now he has a couple of bites at this. Now we'll see it again here. Let's just make sure it is bat or gloves, not the arm. Now, actually, I think
Glove or arm? What do you think?
I think that might have come off his upper arm, actually. I think it might have come off the upper arm because I didn't see the bowler get and you can see that the batter there is actually saying, no, I'm all right. This will give us a good look at it. Well, maybe. Let's see where
shot.
Let's see here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, quite high up on the shoulder. And that's why the umpire, good umpiring there as well.
Yep. The
umpire DJ just goes up and checks that he's all right. And that is going to be wides. Yep, 4 wides. It's a minimal. As once again, he's done this a few times from this end. As Lovedeep Singh, he just strays onto the pads. This time the batter isn't doing the punishing. It's genuine wides as Taranga not able to get anywhere near it.
Yeah, that was a bit disappointed there. It wasn't just after that close call to then just release a bit of pressure there with that loose delivery. 28 for 2, last ball, the third coming up. Still a good bowling spell from Lovepreet. Nothing away from his efforts here. So Lovedeep doing very well. One more to come.
Oh, wow, now what do you think of this one?
Oh boy.
What do you think of this one? It's an interesting one because I suppose the other one wrapped him on the shoulder, so you couldn't say that it would have been one for the over. This one, that's a proper nasty delivery. That is when you're a fast bowler, you're saying, have a sniff of this.
Over the shoulder, just past the face by, maybe 3 or 4 inches, that kind of thing. A short ball that just says to the batter, hang on a minute, where are you going? Have me some of that and score nothing of it. That's a very good dot ball. It's a well-placed bouncer. And showing a little bit of fire and ferocity there at the end of the third. Nice ball.
Yeah, one thing definitely about this time round from Croatia, they're scoring at a better rate. All right, they have lost 2 wickets. But the rate that they're scoring at is good. So really, I suppose it's like, keep going the way you are, but just hold a partnership together. That's what they need here. That's what they need these two to do.
Totally agree. It's so important for them to keep that scoreboard ticking over. I was going to say they need a good power play about 50 or something like that, just to put their minds at ease and not lose any more wickets either. If they can double this score by the end of the 6th and not lose any more wickets, okay, it puts them into the mid-high 50s. That's good. That's a good launching platform, better than they did in the previous game.
And good bit of fielding. Once again, a bit slow to get back into his crease. That's nicely fielded.
It was very quick to sort of turn and throw, all in one action. The mistimed pull shot. It's one bounce, picked up, transferring hand, and the hesitation on the single again. You could probably argue if they had gone. I think there could have been trouble for Zach.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, John, he was run out last time round, a run out without scoring. At least he does have a run to his name, so he has made a start this time at least. That's nicely played. A good early call. Yeah. Like that from these two.
It's better. Yep, much better. Needs to be doing a lot more of that. Just looking to place the ball. Doesn't have to be looking to go for the big hits. They'll come later as the confidence builds, but just looking for these singles, muscle them around the ground, like what Cyprus did in the previous game. Muscled around the ground, picked up 1s and 2s, early shouts as well, and then the acceleration came at the right time.
Yeah, bit of a field change here from Scott. He moves another player out onto the offside where he feels that both these batters seem to be playing most of the shots, and Hardeep, to his credit, up until now, has kept the ball in that off-stump corridor, and then he strays onto the pads, and he's going to get hit away from 4 runs. Goes for the Yorker. He gets it wrong. It's on leg stick, and it's full enough for Zach Vukovic just to clip in around the corner, and that's 4 runs. Not good bowling, and just look at the difference in the outfield as that ball races across it and goes to the boundary.
Yeah, so I had my eye on Skipper after that delivery was bowled because as you say, Rika, he made that change. He strengthened the offside.
That's better. That's what you want to be. That's more like it. That's why that field got changed.
Yep, exactly that point. Hello to Chris Smith. Joins in the chat. Oh, he's giving us some AFL scores. Thank you for that, Chris. Hope you're well. Hope everyone's well in the chat. John Gray's still there with us as well. Good to see you as always. Hope everyone's enjoying the cricket. David Skinner's still there with us too. Thanks for sticking with us, David. Good to have your company as well.
And going for the shot, and I think the Grizzlies going to beat the fielder out there. Nicely played. Hits it on the up. Adam Sen. It's a good fielder, is Adam, but couldn't get there. But again, a little bit too short and doesn't get the bounce that he wanted this time round. And that's what I think the batter's got to do. You just got to say, you know what? It might just take off, but I'm playing this shot. If I get lucky, fair enough. But I'm not going to shy away from these. Good comebacks. Fuller delivery. Maybe just held the pace a little bit slightly off that one from Hardeep. So he'll finish with 9 coming off that over. He's 2 overs so far, being worth 21. And the last match, there was a change after the 4th over. He allowed the openers to have 2 overs each and made a change. And that's when Roshan Siriwardana came on. So let's see if Scott Burdekin makes the same sort of changes this time. They've still got some very good bowlers, of course, to bowl. And we were very impressed with Wakar Ali. He's 4 overs last time. Odie went for just 14. So there's several options available to the captain, but it looks like he will go back to Roshan Siriwardana to be the first change. And he did pick up some good wickets last time round. Picked up 2 for 39. And be hoping. And also he did get the key wickets, didn't he? Got the big wickets. Got the wicket of Zach. So that may be another reason why Scott, the captain, is pretty keen to go to him early.
Yeah, I mentioned Wakar Ali too, just that you mentioned him before, Rick. I mentioned him in my introduction, just feeling that, you know, he was so economic and so important in that just completely dragging Croatia down at the very start of their innings as well with some superb bowling. Roughly played there. It's a very good forward defence. Jeffrey Boycott would be very happy with that. Wanted none of that. Absolutely none of that, did John?
Does play it really well. Hey, it's time to get a few questions in. My first one for everybody after this ball. Yeah, good. This is what was missing from them in the first match. They weren't taking those singles. So yeah, okay. First one is, who was the first woman to win 4 gold medals at the Olympics? Who was the first woman to win 4 gold medals at the Olympics? Okay, I'll leave you to chew over that one for a while.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Backward gets through the bowler that one that time. Tied it up. They still get through for a single though. So yeah, this is important as you're saying, Rico. Need to keep the scoreboard ticking. They didn't do that well. They're doing it a lot better now. So kudos to them for picking that one up. And Roshan, he's not bowling too badly. He favours coming around the wicket, which is interesting, even to a right-hander. So obviously he has a plan of attack in his mind as he bowls. That's not just, you know, whatever. That's a good delivery. Goes across the right-handed, taken up high. Does jump a little bit, but off Roshan's pace, he doesn't have a lot of pace. So it does jump up, but keeper takes it around about shoulder height.
Yeah, it's a nice teasing length, and because of that angle, you can see that's why the batter's sort of gone across it and missed it. This time a little bit more sort of intent in the shot, but same result, no run. So John Bujnovic trying to get himself going. I wonder if the keeper here, Tharanga, fancies going up to the stumps. I mean, personally, I wouldn't, not on this pitch, I have to say.
Yeah, not on this pitch.
You've got to be very brave to do so. But you can see that he does like the bat outside of his crease. End of a pretty tidy over there, though, actually. Only 2 runs coming from it, from Siriwardana. And that means that 5 overs now completed, so 39. So just keep an eye out on how they're going. I like to measure teams after the 5 over chunks. In the first match that they played, after 5 overs, they were on 27 for 1. So this time round, it is better. And, they are 39, but they have lost 2 wickets.
Indeed. Okay, so it is better, as you say. We'll just have a quick look there at the the quarterfinals day, which is happening today in Wimbledon with Tina Goff and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu taking you through the action there. East Moseley have just concluded their game against London County Cricket with a 10-wicket victory over them in their quarterfinal. So Creative Sports and Spencer will be almost kicking off any moment now, or maybe they already have just started. Banstead, CFS Pinnacle play later, and then Wimbledon and Weybridge are the last game this afternoon. Oh, nasty.
They're not even running here. Not running. I think that has taken him totally by surprise. I think he's checking his lid. It might have even come off the... Is this a bit of a bat lid, Joe? Let's have a look there. So here's the delivery. That is just taken off. That, in fact, it's gone right onto the lid. Right onto the lid.
Wow, yeah. I was waiting for the umpires to get across and check the gear as well. I think that's really important. Yeah, that's a nasty one.
And this Wakarali, now, you know what, Wakarali bowled very well from the other end, but I think he was the first when they went back after that match saying to Scott, can I bowl from the other end? Because I think Wakarali knows this end has got that little bit more of spite in it. It's a bit more vicious, it's a bit more deadly. And he's thinking, even though I think he bowled brilliantly, he did pick up a wicket. He wants a wicket. He's hungry for a wicket, is Wakarali. I would just be saying to him, hey, do what you did in the last match. That does the job just as well. But that was a brutal, deadly delivery. It really was.
It's good to see the Cypriot players get over to check the opposite skipper to make sure he's okay. Get a couple of bats on the back too, just to say, you're right, Skip. And we continue now. But yeah, cracking delivery, that one.
It's good delivery. That's the old 1-2, but it is the oldest trick in the book as well. Wakarali bowls a short ball, smashes Zach on the lid, and then he fires in the Yorker, which had to be dug out quite beautifully. Well played by Zach. Had to keep a cool head because a lot of batters would have thought, right, you just hit me, I want to hit you back, but he watches the ball nicely. Captain Burkin does the fielding. Down the ground, it will just be, I think, a single. Well, he might have pushed it too far away from himself, but good alertness there from Scott Austin, who comes across and keeps it to 1.
Yeah, that was good to see. Stone Cold Scott Austin streaming across the ground there. No chance, almost overran it, and then he doubles back, coming into shot at below the bottom of your screen right there. Good work. Good anticipation too. They're very quick across the field, the Cyprus fielders. They seem very well drilled. And they're running fast and looking pretty fit. Very impressed with them in the field. Okay, in again.
Little clip onto leg side as Stewardana this time comes in and keeps it to a single. Once again, I think Cyprus are not going to be too concerned with the singles. It's the boundaries they want to try and stop. So you can see that the fielders starting quite deep. I think that also makes sense because of the outfield they're playing on. You don't want to be in too close because the ball, just because of its deviation and the bounce, could get past you. So you might as well give yourself plenty of time to see it and stop it. That's a full toss. Scott Austin in the action and holds on to the catch. And that will be a wicket. It's a gentle full toss, actually, from Wakarali. It's probably, could go down and say it's probably not the best ball he's bowled. It might even be the worst he's bowled today. But it does pick up a wicket. It's a slower delivery. That's what fools the batter, Zach. So it's slow, and he's hitting it in the wrong place. That should have been going leg side over mid-wicket, but he's tried to play it inside out. Scott Austin, he is so sharp. He is so quick, and he's the man who's got the Austin powers as well. Comes across, holds onto the catch, and Wakarali picks up the big scalp of the captain, Zach.
Yeah, this is real trouble now. Real trouble sort of signals coming from the Croatian dugout as they lose their skipper right towards the end of the 6th. We're not even out of the power play, and it's 3 down for 41. I said if they can hold their 2 wickets that they'd already lost up till the third overtime and try to double their score. Well, they haven't even come close to that. Since then, they've had 4 runs and lost a wicket. And at one point, they were, 38 for 2. And that was the end of 3rd over. And I said if they could double that score, hold their wickets. Instead, it's all just gone to pieces now. And they're now 41 for 3. Outstanding catch. Made so much ground in such little time. But yeah, poor Zach, just wrong shot. Had to go leg side, as you say, Rico.
Yeah.
And he's tried to go inside out and has not had anywhere near the momentum required.
It was a strange shot, though, wasn't it? I mean, when you think the way the ball is angling into him, I think maybe it's just a deception of the change of pace, and he doesn't play the right shot. Maybe he thought it was coming quicker, then changes his mind on the shot. I'm not sure. So lets himself down here, though, with this delivery, the first one to Sagar Manzoor. Now Manzoor, let's see how he goes. And obviously, he's got the time to get himself in, so you don't mind him with the first 15 or so deliveries to take his time, but he can't bat the way that he did in the last match. He's got to be quicker, he's got to be more aggressive, he's got to be more assertive and have maybe a bit more belief in his own ability.
Yeah.
It could be gone early here, but it won't carry. Doesn't carry. Wakarali gets a little bit excited, holds his head, and survives the first legal delivery. There's Manzoor, but only just. Croatia in the spot of bother here at the end of the 6th over. They're 3 down for 42.
Yeah, they're kind of showing us they've got a touch of the yips at the moment, and they need to shake this off and just settle down. It's easier said than done, clearly, against a bowling attack and a really pumped up field placement as well. I complimented the fielders a couple of overs ago, and I got to say, the fielders just look on. They look like they want the ball to come to them at every opportunity. Yeah. They're going to take every single catch, and they're really standing tall here. Have a look at the batting card there. Look at that. A trio of 4s and a 23 off 10, off 19 from the skipper. Yeah, middle order's going to have a lot of work to do now. John, especially, John Vujanovic, he's got a lot of work to do. Faced 10 deliveries for that 4. It's a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah, there is. And at the moment, I think while he was out there with Zach, he was definitely playing second fiddle. He didn't really play a shot in anger, but now I think he knows that it's time to change. I was very impressed with the bowling of Adam Sen as well. In fact, I mean, Adam Sen never got the player of the match. They did go with Roman Mazumdar for his 80 not out, but I think he came a very close close second best, because I think he put a very good all-round performance in, and here he is now with the ball, Adam. It's a good delivery. The change up on pace, but he's got the confidence, Sen, to just really take all the pace off it, loop it up there, and basically saying to the batters, it's there if you want it.
I think Vujanovic knew what to do with that one. Just played it too late. It was already in the keeper's hands.
What I'm noticing from him, as they do take a signal here, I still got a bit of bat on there. No, bias is signalled in the end from Vedran. But he's reluctant to go forward. He likes to play with the back foot. He doesn't go forward. Even the shots that he's playing, he's staying in his crease and just clipping it either side. He isn't coming forward to play the shot. So it's interesting. Something, not sure what's going on here now. Is this one that's taken? Yeah, I think that's one that catches Taranga a little bit. So he needs a bit of treatment here on his fingers. I think the old magic spray is coming out.
Yeah, he's as it got past the swinging blade, I think keeper was just a little bit unsighted at the last moment for the ball. It's flicked the top of his fingers, immediately rang them out, and obviously byes given, so knew there was no bat there. He's had, I think, a little bit of the old freeze spray. Yeah,
there's Cyprus on the back of their shirts. Of course, they've got the olive branches, and of course, the olive branches, which signifies the peace between the communities in the country. And speaking of olives, I know that Croatia themselves pride themselves on the olive oil that comes from here. Yeah. Olive oil is liquid gold, they call it, liquid gold. Croatia, especially in, once again, that place, Istra, produces some of the best olive oil in the world, frequently winning international awards. So kind of a battle of the two nations who pride themselves on their olives and their olive oil as well, Cyprus and Croatia.
Okay, that's interesting. I actually wasn't aware that Croatia had such a thriving olive oil industry, but I guess the climate's right. It's that part of the world, so why not?
Adam, once again, great over from him so far. They haven't scored. Well, just until then, they still may not. It could be out. Oh, he's dropped. Oh, well, this is just sensational. He was juggling this between himself. It went from 2 to 1 to 1 to 1, then 4. Have a look at this. It's gone in. I think he should have taken it here. He didn't have to move, look. But he drops it 1-2, and then he could have taken it in his right, could have taken it in his left, throws it over, and then he arches over and says, ouch, I've hurt myself. Oh, that is a chance that goes begging. Manzoor being dropped on 0.
Incredible. That might wake him up, though. Good Yorker to follow up too. Just gets pushed down the ground. Yeah, that may be the moment that can wake up Manzoor. Look, he played an innings previous game which wasn't explosive. It was pretty much a run of ball, almost sort of 20, 30 odd sort of effort. So if they can get something out of him now, which is a 40 or 50 off the next sort of 20 deliveries, then suddenly things start to look better and look brighter. As the 7th over is finished, and it's just 48 for 3 on the board. Vujnovic, he's looking a bit out of sorts, 4 from 13. Probably might get to a point, if he continues on this sort of run rate, you'd almost sort of think, look, they're 3 wickets down. You probably don't want to pull him because you're 3 wickets down. But at the same time, you'd probably be looking into your dugout and saying, all right, I'm pretty confident we can bat down to 10. Who wants to get out there and just give this thing a thrashing? Because we need to find something. You need to shake the tree. You need to really shake the olive branch and try to make something happen here. Look at those economies on the bowlers there, 8, 10, then 2, 3, and 5. The last 3 bowlers, incredible economy rates, and everything has just ground to a halt for Croatia. The last few overs, 6, 3, and 2. That is quite something. At a time when you think they'd be trying to find some acceleration here. Let's see what they can do. All credit, though, to the Cyprus bowlers. This is up in the air, catching opportunity. Keeper wants it, and keeper takes it. Simple as that. Keeper said, I got the gloves, mine. He immediately called and ran straight for it. Nobody was going to get anywhere near him because they didn't have to. Takes a safe catch. Another wicket goes down, and now the procession continues. Rico, this is, well, if it was trouble when the 3rd wicket fell, I don't know, what's the good superlative now? They're in dire straits right now. They are properly in dire straits.
They are, and well, I know that Hardeep Singh is going to be very happy because he dropped Manzoor on 0. He dropped him and pushed the ball over the rope for 4. He only adds 1 more to that, and he'll go for 5 of 5. So Sagar Manzoor, it's just not happening for him at the moment. I suppose he did try to be a little bit more aggressive in that innings because of the way he went last time. But good catch there, taken also by the keeper, Thronga. Remember, he just had some treatment to a finger that he hurt, and that over from Sen. So that's always a test for a keeper, isn't it? Once you've got a bit of a niggle, you think, oh no. But he deals with it well. Good catch taken, and Croatia lose their 4th wicket.
Mr. Skinner in the chat just mentioning that he is striking very well in the local domestic league, so it's quite amazing. Striking 200. Just out of sorts here in these T20Is. It's played out towards the boundary rider in the covers. Yeah, it's quite astonishing. I had a look at some of those numbers, David. You mentioned it in the previous innings about how he's the 2nd highest run scorer, and I thought, well, I'll have a look at those numbers. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And striking around 200, and he looks like a completely different cricketer here, and in this format of the game.
Good stop there once again from Thronga as the bowler. Siwadana goes too much down the leg side. He has come back to bowling from this hand at Roshan. He did try an over from the scorers, and it didn't bowl a bad one actually. He only went for 2, but he's just making a change. I don't know if this is just Scott just keeping the bowlers moving around. I think he's done that very well. I commented on it in the first match. He bowlers bowl 2, they come off, 2 others come on, and then he brings them back. He keeps the bowlers warm, and I like that. I'm not a big fan of a bowler who bowls, especially in T20, will bowl maybe in the first, a couple in the first 4 or the first 6 overs, and then it's held right the way back until the 18th over or something. I don't like that because I just think in that time that bowler has lost his rhythm, could have lost his shape, and gets a little bit stiff. So just use them at regular intervals, and that seems to be working here for Cyprus.
It's not working so much for Croatia. They won the toss and elected to bat first. They were very keen indeed. Changed the batting order up as well. Felt that they'd found the right batting lineup. Unfortunately, it's fallen apart. The top order have just collapsed. This is when John sort of retreats into his shell here and sort of just intentionally plays that defensive shot. I could see that coming before the ball was bowled, Rico, and I thought, okay, this is, you could accuse some batters of you know, intending to play a pull shot or a deep mid-wicket shot. He was intending to play a defensive shot before the ball was even released.
He's not confident coming forward. Now, it could be just a battle of the mind, you know, just saying to the mind, look, it's okay, I can go forward. I have to be confident. He's staying on the back foot, and I think as a result of that, he's missing out on so many. So this is it's going to be an interesting little period because you've also got Satya Devi out there. Now, I know Satya Devi pretty well. In the T10 format, he's a very useful all-rounder.
Yeah,
he can score good runs, but I'm just looking at his T20 international scores, and he hasn't really done much with the bat.
Okay. His
highest score actually is 6, and that was last year. So, yeah, he is struggling, but now's as good as time as ever to put a personal best performance in here. He's just got to dig deep. But, yeah, look, that expected score 122. That's not going to win you too many matches in this format.
That's true. So, 9th over starts. Satya Devi is facing. It's good bowling, though. I mean, even that delivery, just perfect delivery, good length. Not much you can do about that. Just pushes it out for a single. There was never going to be a way to try to squeeze that one out.
Yeah, so what I like about it is, you're right, they're making them play. You could say, you know, look, this pitch is pretty lively, keep it outside the off, dot a few. No, they're making them play. They're basically saying, no, we're making you play because if you're playing at the ball, then I've always got a chance to get you out as well.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Adam's doing here. Roshan's doing the same. But every ball is right at them, making them play. And they don't look comfortable at all. I mean, I've got to say here, the captain, after he gets out, I don't see anybody else. He scored 23, didn't he? And just have a look at John here. He is struggling big time. Just 5 on the board of 17 deliveries.
That's another drop ball. Just, it's full. And as you say, Rico, he's not going to come forward. He's going to struggle all day with these kind of deliveries. And they know that. And they've got him pinned. It's like a boxer having someone pinned on the ropes and just jab, jab, jab. Then there's the money shot. Jab, 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 money shot. Gets this one away.
Well, again, they're hesitant. They will get 2 in the end, but they shouldn't have even been a question about it. Should have just turned around and go, there's 2 runs there. We've got to get going here. Something's got to happen. Confidence, needing confidence.
Yeah, and look, the longer he stays there, I like to think the more confident he'll get. If he can run a couple more 2s like that, builds up the confidence, and suddenly the legs start moving. Suddenly, without thinking about it, you're getting yourself to the pitch of the ball. Let's see how he goes here. There you go, just a little bit of a shuffle forward there, and he gives a good punch down the ground for an easy single. So with just these little things comes confidence, and you can see he just had that very small skip. He was not afraid to get away from the stumps, got to the pitch of the ball and hit it nicely.
Yeah, and after this over, I'll give you the answer to that question as well. The first of my one today, who was the first woman to win 4 gold medals at the Olympics? We'll give it to you after this delivery and see how well that you did. And just to push at this, not trying to do anything too exciting. So the 9th over does come to an end, and the score just limps along to 57. So 57 for 4. So the question was, who was the first woman to win 4 gold medals at the Olympics? And the answer was at the 1948 Olympics in London, track and field athlete Fanny Blanca-Cohen, who was pregnant with a 3rd child, helped the Dutch team win 4 times 100 relay gold, becoming the first woman to capture 4 gold medals at a single Olympics. He earlier had won the 100 metres, the 200 metres and the 80 metres hurdle.
Wow, okay. I'm glad the answer wasn't Phil Tufnell. I would expect like Wayne or Monty in the chat to jump up and say that, but I think they're watching Wimbledon at the moment, so we've luckily to get away with that one. Good question though, Rico. Really good question though. That's elevated. That's going over the top of comms for a big 6. Nicely middled, elevated. So there's a good bit of momentum there, and that is well, Hari Prasad puts it right in the centre of the blade, and that has gone way past the blurry outline of the commentary area and the scaffolding. Nice shot.
Yeah, it is a nice shot. That's what they needed, and that takes him to his highest score now. He goes for it again, and he'll get it again. 2 out of 2 as this one smashes into the side screen. Well, Harry Prasad said the Devi, that's more like it. Look, just be positive, be confident. So Roshan Sriwadana is saying, I'm putting it up there. You got to play at it. You've done it once, you're going to do it again. And, well, Southern Devi says, oh, yeah, I will. So that's good from Hari Prasad. Okay, let's see what's going to be offered up this time. Shorter. Just dabs at this one. We'll take the single.
So 6 runs off his first 2 overs, and then 13 runs off the next 3 deliveries of his 3rd over. That's a nice turnaround. That's better. So Sathi Divide just saying, all right, if it's there to be hit, I should be hitting it. This is the 10th over. We're going to take a break at the end of this one, have a drinks break for the players as it gets quite warm out there.
So gently pushed again for a single. Now this is, oh, there's a bit of, not the best of fielded there, a bit of hesitation also from the 2 batters. One of them wanted to go, the other says, no, stay there. This is not the time to lose a wicket now. You just want to say to yourself, okay, look, let's just see this over right. It's been a good over for us so far. Yep. Let's see these balls out, get to drinks, regroup, have a talk, get some refreshments in us, and then try to finish well. Up in the air and doesn't carry. I don't know about this one, you know. I say doesn't carry. Adam Sen is the fielder.
I think he was slow out of the blocks.
Yeah.
I think he didn't see it straight away.
I'm with you. I don't think he picks it straight away. Because that's very similar to the one that we saw Scott take in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of surprise there. Maybe just a split second out of the blocks too late.
I asked him the question, but I think this was always going down the leg side. That will take us to drinks, everybody. And a little bit of acceleration in that over. It's the best over that they've had so far. And only the second one that's gone over double figures. 15 come off the over. And Croatia at the 10 over mark. They're 72 for 4. And I like to give you the little sort of every 5 over score from them. So 72, they had 39 of the first 5. So this time they've scored 33. So 39 of the first, 33 of the next 5. So once again, they're going in the wrong direction. And remember, that 33 came thanks to the 15 that just came off that over.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, imagine that. You get 15 off 1 over, and we're talking about 33. So that's 18 off 4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, at that time, it's hard to believe, but that's testament to the good tight bowling that the Cyprus team have brought, and also the good tight fielding as well. They've caused the hesitation with the batters running between the wicket. Yeah. They've caused the miss hits, the full bowling, very cramped fast bowling in at the body, but full deliveries to batters who are in 2 minds. They want to go for big swings, you know, down the ground, and they want to play square, but they can't because they've got no room. So it's very clever bowling. This is a team that's done their homework on their opposition, and it's really showing. Croatia, they're struggling. They've got 72 on the board. They have a bit of a platform here for the middle order to play themselves in for the next 5 or 6 overs, and maybe a rush of blood in those last 3 or 4 overs. That is probably what they can do. But 72 for 4, it just shows how tough it is out there at the moment. I'm not just talking about the heat, just the bowling and fielding is very good.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. All right, for those of you who said, give us another one, who am I? I was born today in 1971, and I took 7 wickets on a test debut for England. There you go. I think you should know that one. Fairly straightforward one. Let's talk a little bit more about where we are at the moment in Croatia. We've talked about the Dalmatian dogs, and they do indeed come from Dalmati. The famous spotted breed is named after the Dalmati region here in Croatia. And Croatia itself has 10 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and the Palace of Split is one of those. And the old city of Dubrovnik, I'm sure I'm saying that. You say it.
Dubrovnik.
There you go. Dubrovnik. Once somebody says it, I'm going to say it.
There is another. It's because Mrs. G's flying through Dubrovnik heading home today.
Oh, that's right.
I had it in my head.
Yeah. And most of, this is the one, this reminds me a little bit of England actually, because you could say the same about England. Most of Croatia's beaches are pebble or rocky, not sandy, but the water is crystal clear and beautiful.
Yep, I've seen some of the footage of the water on the coast, and it is indeed all that, and then some. I need to get down to the coast. I haven't been to the Croatian coast before, and I know a lot of Czechs. A lot of people make the trip from Prague down here. It's a very popular destination for people from Czech Republic to come on their holidays, and surprisingly, the language is very similar.
Okay.
Very, very similar indeed.
Yeah, well, you were saying that yesterday when we were at dinner. Why don't we talk a little bit about what we had to eat actually yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Let's get into that.
We should go. It is the last match. Last match of the day for us.
Technically it is,
It's the last match of the day.
So we should
for
be
us.
talking about this,
I mean, we
right?
could wait till the second innings, but I think we should talk about it because it is about lunchtime. And also, I'm going to remind you to drink some water. I'm going to have a chug now.
Oh, thank you. I will do that indeed. Yeah, we were lucky enough to meet up last night. Obviously, myself and Mrs. G were here for a few days, and we met up with Rico last night for a quick bite close to the hotel. Sit nicely down the ground, just jogging through for one, as it goes straight to the player who comes off the boundary there at Long On. Yeah, we did. We went to a lovely place. It was called, it wasn't called Botanical Gardens. It was called, I think, just the Botanical Restaurant.
Yeah.
And traditional food and a little bit of Italian mix in there as well. Ooh, now, keeper's taken another one on the end of the fingers. I tell you what, he's going to want digit transplant in a minute.
I think there might have been something on this. I heard a sound, and let's see. Yeah, definitely is. That's why he's not taking it in the gloves. It's the batter sort of guided it onto his fingers, and that's another. And you know what it's like when you're a keeper? It's the same ones all the time. Watch. There it is again. Ouch, he says. Not again.
Yeah, that's not going to tickle.
Adios. That's gone. Good hit. And, well, Haris Prasad Satyadevi is putting in a personal best for him in this format. Before this knock, his highest score in T20 internationals was 6. And that was a couple of years ago. So this is good. This is better from him. I like the fact that every time he's been tested with that ball right in the block hole, he's come up with the answer. So that's his third big 6. Nicely played. Chris Smith is coming up with an answer to my question. And he says Dominic Cork. I'll tell you whether it was right or wrong. But he does say that Dominic Cork was born 30 miles from where he is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Good shout, that. Yeah, so Rico and Mrs. G went to a place called Restaurant Botanist, a lovely outdoor area. It's behind a hotel, very close to our hotel, and we enjoyed some of the local specialities, and a very nice bottle of wine too. Just the one, between the three of us.
We were good.
We were very well behaved.
But we did it the right way. We had 1 bottle of wine and 2 bottles of water. That's the way to do it, folks.
That's exactly how
No
you do it.
issues the day after. And yeah, I know you had the same as me. We shared a few starters, but the braised beef and it's big gnocchi. Now that's a favourite out here. It's a popular dish. It was good.
The pastizzata.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very good. Yeah, we both spotted it on the menu. You straight away said, I'm having that.
Yeah.
I looked at Rennie and I said, I'm probably going to have the same as Rico. She gave me the approving wifey nod, which meant you may do that. Because usually, you know, it's like you go to dinner with your missus and you sort of go, I'm thinking of having the fried chicken. And then you get the look and you go, no, I'm not. I'm thinking of having the veal. Then you get the nod and you go, all right, that's what I'm having.
That's what I'm having.
The veal.
It's because you know that's because they're going to have some of it as well.
Exactly. It's for both of us. It's always for both of us. But then in the end, Rennie got the veal and she didn't share it.
She didn't.
She didn't.
It just goes to show how good it was.
Yeah, it was very good.
But I think the setting was wonderful. It was like being in it's kind of a tamed down beer garden because the lighting was fantastic. So you had this sort of the old the light bulb sort of going around all the gardens. It was beautifully lit up. And there was a nice gentle breeze as well. There was a musician there who was really good. Danny Hudacek lookalike, by the way.
I was about to say, we had Danny Hudacek's twin brother singing all sorts of Western songs on a guitar. I didn't know Danny could play the guitar, but there you go.
Plays it well, huh?
He played it very well.
Played it very well.
Danny, if you're listening, you do have a long-lost relative, and he lives here in Zagreb.
Yeah.
And he plays in the garden.
Yeah, and it wasn't too loud. We were saying it's kind of in the background, you know, softly does it, and there's nothing soft about that. That's another good shot. And
lovely.
Finally, it's time for John Vujanovic, who gets one away. That's a boundary for him. And that's a nice shot, actually. Just clips that off his pads. Beautifully played away. That's his first boundary. His first boundary as he moves to 14 of 25.
And it was a lovely shot too. It really was quite crisp. He's middled that one, played it into a gap. It's beautifully timed. And wouldn't they love to see him kick on now and just build on top of that shot if he can do that. 84 for 4, still just starting this 12th over. Expected score around 145, which you feel is probably not going to be enough against Cyprus. But, hey, anything goes. This is T20I. Pressure can do weird things to weird players.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Yeah, that pastacata, by the way, is a Dalmati dish.
Yeah.
It's a very popular dish in Dalmatia, and I must try it. And I read about it because it's here in my notes, and I thought,
Okay.
okay, that's what I want.
Nice.
I want that. You know what else I want?
What's that?
That's wide. Is there's these? I'm gonna find them here in a moment. They're desserts, and they are. I think it's called frutel. Yeah, try frutel. It says that they're mini fried dough balls with raisins and rum. And, or there's also something which is called a custard cake. So there's plenty of puddings to start. But there, those little dough balls filled with, I suppose they're like mini donuts with raisins and jam. They certainly sound pretty nice.
It's something to note when you go for a walk around the city, you get a chance to maybe on your day off, Rico, is there are a lot of pastry and little bakery places around. There's a couple of chains that do good savoury pastries, but the sweet pastries, you can find these little nuggets, especially around the Old Town Square, and they look and smell terrific.
Yeah, I bet. It's just out of the reach of the diving Hardeep. And it's cleverly played, actually. I think it's the first time that we've seen the batter win the battle with kind of that short ball, which is causing a few problems. Hardeep, it's a brilliant effort for him. He's taken off, trying to get a hand to this, but it just gets away from him. But Sathadevi, what a good knot this has been from him. 29 now of 14. He's starting to play the way I've used to seeing him bat in the T10 format.
Yeah, I'm liking his innings very much.
That's nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs as well. There's a flow of confidence, and I think other than Zach, the captain, we haven't seen that from any of the other batters from Croatia, and it's just starting to look like a different game now here with Haris Barad Sathadevi starting to play these shots. He's authoritative. It's like that shot there. It's not a slog. It's just a powerful hit on the off, and it forces a change from the captain, who comes across from the leg side to put another body in there on the offside. But can the bowler bowl it in the right area? So Waqas Ali is getting a bit of treatment here that he's not used to.
There you go, plays it out to the offside again. It's good to see this just forcing the fielding team to make changes, and that is a mini win for the batting side. To be able to say, well, we caused that. We caused the captain to have a think about things and had to suddenly take stock. Maybe even look to the bowler and say, right, I got to change this up. I need you to bowl to the field, please.
Yeah.
So that is a good little win for the batters. It's a small win. It's still a win nonetheless. 95 for 4 after 12, and some good positive signs in that over.
Yeah, that's been much better. I wonder if we're going to see a change here. I wonder if he goes back to Lovedeep to bowl on over 2 here, or I think he'll want to make a change. I think Wakarali came back to bowl another one there. It doesn't quite work. I think Adam Sen, you'll probably want to rest him now. So I wonder who he goes back to here.
Austin.
Okay, so Austin, who was surprised to see, I was surprised to see him bowling last match, though he did bowl towards the end of the innings. He picked up 2 wickets in that over. But now he's bowling to a batter who's set. It's a different ball game, and he's probably, if he's going to be pitching that ball up like he did in the last innings, I think Sathadevi will be thinking, all right, I can go down the track to this guy as well.
Yeah, he could. He needs to be careful here. This is, yeah, you're right, Rico. This is a completely different setup to how he bowled in the previous match. And Sathadevi, he's looking good. Wait, he's not looking that good. He's looking good as he strolls off being bowled neck and crop.
What does he do here? Does he just let this go through? I mean, it's not a Shane Warne magic ball. There's no doubt about it. But he looked like he wanted to go forward and then just stood still. Watch. He just leaves it. I mean, look at the reaction there from Austin. I mean,
it stayed a bit low.
It did stay low,
bit low.
But Sathadevi, he was ready to go for it, and then it says no because he thinks it's not right there. And I think all he wanted to do was to drop the bat on it. But then it doesn't come up that much. Oh, it's such a soft dismissal after such a good positive innings there from Sathadevi.
But in the end, he doesn't get anything on it. That's the thing that's kind of strange. It's almost like he notices it doesn't bounce and forgets to drop the bat on it. He forgets to go defensive. So in his mind, he's going offensive, realizes it's not going to get up, and forgets to go defensive and drop the bat down. Any batter would have just gone and smashed the bat on the ground to try to keep it out. But he's by then, he's already gone.
I think also, because he's in, I'm still going for that shot. I mean, if you look where that ball is, I mean, he was there. If you watch this again, he's ready to play the shot. So he goes up to play it, and then in the last minute, he just says, nah. And in the process of changing his mind, he gets himself out. So, yeah, you can see he walks off. He's talking about the bounce, but I think even if that ball bounced reasonably, it's still beating him because he wasn't ready for it.
Yep. I agree 100%. He was just beaten. Maybe beaten for pace, beaten for bounce. Anyway, he cut it, he was beaten.
Right, so Alfred Bereford-Pearce is in next, and well, I suppose here, now look at this, Scott Austin, he's turning out to be the demon bowler.
Who would have thunk it? That's incredible, isn't it? 2 wickets in the previous innings. He's already got, in the previous match, sorry. He's got 1 now, and he's causing all sorts of trouble. I'm going to go for second. They're not going to try another one on the fumble, just the one. But yeah, Austin's looking dangerous, just changing up the pace, slowing it down as well, which is, that's also working. Now, well, John Vujanovic, we talked at length about his strike rate here, how he's not doing well. So what can he do?
I think it's been a difficult one for John. I think when he was out there earlier, when he had Zach with him, I think his role was, I'm going to stay here and just, drop the anchor. Then, since then Sati Devi took over and he thought, okay, I can once again just stay here. He did score his first boundary just moments earlier.
Yeah.
And now, again, he's probably thinking, all right, let's see how Alfred goes there and do I carry on playing the same way? I still, though, feel, if you think about, let's think about Sam Houghton when he batted in the first innings. He scored, I think it was 18 in 6 balls.
That sounds right. Yep.
You're far better off with somebody scoring that for you and losing, say, a 6th wicket and having more runs on the board than what John is doing here. That's my thought. I just think, because every time you're a bowler and you're a captain and you're bowling to and setting a field to John, you're thinking, we can just keep this guy in strike. He's not hurting us. No. And so he's become, in a negative way, really, he's become part of the winning formula for Cyprus by just keeping him on strike. It's not really, he's not helping his team out. I think I'd much rather he just decides here, you know what, there's 7 overs to go, let me just go all out for it. Maybe he will do that with 5 overs to go, but he's got to do that. If he now gets out without really improving on that strike rate, it's going to be bitterly disappointing for him.
100% agree with that one. Yeah, I mean, go down in a blaze of glory and don't just fade away. If he sticks there for 10 more deliveries and only gets 1 run that gets out, that would have been a just colossal problem for Croatia. How do we sort this problem out? How do we get the top 5 their strike rates up? How do we change that up? Because this is where we're losing the game. We've lost the game number 1 like that. Game number 2 is looking like, well, we're going the same way, even though we're not even halfway through the match yet. Yeah. But you're right, with 7 overs to go, they need to be pushing 130s, 140s. Just get there somehow.
It's probably going to be another wide here.
That took off.
So, very good take there from arm hands, Chitra Saranga. Well taken. Waka, I like Waka bowling from the other end. I think the bounce that he wants to try and get from this end is exciting him, and he wants to try and bowl shorter. I think from the other end, he was bowling at the stumps. I think he's trying to. Yeah, that's what he should be doing. That's where he needs to be.
So much better, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he just gets a little bit excited that he gets some extra bounce from this end, and for me, it started the bowl just a little bit too short. The 100 does come up on the board, but it's taken a fair amount of time to get there.
They have indeed. That's 79 deliveries to get the 100 up, which is not good striking. You can see there the run rate at 7.6 and expect to score 149. I kind of feel that's a little ambitious, but hey, look, if they can get there, that gives their bowlers something to work with, and they would really want to be 140s, 150s. That's better. Yeah, I think you're right about Wacko. Your point about he wants to exploit that bounce and just, do something quite incredible here with the ball. I mean, I can see him going for that, but he doesn't necessarily need to, because he's a good enough bowler anyway. And I liked him coming from the other end because he was so economic coming from the other end. And yeah, I think he's going for just that little bit of X factor here. But struggled to try to control it, because when it happens, it goes anywhere. You know, we've seen some amazing takeoffs of that ball coming off the deck.
Yeah, a little bit of conversation. I don't think Scott quite likes this movement, but he's going with what his bowler wants. He wants to push third back, and he brings the sweeper up on the offside. So, then he bowls that. I mean, that's given a wide. I think it must have only just stayed on the pitch. That's the slower ball which comes out wrong. I say, thing is though, the wicket he took worse with this delivery, which, remember, Zach went inside out and tried to hit it over the ground and put it in the hands of Scott Austin. But yeah, unless you've mastered it, don't be trying it out there. Get it right first, is what I say here. And that's what he's got right. When he's bowling that area, that line, that's when he's useful. That's why I understand him probably pushing that third back. He thinks, well, if I do get an edge, it's going to fly away. So don't mind that. And Scott will probably say the same. Say, well, okay, if you want this field and you're going to bowl that line, you can have it all day, any day. But then don't start bowling the Gundy balls down the leg side.
Yeah, a few times Scott has made the changes, the captain's made changes, and Wacko has let him down by putting it exactly in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
How about the right spot?
That's it. That's dismissive. That's the way to do it. So Alfred, unfortunately, is finding the pace and the accuracy there of Waka Ali just a little bit too much. That's the perfect delivery. Softens him up with a couple outside the off, and then this time goes for the pegs. And you can see the eyes light up a little bit from Alfred, thinking, all right, finally, I can get bat onto ball of this one. Plays all the way around it. Timber as the stumps go for a walk, and Waka Ali picks up his second.
Yeah, top of middle, knock back. There was three wides in the over that's still continuing. That was only the fourth legal delivery. So, yeah, you're right. He's softened up Alfred quite well there with a few here, a few there, looking a bit wayward. But that delivery was as bang on correct as it gets, and straight through the defence of the youngster. Timber go the stumps.
Yeah, stumps do go for a walk. You're absolutely right. Just got that ball to also move away slightly. You have a look at this. I think the batter's thinking it's going to carry on onto his pads, and that's why look at the head here of Alfred. Look where he's looking to play that. But the ball obviously just moves back away from him and clatters into the stumps, leaves them in a bit of a mess. 101 for 6, as it is now Bevan that comes out at number 8, Charles Bevan.
A very acrobatic attempt there for the save from the bowler. Gives us the big roll, the big stuntman roll across the pitch. Doesn't affect the save. And Ali has bowled pretty well. He's got, what's that, his third over. Still almost about to finish now, 23, and he's picking up 2 wickets. We'll have to pick up another one here. He's got Rajonovic in his sight. Take a single. It's not really a single on there anyway, but he finishes with a good dot. Good over, good spell. Still got one more to come if he wants it. 2 for 23 from his 3, 102 for 6 after 14. That run rate slipping again now. It's just 7.3. Expected score is faltering though, Rico. It's now down to 138.
Yeah, just not that long ago, it was around about that 150 mark, which, I mean, if with 7 overs to go, if they went to 8 and over, they would have taken them to 156, 158. Which again, you know, you should be doing. If they don't get to a 150 here, then they're going to be, once again, very disappointed. But the question is, who's going to score the runs from them now? With what we got here now, it's 5, 6 overs to go here. Surely, how long does John wait before he says, right, it's if I get out, I get out. I'm not worried. But he, you know, perhaps he's concerned that 6 wickets have gone down. Maybe he doesn't know too much about Charles Bevan, whether Bevan's going to be able to stick around there with him or not. Let's wait and see. It's going to be down the leg side and will be called a wide by the umpire. As Scott Austin, after taking 1 wicket and just giving 2 runs away in his first over, starts with 1 down the leg side.
Goes for his second ball now. Just another dot this time. A little bit of a quicker one that. He throws in that quicker delivery, does Austin, and he's got a good quicker delivery.
He's worked on his bowling, Scott Austin. Even when we see them playing there in Cyprus, whether it's at Ipsona or Happy Valley, I don't think I've seen him bowl that often. So for him to be bowling here at this international level, it's pretty impressive, and he has bowled very well as well.
David Skinner with a good question there, asking, was that a batting partnership with a 37-year age gap between the participants? Good question there, David. I reckon you've done your research. You know exactly the question you're asking. The answer is probably yes. You do get that from time to time. Nicely played. Just singles though. Cyprus won't be upset about singles.
Not at all.
Boundaries are dried up. It's been a while since we've seen a 4. I think it's been at least 2, maybe 3 overs. 3 overs, maybe in a bit more.
That's played with some nice intent. Should be fielded on the boundary. Well watched. Nothing's a cert when it comes to fielding out there, and that's why you can see Tharanga giving the fielder some good applause, because he was struck well, but he's watched it all the way, and unfortunately for him, no issues. Now that one could. No, just stops short of the fielder. Thought for a moment that the fielder might have had a sniff at taking the catch there. I'm just having a look at Scott Austin's international career, and well, he did take. This is the first time he's bowled in T20 internationals.
Yeah.
So he picked up 2 wickets in the last match. That was his best bowling figures ever. So first wickets for Scott Austin in T20 international. So he picked up 2, and of course in this match he's been in the wickets as well. He picked up the very good wicket, the very first ball that he bowled to Sethi Davido. Some will say he got perhaps a little bit lucky with the bounce. Tomorrow we do it all over again.
We do. It's going to be well, copy-paste. We're going to go for match 3 and match 4, which again is going to be Croatia hosting Cyprus for 2 games back-to-back there. Same times, same bat time, same bat channel, and the same superheroes here in the ECN Igloo to take you through the action there. Myself, Phil G, alongside Rico Full, looking after you here on our tour of Croatia, day number 1 under beautiful blue skies, albeit very warm conditions, set to get warmer as the days trundle along. But yeah, we're going to come back and do this again tomorrow. And at the moment, Cyprus are probably quite happy to come back and do this all over again, because they've looked like the form side out of the 2 so far.
Okay, how many you reckon in those 5 overs? Come on, give me a guess. How many runs in the last 5 overs? Because that's 15 overs gone. So they've gone 39, 33, and
it's going to be 30-something, isn't it? It's going to be like 37, maybe 38.
Spot on, 36.
36. Okay,
36.
Good.
So yeah, you can see where the issues are. It's just not happening, and they're just not being able to get the acceleration. In the first 5 overs, there was 2 wickets down. They lost another 2 wickets in the next 5, and they've lost another 2. So they're losing 2 wickets for around 34 runs, say, on average.
Yeah.
And that's why they're in this position. Partnerships are just not happening.
They are consistent.
Yeah.
I guess, but they want to be consistently better. Swing and a miss there. Yeah, it'd be good for them if they could be consistently better. Just try to step up a little bit here, and rather going for 30-something for each 5 overs, need to be working towards 40, 50, and step up bit by bit and try to just force that along. I think they've got the firepower to do it. I'm just finding a lack of intent, and maybe they're worried about losing wickets. Well, there was intent. It was the swing, going for that mid-wicket area.
Yeah, well, that intent has to come now from John.
Got it.
He's, that's 20 now, 33 deliveries. So the intent's got to come there. Let's see what Bevan can do there at the other end. But Lovedeep bowling from this end, I like it. I think that if there's one thing that Cyprus have learnt from these 2 matches today, or once these 2 matches are completed, is where the bowlers, which end the bowlers should be bowling from. It's a pretty signal here. That could be a wide signal here. And it will be a wide. I just want to look this again. Look where the batter is standing. That's not a wide ball. In T20s, I might have a chat with the Charles about this later. That's not wide. If you're using profile in T20s, it's not the same as what we do in T10, which is anything down the leg side. I think you've got to go with profile. And I think that ball was always going to hit the pad. And it's only that the batter moved out the way that it misses. So
yeah.
I think on those, I'll get clarity on that, folks, because I'm pretty sure that they should be using the profile here on wides.
I think so too. Just want to give just a quick shout about John Vujnovic. It's worth pointing out he is the other side of 50. So, you know, he's doing quite well for someone who is pretty much my age. Because I don't think I can be doing this.
Oh.
that was a quite little funny momentary spin and a little tortuga. It had a little bit of everything there. Bit of a shake, rattle and roll. I'm going this way. Where are you going? One more time.
I think Hardeep is just lucky that, watch this, he's lucky that the ball didn't have too much pace on it. Otherwise, yeah, he would have been absolutely snookered.
It took a very sharp right turn there, didn't it, on its way to the boundary? It just went, oh, hang on, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go the long way around. Oh, dear. Bit of luck there.
Well, again, well struck. So he is starting to get a bit of time in the shot. What he's starting to do is going forward. He's starting to lean forward and play shots rather than waiting on the crease and trying to play the dab. But at the same time, it's still a very good over as far as Cyprus are concerned. It's just the 7 runs will come off it, mainly because there was those 2 wides in there as well. And the score moves to 115 for 6.
Time to say good afternoon to Jake Stewart, who joins us. Hello there, Jacob. Lovely to have your company. Good to see you. Tell me what kind of ice cream you're sitting on the couch having today, listening to myself and Rico taking you through this excellent T20I evident. Try to get that out again.
You were thinking ice cream. I'm with you.
I'm thinking ice cream.
You were thinking ice cream, and it put you off your words.
So sorry about that. I'm thinking ice
Gone.
cream.
Adios.
Too easy.
Well, adios. And Scott Austin, there's nothing he can do wrong here today. There's literally no pace on it. And John, well, finally, his long marathon innings comes to an end. He does come down the track. You can see that he's uncomfortable playing that shot, and he misses this completely. You miss, I hit. If it didn't hit, he would have been stumped anyway. So well done again to Scott Austin. First time today he's ever bowled in T20 internationals, and he's taken 4 wickets in the day. He took 2 for 8 in the first, and he's got 2 for 8 here, so he's taken 4 for 16. That's not bad for your first outing with the ball, is it?
That's very impressive. That's really, really impressive. They must be very happy with their return on the investment for having Scott Austin in the team. One more time, look at this. Gives a bit of a charge, completely misses the ball. You're right, he would have been stumped had he not been bowled. And nicely done. And just one more time, John Vujnovic, we'll talk about his strike rate. He was struggling there to get the strike rate up and running. But, you know, he's the other side of 50, so you could take that into account. And for someone who is close to my age, I'll tip my hat and say, well done, you. But not enough for the team, unfortunately.
What's your, hello Jacob, by the way. What's your favourite ice cream then? So if you could just call it out now and it'd be in front of you, what would it be?
Caramel.
Caramel?
Caramel. Yep. I'm not a sweet tooth, but there's something about caramel ice cream that just, it sends me the other way. I just think, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Yep. I shot that one all around the deck. Good bit of work there on the boundary, goes to ground. Have they kept that to 1?
They haven't taken the second.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's Charles is joined out there by Harry, Bedford Pierce.
Rennie and I found an ice cream vendor. This is up in the air. We'll get to that in a second because that is almost the most acrobatic catch you would have ever seen. Probably a little bit OTT, as it was quite an effort there. I think there was a full intent to sort of get the paparazzi snapping their lenses on this one. One more time. And the protective stuntman, I'll tell you what, he must double as a stuntman because that was a very protective role there, go diving forward.
He was like we've already talked about some Olympians. There's some more action there. So what's happening out there at the moment?
That the shy at the stumps was in the same place where Austin did a shy at the stumps, a la Jonty Rhodes in the previous match. This one almost took off Austin's head and the backup player's head. They had to both take evasive action and stop the ball at the same time. Astonishing.
Bit of a full toss, but guess what? It's another wicket for Austin, and now he improves on his previous best bowling performance in the last match, and he's taken 3 for 11. That's the end of his spell, and this time there's no issue for Hardeep Singh, who's taken the catch. It was a full toss, but the batters, was eyeing up the longest boundary on the ground, Charles Bevan, and he has hit it into the hands of Hardeep Singh, who holds on to the catch. And Croatia 118 for 8 at the end of 17.
Well, he's bookended that over with a wicket at each end, getting Bevan there with that delivery, which was very, very good. Well, I wouldn't say the delivery was good, but the execution was quite poor. Couldn't have picked out the player any better. But he picks up a wicket, and yeah, you're right, Rico. That's what's that? 3 for 11 from 3 overs.
Fabulous.
Very, very good.
Absolutely fabulous. All right, folks, who am I? I was born today in 1971 and took 7 wickets on Test debut for England. And, of course, on this day in 1971, feisty England seamer Dominic Cork was born. Yes, that's who I am. He did take 7 for 43 on Test debut at Lord's against the West Indies in 1995. And his hat-trick later in the series was the first by an England bowler in a Test since Peter Loader in 1957. So Dominic Cork, born on this day in 1971, was the answer you were looking for. And of course, a few of you did get that right. Knickerbocker Glory, haven't heard that one in a long time, is what Krub is saying. Vinny Sandu is lurking and saying hello to everyone. Yeah, hello to you, Vinny and Tina. And the Wombles there in England. There's the answer to the question once again. If you got it right, well done. Thank you for taking part. I've got to say that pistachio. I like pistachio ice cream.
Yeah, that's very good.
My issue with ice cream is though, but I don't with pistachio. I don't have it. Maybe because it's not so sweet. If I have an ice cream, I am so thirsty afterwards.
Oh, okay.
That is my.
That's interesting.
And so I'll have an ice cream, and then afterwards I'm going to have like 3 cans of drinks. It just makes me really thirsty. Same as when I have coffee. Okay. So yeah, so if I do have an ice cream, it's good, but then it's not good because I then fill my stomach up with just loads of water and then I can't sleep.
Have you ever tried having a beer after an ice cream?
No.
Don't. Don't. It's you know the soft drink / dessert you can get. It's called a spider. It's where you have like a fizzy like Coke and you put like a dollop of ice cream in it and it fizzes up.
Yeah.
And it froths. Imagine that going on in your stomach.
What about these ice cream floats? You ever, ice cream? Is it ice cream and Coke?
Not a fan. I think you do an ice cream float with anything. It doesn't have to be fizzy.
Lemonade, it can
Lemonade,
be.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Just give me that ice cream. The place I found this 4.4 star rated on Google, 4 out of 5 ice cream place in the city. And they've got Snickers flavored ice cream, and it's pretty good. It's obviously the caramel and the chocolate and that sort of thing. Yeah, so that's pretty good.
He does everything but hit the stumps here.
Yeah,
ball after ball, love deep. There's another one.
Wow.
And just can't hit the radar, and then it's missed by Tharanga this time. They will get a bye. So Anthony Rasmulich is out there with Harry Bedford Pierce. What I don't mind actually is the frappes. The coffees, which most of them are made with ice cream. I don't mind that. It's up in the air, will be safe, but it should be stopped by a Hardeep who comes across, and they are taking on his arm, and it's pretty close.
That was closer than it probably should have been. Sort of putting in the big long steps there was Beresford Pierce. I think he's made it, but it wasn't convincing, and they did turn pretty quick and go for that second run. So which was good because if anything, I've been a little bit critical of that running between the wickets, not turning 1s into 2s, but they do it there. Harry's now just got to get his breath and resume.
It's nicely played to the fielder. They'll just get a single either side of that man. He might have got a boundary there.
Yeah, true. But also they took off quickly, so they put a bit of pressure on the fielder straight away, and that is going to end the over. So 18 overs gone, 123 for 8. And I'll just give a quick shout out to Vinny and Tina, who are tuning in during their break as well. Hope they're having a wonderful day over there in Wimbledon.
Well, I have to check. Well, if they're in the chat, that means that another quarterfinal has been completed, and it has. I can give you the scores, and it's a victory there for Spencer. They made 136 for 3, and then Creative struggled and were 106 for 9. So Spencer will go through into the semi-finals, where of course they will be joining East Moseley, and of course the other 2 quarterfinals will be decided later. And the next one up, Banstead against CFS Pinnacle Pro. I think that's going to be a good one.
That's going to be a good one, yeah. Looking forward to that one. So Austin's on to bowl his last. See if he can add to that 3 for he's got already. I'm very keen to do that.
he's been a good find here, hasn't he? I tell you, Austin's bowling very similar to somebody who we haven't seen yet, the captain, Scott Birdkin. Only thing with Scott Birdkin when he bowls.
Yeah.
It's played away. So Scott will bowl very similar to what we're seeing here from Scott. Scott's got a bit more control because when Scott bowls, he does have the tendency to bowl sometimes some beamers.
Okay.
We've seen him taken out of the attack because he's bowled more than 2 and over. So that's the problem Scott has. But when he gets it right, he also, same way as Scott Austin here, he takes some genuinely takes wickets. So it's a good replacement this for Scott Birdkin. One Scott replaces another, and at the moment, Austin, he's bowled superbly well. They just haven't been able to work him out and put him away.
Yeah, that delivery, that's the troubling delivery, the one that's sort of close, then it just cuts away a little bit, but it's a very good length. It's that length. He's got it. He doesn't have the line there, but the length is very, very good. Well, keeper and bowler not impressed with the wide call. Let's have a look if they have a reason for that.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. That's not a wide. That's no way.
Cuts
it came
nicely.
back in a long way.
Long way.
How's that called a wide? Well, Vedran. This one is well stopped. No run.
So Anthony Razmilic with a bit of work to do, still trying to get off his derrick. See if we can manage that. Harry Beresford-Pearce at the non-strikers end on 7 from 8. 2 to come. Oh, gets that one on the full, and that is a very welcome boundary. And that's thank you very much for letting me get off the mark sort of shot from Anthony there. And for Scott Austin, that was probably the worst ball he's bowled today.
It still needed to be put away, and I think again, if you don't have that positive mindset to attack a ball that needs to be put away, then you're going to make a mess of it. But no mistakes there from Anthony. I like it. Well done. What a way to get off the mark. Boom. Shakalugya. And now he says, oh, no, you don't. Now I can show you my defensive side.
That's exactly what he's done. And Austin finishes 3 for 19 from his 4 overs. Very good bowling display from him. Quite impressive. And well, Anthony gets off the mark with that big Maximo, and Harry Beresford-Pearce. They come together in the middle of the pitch and talk about, well, what do we do for this last over? I think the answer's pretty straightforward. Yeah. It's, well, whatever we can. What on earth we can get, let's just get it.
I think the way I answer that, so I'll say to myself, well, 135 probably won't win you a match. 145 could. So look, let's swing hard. If we get all bowled out here, so what? What do you lose? You might leave a ball or 2 out there, but have a go. Have a go and try to get past that 140 mark and see if you can give yourself something to defend.
Yeah.
A wide will help.
Always going to help that one. It's a nice way to start. Takes a bit of pressure off the batter facing the first ball of the new over. Always helps.
And they go back to Waka, who himself has been, in terms of the wicket front, a bit more successful. Probably not in terms of how tidily he's bowled. Well, gets another full straight. I wouldn't say it's a perfect Yorker, but against the tail end batters, if you get it pretty straight, and that one's probably hit halfway up at the off stump, and another one goes. So that's 9 down now. So another wicket and they'll bowl them out, and I think that Cyprus will be pretty keen to get this last remaining wicket. Certainly Waka Ali will be. 3 for 24 for him so far.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? 3 for 24 from his 3.1. Still got a couple of balls to come, so he can improve on that. Maybe get himself a 4-for as the number 11 batter strides to the crease. So between him and Anthony Razmilic, who's at the non-strikers end, they probably want to manufacture a few runs here. They don't necessarily have to sort of go gangbusters. I'm not sure they've got the firepower to do so, but maybe just try and work a few singles. You know, I'd be sort of probably saying, look, you know, I'm probably just going to try and get bat on ball. There are gaps close on the off and the onside. If I can drop it at our feet out of the reach of the bowler, why don't we just scamper through? You know, let's call early, call fast, let's go, and just run that first one hard. Or swing hard like that, and be caught out.
Yeah, well, Alan, Magdalenic will go for a golden duck. Is going to be the from him. And yes, James Pond has made the journey here with me. He's sitting in the sun at the moment, enjoying himself. But I suppose he had to have a go. Catch is taken. They will be bowled out for 132. Never really got going in the innings. And well done to Agarali. He will pick up 4 wickets. Not going to beat the 4 for 14, which is his best on T20 international duty. But still, he'll finish with 2 in 2. And he'll be believing that if he takes a wicket very first ball the next time he plays, that he'll have a hat-trick. But it won't be a real hat-trick. It'd be a false hat-trick. But once again, here, a solid performance from Cyprus. We're just reminding you again that this is what's coming up tomorrow, but we're not going anywhere just yet. We've still got another innings to come up, but just to give you an idea of the flavour of things to come tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow will also be a finals day there in Wimbledon, because it will be time to crown the Wimbledon champions. Let's see who will it be this time around. It will be a new champion as well, because remember, there's no ACC this time. So whoever is going to be the winner tomorrow, it will be the first time for them on the network as well. And of course, I suppose we also, thanks to Locker Lifestyles, our partner when it comes to the trophies, we'll have some trophies and silverware to give away.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that as well, as we get to present those lovely bespoke trophies from Local Lifestyle. Look forward to that, and of course the medallions as well. And as we have a look at some of the highlights here, and we saw how it all unfolded. There was one shining light in the Croatian batting lineup. Let me just talk about it very quickly. It was a 47-run partnership, and I thought that added so much momentum. That was between Satya Devi and John Vujnovic. And even though John Vujnovic was playing very much a backseat role there, it was good to see Hari Prasad get runs. He got 34 of 17, striking at 200, 2 fours and 3 maximos. So they put together 47 in probably about 4 or 5 overs, I think it was, and that gave them a bit of momentum. It steadied the ship a little bit before they lost that 5th wicket on 95 when they lost Hari Prasad. But again, it took them from very wobbly 4 wickets down at the start of the 8th over, and it took them along to somewhere where they could actually say, all right, we've now got a platform, we can now, the middle order can now try to do something. Unfortunately, the middle order also struggled, and after that, there was really no partnership. There was, well, the partnerships, let me rattle off after that one. There was 6 runs, then there was 14 runs, then 3 runs, and then there was a short little quick fire, 14 runs, and then that was it. It was all done. 132 for all out was what happened finally for Croatia there, as it just didn't click together for them. Yeah,
it didn't click together. I think probably the best way to describe it, apart from that one you just mentioned, there was no partnership. There was no partnership. There was never a time. I don't think there was ever a time, apart from a brief moment, when Hari Prasad said that Devi was playing those lovely shots and made 34. There was no time when Cyprus were never on top in that match. I think Cyprus always had it under control, and Cyprus will know that if they don't win this match, then they'll only have themselves to blame, because you can see that they don't have to go mad at this. They can take their time, and if they want to, I mean, I don't think they will, but if they want to, they can even make 1 or 2 subtle changes to that batting lineup, because remember last time around they only lost the 3 wickets getting to that 213, and as we said at the time, a lot of players, for example Scott Austin, didn't get a look in with the bat. Yeah, that's also true. Really, really true. So you're right. If they look like they're going to walk this, say, about halfway through the innings, they may do exactly that. Change it up a little bit. Give Austin a chance to get out the bat. If he can do half of what he's done with the ball, then, he could be the, player of the match. Straight away put his hand in the air and say, look at me. Look at this. I've taken wickets. Now I'm getting runs. Could happen. Yeah, it could easily happen. Let's take a quick look at the bowling figures, and of course 2 men really did impress. Once again, both bowlers impressed in the first game. Wakar Ali wasn't able to pick up a wicket when we saw him first up here, but he only conceded 14 runs. This time round, he does pick up 4 of them, so well bowled. 4 for 24, but then Scott Austin with his best figures in T20 as well. He's taken 5 wickets in the day in the 2 matches he's played, and he's never bowled before in T20 International, so well done to him. And, also Lovedeep Singh, he's been the consistent bowler, bowling at the top order, making life difficult and uncomfortable for the batters. Picks up 2 for 27, and the 1 wicket there this time round for Roshan Sriwadana.
Yeah, loved it sink the top there. Good to give him a shout out, Rico. I agree. I thought he set the tone, and just the clamps were on right from the start. And you were rattling off the number of runs scored for every 5 overs, and it was consistent 30 something, 30 something, 30 something off those 3 overs in a row. The 3 packs of 5, and obviously that means that in the final. Well, actually, they probably made, what was it, probably another 30-something off those last, maybe even 20-something.
20, I've got it written down here,
24.
24.
Yeah. So maybe if they'd batted out that final over, they might have got 30-something. So a picture of consistency, but the consistency needs to be elevated. It needs to be a little bit higher. And unfortunately for Croatia, it's not. They post 132 all out with, 4 deliveries left on the table. Waka Ali 4 for 24, and Scott Austin, well, my pick of the bowlers 3 for 19. Just almost unplayable at some stage. For the batting, there's not a lot to crow about there, is there? Starts is what you'd say. Starts 34 from 17 for Hari Prasad. Unfortunately, the skipper Zach can't get going either. So that's a mid-match summary. We're going to be back here in about probably 10 minutes time for the run chase, maybe 12 minutes time. Cyprus they need 133 off 120. It looks like a foregone conclusion. You never know. Let's see what sort of fight is left in the dog when we return. This is Phil G and Rico Full for European Cricket Network saying we'll see you back here shortly. Don't go too far, and we'll welcome you back here soon for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Rico Full here, and soon we'll be joining me back as well as Phil G. We are here in Zagreb, and what you're watching is the European Cricket Series T10. Action will follow pretty soon, but at the moment we've got 2 days of T20 internationals for you, and we're the hosts. Croatia are taking on Cyprus. The thing is, things are not going quite as the host would like. They lost the first match. Cyprus scored 213 and Croatia finished 155 for 6, a 58-run win then for Cyprus. And this one round, Croatia batting first on this occasion, having won the toss, haven't quite got to a score that they would have liked, 132. And we both, myself and Phil, feel that on this pitch, especially in the afternoon when there's no issues with dew or the outfield being slow, that you've got to be looking at a minimum, I feel, about 180. So they're well short of where we think they need to be to get a good score on the board. But strange things can happen in the game and the world of sport. And if they bowl really well, and if they can pick up some of those key wickets of Cyprus, then who knows? The thing is, though, they don't really know about the depth of Cyprus, because in that first match, they only managed to remove 3 of the batters. But one man they couldn't get out was Roman Mazumdar. Now, he's somebody who, if you get him out early, maybe you get somebody like Adam Senni and Scott Burdekin before they score too many, then you do give yourself a chance, because then you've got batters coming in who haven't had the opportunity of getting the match practice in. So that's what the way they will be dealing with this. I'm pretty sure that their captain, Zach Vuskovic, has had a chat with all the guys, a bit of a huddle, and said, look, you know, it's in our hands. We either go back home 2-0 down and have to come back and win both tomorrow and win well, because of the net run rate will be then the issue, or you know, we go down and we're in trouble. So they've got to get a win here, I think. If they go 2-0 down here, then tomorrow the best they can do is win both their matches and hope they get a better net run rate. But if you lose 2 here, especially if Cyprus knock these off pretty early and pretty quickly, then even the net run rate could be against them tomorrow. So a big innings here to come from Croatia, the home side, if they want to level the series. And it's the loose one outside the off, and that's played away beautifully by Roman Mazumdar. As that's played away beautifully, gets a little bit of extra width here and just waits for it and plays away delightfully. 4 runs, and well, shooby-dooby-doo, what did you do? Well, he can't resist, Shub. I know he can't resist. Comes out of his little cool shaded dugout there. I think he's got the best. He's got the best house here so far. Looks nice and cool in there. That's a good comeback there from, this is Alfred Beresford Pearce. Oh, Alfred, they want wickets and they need him quickly. That's what it comes down to. Can they get him? And can they get Mazumdar early? He's the one who tormented them, batted all the way through last time round for that 80. And I like the change-up, actually, also from Cyprus. They acknowledged that Sen, this is out on this one. It's going to be called a wide here by the umpire. I think it probably was just missing the line. So they're going with Alexander Sen this time. Adam Sen scored the 55 in the early one. But Alexander, they're just saying, OK, we don't want to make too many changes. We want to get you as openers going. So we're going to stick with it for now. They could have made changes. We've seen sometimes, especially in domestic cricket, Roshan Siriwardana and Gulisakara both can open, as can Captain Scott Burdekin. Soft hands, yeah, is the ball. They will take the single. Although I think here Sen was a little bit late to get going, but Rahman basically says, "Come on, we're going. I want this one. We don't want to get lazy. We want to keep our legs moving, and more importantly, we also do want to keep that scoreboard ticking there as well." Sam Houghton is once again behind the stumps. And I think he's got to play his part here in trying to keep the heads of the guys up, him along with the captain. Pearce once again. It's a good delivery, tucks up. Sen there, it's nicely bowled. getting that ball to come through quite nicely from the scorer's end. We believe that it's this end, the commentator's end, that has the extra bounce that troubles the batters. But liking this from Alfred. Welcome back to our viewers that are tuning in from around the world. Lovely to have you back with us as well. Of course, you're spoiled today. We're giving you T20 action from Croatia. You've got the T10 from Wimbledon. And, it's a good ball. Hurries the batter to play at it. Liking the cap there from Sam. He's definitely got the old sort of, maybe he's nicked it from the Sheriff. The old Western style of cap from Sam Houghton. Mind you, it's the wider the brim, the better on a day like today. And of course, it is getting warmer all the time. We know that tomorrow the temperature will go up a notch or two, and then by next week it'll be very warm. And the feeling is that by the time that we start that European Cricket Series here involving the women, we'll have 2 teams in action going head-to-head for 2 days. By then it will be very warm. So tell you what, I think I'm quite tempted in going into one of the old knick-knack shops and seeing if you can pick ourselves a little paddling pool, fill that up with a few ice cubes and water. That'll keep us nice and cool, especially while we don't have a camera on us as Phil G comes back. Phil, I reckon that's a good chat. There's no camera. We can dress up in a Bermuda shorts. Every day can be Peacock Friday, and we can just be sitting here with the feet dipped in the paddling pool, being nice and cool.
We could also hire someone to just bring us drinks every sort of 15, 20 minutes, and nothing alcoholic, nothing silly, just something to keep us nice and cool. Some mocktails maybe.
Yeah,
just relax. Maybe put up a hammock at the back here as well, possibly, just for when you don't want to have your feet in the paddling pool.
Look at that. It's the stinkies. It don't crush the stinky.
Oh no, definitely not one of those. No. We will be very gentle with Stinky Bug.
Yeah, Stinky Bug, he's all right over there. He's not causing any trouble. But don't be coming too close to our Stinky.
Yeah. If we swat him, he might explode and we'll be covered in stink. That would not be good. I'm not going to swat him.
Not with your white shirt. Especially not with the white shirt.
No. Okay.
Okay, Captain Zach. Ooh, this one doesn't come up as much. It kind of skids through as Sen goes for the elaborate pull shot. He's firing a blank there, is Sen. That one doesn't come up as much as he expected. He's quite fortunate, actually, that it's not on the stumps. Comes Vuskovic again. This one, though, is in the zone, and it will go for 4 runs. Shub, that's a nice, easy one for you to deal with. Where are you? In the end, I think Braithwaite, Ruel deals with it himself.
Shub had to deal with one earlier on, Rico, and he ran straight into that umbrella you see just off the side. He was too busy looking at the ball. As soon as he put his head up, momentum took him crashing into the side of the umbrella. It's quite good to see. But he's okay, though. That's important.
Yeah, I tell you what, Braithwaite, he's got it sorted, isn't he? Look at him. He's got, I bet you they, up in the air, it could be gone. And it will be gone. A very soft dismissal as Alexandra Sen just plays this into the hands of the man at point. And, well, it was there for the shot, but he doesn't execute the right shot. You can see he doesn't rock back, doesn't get him himself in a good position to play it, and just rewards Zach with a wicket. And it's a soft dismissal, really. It was got to be said, bit of a nothing shot, really.
Yeah, it was a funny odd shot, wasn't it? And yeah, he's coughed up his wicket pretty easily here. And a nice, safe pair of hands and a decent catch there in that fielding position. Just trying to see who that is. The huddle's already gotten around him pretty quickly. We'll see this one more time, so everyone catch who that is, who's taking the catch. As it comes in, nicely taken. Is that, there we go. That's John, I think, isn't it?
I think Bevan, Charles, probably Charles.
Sorry, apologies, John. It's actually Charles Bevan, yes, indeed. So nicely taken. Good safe pair of hands. And, well, Croatia with against not quite a runner play, but just out of the blue, pick up a pretty soft wicket. And they take that dismissal, and that could change things up a bit for them.
Yeah, I mean, Alexander Sen, he was first to go last time round as well, wasn't he? He was caught last time by John off the bowling was set to Devi. Just went for 6 of 8. So he's hasn't really got going. I like the fact that they did give him another chance. He's had 2 chances, hasn't quite performed. So now the captain, Scott Burdekin, comes in once again at number 3. that one just a little bit too wide to him from the captain. It's captain to captain battle then.
Yeah, it was John Vucinovic who took a terrific catch in the previous match, match number 1.
Yeah.
Very good catch to dismiss that player. That's where I thought it was him again. Another wide ball, back-to-back wides here. Burdekin would love to get into a good innings here. Doesn't have to chase down a lot of runs here. Still looking to bring in another, 120 runs for the victory. And he put together a really good 29, I think he did, of very quick time. Looked in good touch and got out completely against the run of play in the previous match. And right now, just being watchful.
Yeah, he is. I think he knows that anything that's out there outside the off stump is likely or could likely cause him some problems. So he's been pretty cautious of that at the moment. But you're right, he scored 29 of 14. He was going well, hitting the ball really well outside the off stump. That's his favourite area. Whereas at the moment, he is quite happy just to allow these to go by. It's one of those, though, I think I often find and hear myself saying that when there is a target like this, which is one that you expect the opposition to get, they just need to go just overrun a ball here, don't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
That sometimes the mindset, you get a little bit too relaxed, and that causes wickets. Batters think, I don't have to go after this, I don't have to perhaps play my normal shots. Like Scott there, I mean, on another day, he's probably going after those. If you're needing, say, 12 and over, you're looking to play those and cut them away. But with that score being just under the 7 required per over, he's thinking, no, I don't need to play at them. But then all of a sudden, you get yourself in 2 minds, get out. So you've got to be careful. There's still, I think I think you've heard me say before, if I'm going out and I'm chasing this, I'm saying to all my guys, hey, we're going out there and we're batting up, we're scoring 180. So I want to go at this and over.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's play this as though we're going to chase this down in 16 overs.
Yeah.
Let's modify the run rate in our head. That isn't what's on the scoreboard, but rather in our head how we want to chase this. Let us dictate how we want to set the pace rather than the game setting the pace for us. And that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of teams chasing, when they do struggle, that's probably why they're struggling, because it's being dictated outside of their terms. That's nicely played. Opens the face there nicely, runs it down to wide third there. Good shot.
Yeah, nicely played. So Mazumta, if they get him out early, he scored 80 runs last time with that 213. Get him early, and then basically you are forcing Cyprus to get another batter to click and get another batter to score maybe a 50 or something. So that certainly would make things interesting. Some discussion between the umpires about something here now. I'm not sure what this is. I think perhaps, is it the batter saying he needs another bat? And
oh, okay.
Well, it looks like all things coming off that bat at the moment. What's come off that? I think it's the tape that's come off it at the bottom or something. So whether Roman is going to stick to it or not, I don't know. We'll wait and find out. But
the umpire put all that refuse into the hat of the bowler. See if he remembers to take it out.
Played away nicely. Watched it onto the bat. Neatly does Scott. So he will get himself off the mark. Hands the strike now back to Mazumda.
Hello to Stephen S, who joins in the chat, asking if there's only a camera on one side. We only have, well, we have the main camera in the scaffolding at one end. We don't have cameras at both ends, so we don't switch it around, and that's purely it's just a timing thing for us when we have our T10s on as well. That we have to watch the clock and keep the show moving.
It's well bowled, but it's a long way forward. It's an ambitious appeal. I think also it's an interesting wicket for umpires as well, because there are those that do stay lower, so it's probably unfair to say that unless the batter is caught right back in his crease, you can't give it, because sometimes the ball does stay low. But in general, I think it's a pretty bouncy track, so when the batter's going as far forward as that, I don't think you can entertain an LBW decision. Birdkin, he slices this one completely wrong.
Yeah. Eyes lit up though.
I did say before with Scott, he very powerful on the off. He can play down the ground pretty well when he drives, but it's the short ball that can get him in trouble. And I don't mind them testing him with that. The only thing I would say is if that's the plan, then get the field positionings right as well.
Yeah, yep. There's no one outside the circle on the leg side. That's just worth noting. Nicely punched through the gap there. No one's getting that except for one of our scorers, who's going to have to come out and field that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Charles having a break.
Yeah, Charles having a break. He's soaking up the rays. Charles Croucher, the sheriff. Yeah. Good shot displayed. I like the way that he's played this all along the deck. Gets it through the gap, 4 runs. Once again, just showing that he is very strong on that offside. Not the worst of overs there, though, from Alfred Beresford Pearce, with that boundary coming off it. 7 runs come off the over. And Cyprus, after 3 overs, doing pretty nicely, 20 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty steady start here. Pretty much going at the run rate required, which is 6.6. Have a look at the tower block situation. A couple of overs worth 15 in the Croatia innings, and that's pretty much the best of the best right there. And that was at a time when we really felt that momentum was starting to shift a bit. Exactly the point where it should shift to, those sort of like 14, 15, 16th over. But unfortunately, they couldn't kick on, and instead they found themselves all bowled out. And those last 4 overs, I reckon they probably lost about 4 for 12 in those last few overs.
So well bowled, very well played as well. Actually watches that right onto the bat. You can see that once he actually plays this, he's almost on tiptoes and plays it with soft hands, guides it away. To see how Zach goes here to now the captain, Scott Birdkin. So 2 captains. I think Zach probably had the better of Scott in the last over.
Oh boy, that was close.
I think he's just decided here, Scott, that he's had a look at the field. The mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. There's nobody down the ground. And Scott just thought, well, if I come out to it and punch it down the ground, even if I don't get it solidly out the middle, I should clear the 2 infielders. But risk he doesn't have to take. And now he's missed out on something that you would expect him to put away. That is right in his hit zone. And he's missed out on it. So a couple of dot balls here. A bit of frustration maybe for the skipper of Cyprus.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic this, because we were seeing him connecting with those ones quite nicely. And batch number 1 has been done, completely undone here. You know what, Rico, you nailed it. I reckon a bit of frustration creeping in. He wasn't getting the shots that he wanted there, and the bounce was eluding him. And he's just, that's a bit of rush of blood on this shot. One more time, this is good bowling. This is good bowling. He draws the inside edge, it cannons onto the stumps, and well, that's a pretty big blow. And Scott has to leave. Captain has to depart. Then you can tell he's just rushed it. Yep. He's got it a little bit out of sorts. He wants to muscle it. He wants to sort of say, "Hang on, I've had a few dots here. I'm not hitting as sweetly as I have done previously. Let me take care of this." And the pitch has done him. Yep. He's just completely misread it.
Yeah, and that's all you need. Now look, okay, so another wicket goes down. You get the captain out the way. He contributed with 29 last time. This time he goes for just the 5. So like Alexandra, he's not able to get going. Good bowling once again from the captain. So the captain certainly is firing here. And he's got 2 away. Mangala Gunasakara now comes out now. So we said before, he's a good player. He's solid. He's powerful. But again, he does have a reputation of getting himself out cheaply sometimes. And last time round, he made 15. And before it was, again, Zach that got his wicket. He went for 15 off 11. So, all right, there's a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here for Croatia. They're fighting. They're not giving this up.
Good to see. Really good to see. Good bowling from Zach too. Have a look at the replay of that delivery, the dismissal delivery. You see the way the ball cut in there nicely and just completely undone his opposite captain there. So Zach continues.
Just a genuine leave this time from Mangala, who's out there now with Mazumdar. Now Mazumdar himself hasn't seen too much of the strike. He's only faced 7 deliveries on 7. So it's a different ball game this time. By last time around, they only lost the 3 wickets in the whole innings. This time they lost 2 already. Lost them early. Powerfully hit. Oh, well, that's really brave fielding. That's it was never going to carry, but he does commit himself to try and take the catch. But then Manzoor, then after he realises that the catch isn't on, he just has to be, he's just got to take a body blow. It was either that or let it go for 4.
That is brave, as you say. That's really brave. That's the one that, yeah, the dugout's just yelled out, "Are you okay?" And he's just getting way back and said, "Yep, yep, yep, I'm okay." don't ask again, whatever you do. Because I reckon if you invite him for a second time, he might say, can I get the magic spray, or can I maybe take a spell, get the 12th ready, please? Because that went like a rocket. Oh, boy.
That's definitely, I mean, he's still walking around at the moment without a hobble, but I think that's one of those which will start tightening up pretty quickly. He's taken one for the team there. He certainly has.
Is that a tea drop there? No, I just yawned. Just one of those moments where I just thinking about the time that I had to put my dog down when I was 12. I'm okay, though. That scene from Old Yeller.
Yeah, Stephen S. saying, why does the name Burdekin sound familiar? Well, he did play for the British Forces there in Cyprus and scored and played very well. A few times we've seen him out there. It's a kind of genuine leave here from Mangala. It's not like him. It's almost like those deliveries outside the office. He's been overcautious about them. We know that his main strength is to try and fetch and hit over on the leg side, which is again unprotected. So he will be eyeing that up. And in comes Alfred once again to him. And we've got a few more questions lined up for you today. It's played away. It'll just be a single, well bowled. And this is an interesting one. Let's see how our folks go with this. Which Pakistan batter was the first to get past 6,000 test runs? So for Pakistan, which Pakistan batter was the first to score 6,000 test runs? So some people will know and jump to that straight away, because at the time he was a bit of a legend.
At the time?
At the time,
there you go.
I feel I can see those cogs spinning around. Well done again, well bowled. Just moves a little bit early here, Mazumdar. And I think that's good from Pearce. He sees that and says, okay, I know what you're after. You're looking to hit me down the ground, so I'm going to give you a shorter one. And he gets it through as well. So this is good. I like this. I like this fight here. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, really good indeed. 23 for 2. But, yeah, I'm loving Beresford Pearce's work here. It's pretty good. Good pace.
Kroon was coming with an answer. I knew somebody would come in pretty quick. But Kroon, good answer. Not in Zaman. Not in Zaman.
Has he got the era correct? Or is that asking too much?
Yeah, actually. It's more or less. Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
But not in Zaman. Yeah, so the first Pakistan batter to get to the 6,000 runs mark in Test cricket.
So I'm thinking before in Zaman. Sam misses the hot one coming in there. Could have been trouble.
Yeah, I think he is in trouble. He hesitates. He's not the quickest, and it was just too wide for Sam to try and grab.
Yep.
If he got that in his mitt, then that would have been out. Look, you'll see it again here. So
the bounce.
Yeah, it's that bounce again. It's look at you can see the fielder thinking, And it's one of those. That's where I think, where I think like the modern day cricket is, the cricketers being taught to throw the ball into the deck.
Yep.
In our days, you threw it into the keeper's gloves, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. And a throw into the gloves might have had the batter in a lot of trouble.
I think throwing into the gloves would have had him without doubt.
Trouble aplenty. Yeah. Thinking about your question, Rico, I've got one name I'm going to throw into the air.
Go.
I'm going back a fair ways too. I'm going to say Javed Meendad.
All right.
And that's all I'm going to say. That's the first name popped in my head.
Class batter.
He was
very
class.
Good cricketer, and could be a bit controversial at times as well. As we have a look at our upcoming events, and yeah, Wimbledon today and tomorrow. Tomorrow is their finals day. We'll know how that looks by the end of today. We won't know by the time we finish, because they will be continuing. That's something that we can go back and have a look at a bit later when we have our IPA back at base. But still got, of course, we continue here we have 10 days here, don't we? So 10 days of competition in Croatia, Norway to come, Germany, Kiel, Romania, the encore, and as you said, on the 22nd of August, Peacock Friday in Austria.
That's right. And Danny Hudacek, our good friend, will be down there taking care of that, getting the train down from Prague, no doubt. But yeah, the Viking Cup coming up there in Norway. That's exciting. A lot of people are talking about that already. Getting very excited for that one. It's a great name too, by the way, Viking Cup. I'm picturing very angry Norsemen holding up a big trophy, and just making a lot of growling noises. I'm sure that's exactly what it's going to be like. People with, with horns coming out of their helmets, that old sort of Viking look. That's what I'm picturing.
Hey, it's the first time, this is a good sign for Croatia, first time that they've won the 5-over battle. They were on 42, and they've restricted their opponents to a score of just 24. So that's a good sign. The last 3 overs just came for 11 runs. So Croatia, they've probably got their heads in front, but a good partnership here could change everything.
Yeah, that's a good turnaround. That's a really positive turnaround for them. Supercomputer still swinging in favour of Cyprus, 75% to 25%, but it does feel a bit close in there. And another wicket, I reckon the scales are going to tilt very heavily.
Cyprus have got the time. They can be really patient. The run rate, okay, it's gone up, but it's a 7.44, so it's gone up about a run and a half. Sakara here is now running out of patience. That's the thing here. So these deliveries, the shots he's trying to play are not on. He's likely just to sky it up in the air. He should be rocking back and looking to uppercut these. And there is a gap between backward point and a wide third, but they've set that gap well. They've set the field to what's been bowled here by the captain, Zach. That might be a wide, yeah, just misses that line by a fraction.
Yeah, Mangala not being tempted into playing anything silly here. He knows he's got so much time up his sleeve. He doesn't even try to flirt with that, and there's no one back. Oh, there is someone back deep, sorry, on the point boundary square. But he doesn't even have a look at that one.
Interesting the way he does take a step forward, doesn't he? Before even when he leaves it, if you look at his stance here, so, oh, that's an absolute peach. That's an up, oh, well, you can see Rahman Mazumdar probably thinks, hey, I'll help you out, buddy, by getting to the other end. But Mangala doesn't really want to go. But watch that. That is just a juicy delivery. Look where Sam Houghton is trying to take that. He's almost going over his head. What a peach.
Houghton's off the deck, completely off the deck to get a fingertip on that.
This one's a bit of a cutter. Rolls his fingers on that slow delivery. Great over. And once again, this time, 2 off the over again. So we've had 3 overs on the spin where they've only got 2 runs from the wide and a single. That is your lot. So they really are starving them of any runs. This is the best period of play that Croatia have had in this contest in the whole day so far. It's the first time I think we have to turn around and say, even though the win predictor doesn't agree with us just yet, but it's the first time in terms of passage of play that they've been ahead.
Yeah, this is pretty good from them. This is very encouraging for the captain and obviously for the team to watch this happen. And you can see there on the scoreboard that no batter has yet to get into double digits for the Cyprus team. So for Croatia, defending a total of 132, 133 is the target. This is very positive for them. They need to try to hang on to this kind of momentum. One big over suddenly just blows this out of the water, and they need to hold tight.
Yeah, there's still no change, I don't believe.
Nicely done.
They're getting frustrated here. Look at Mazumdar. I don't think he played shots like we've seen him attempt 2 elaborate shots in this innings, where when he made the 80, he didn't do at all once. So again, scoreboard pressure, though there shouldn't need to be, because as we keep saying, they need to go under 8 and over. That's nothing. 1 good over, they're back, way back in front. But just because the last 3 overs have been a repeat, one after the other, just 2 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs, they're just feeling pressured.
That's another cracking delivery. This is very good bowling. Really, really good bowling from the Croatian team. Beresford Pearce is getting it past the bat almost with ease at the moment. And well done to Alfred. He's keeping very good, just keep a good temperament here. He's not trying to bowl anything too short, too wide. He's finding that 5th wicket channel, and it's just on a really, really good length.
Yeah, I think if you're the 2 batters here, really what you sort of say to yourself is, look, this guy's got 1 left, Zat's got 1 left. Let's see them out. Let's not. That's going to be a wide. So the extras have hurt them a little bit, because in the last 3 overs, because of the extras, that's why they've been getting 2 and not just the 1 in the over. But they might as well just say to themselves now here, look, if we've been patient up until this time, both batters have been leaving balls outside the off. Well, look, we might as well carry on being cautious for the next 3 overs, see out the 2 openers, and then get going against the others. That's a better delivery in terms of it's. Oh, boy, that would have been close. Good bit of backing up there as well. Gets through one, not the other. I don't know if we get a chance to look at this again, but I reckon this would have been really close. It's a clean pickup. This time the throw. Here we go. It would have been close, wouldn't it? I think this time the bounce assists the fielder. It goes into the hands. But they take the single. So, yeah, that's what I would be thinking. I'm thinking, look, these guys are causing us trouble. Let's see them out. Let's get to the after 8 overs. They're going to have to make a change. And let's go after that. Look at Mangala, so open. Know what he wants to do. Will he get the ball he wants to do it to? No, he won't. Well bowled. And that's the difference this time round, I think. I think we were saying with Croatia when they were fielding last time round and bowling, the bowler's line was more at the stumps. They were trying to knock the stumps over rather than try to dot up. And of course, some batters, that's what they prefer. They prefer the ball on the pegs. And I think that Gunasakara is one of those. Mazumdar certainly is as well.
Just a matter of time until he got hold of one, Rico, and he's put that one downtown.
Yeah.
And that's going to bounce across the boundary line for 4 runs. So, first boundary in a long time. We could go back and have a look. I'm telling you now, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. But look what I talk about the bowling. So this one, he does attack the stumps, and he's able to hit it because that's what he's waiting for.
Yep.
But he can't play that shot to anything that's about a yard wider because the ball's not there. So going back to Mangala, Gunasakara, keeping quiet outside the off. That's what I'm saying, the bowler. And there you go. He's unlucky. He's going to get a top edge. It will go to the fielder. It will be a single.
Yeah, that could have easily gone to the keeper.
Yeah.
Could have easily, draws the false shot. Could have gone to the keeper. Could have gone to hand. It doesn't. It could have flown off towards the third fielder as well. In the end, it doesn't. 33 for 2 after 7. That run rate is under 5 and over right now. And this is very good containment here from Croatia. Albeit there was a boundary just on the second last ball of that over, but still, this is very good containment from them.
It's very good. A mixed opinion in the chat there. Asim is saying that Cyprus will win easy, whereas Carlos Jones is saying, nah, Cyprus will lose this one at this rate. And interesting that people have different opinions in the chat. But there's the 4 overs there bowled from Alfred. Good spell from him. Doesn't pick up a wicket, but he has supported Zach really well. But look at Zach's figures. He's been great. Now, they're making a change here, and I don't mind this. Zach could have also continued, but he's deciding, I'm not going to do so. I'm just going to wait. So he doesn't bowl himself out. He holds himself back for 1. And it looks like they're going to go here to Charles Bevan.
And Charles Bevan did pretty good. The first couple of overs he bowled in match number 1. He was very economic. It was only, I think we felt they brought him back maybe for 1 too many overs. And I think in the last over he bowled, they got after him a little bit. But up until that point, those sort of overs, sort of 12, 13, 14, that was a really good time. He put the brakes on. I think he went for 5 off his first over, and he was very, very economic. If they can get something out of this now, especially now with, Mangala facing up, who's looking like he's ready to explode out of the blocks here. And there he goes.
Yeah, but it's a fielder there, he's missed it.
Oh, no.
Missed it. That was the opportunity. That's what he's there for. That's where he's going to go for it. And who's that out there? I think, is that Anthony? And we'll have another look at the moment. It's difficult to pick who's there, but it should have been taken. It doesn't get taken. I think that's Oliver Tilley. Yeah, Oliver Tilley. That's the chance you're waiting for. And Gunasakara gives you a chance. You got to take it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is Tilley
Remember,
out there.
he was dropped on 0 in the first match. Gunasakara went on to make 15. All right.
Yep.
Didn't hurt them. But you got to take these big wickets when they present themselves.
Yep.
Worst case scenario, the ball goes for 4.
Just gently, doesn't he? So a bit of anger and a bit of animal, then a bit of finesse. He's got everything in the firepower. He looks good when he gets going, and this is a tailor-made opportunity for Mallingar just to go for it now that he's had a let-off, which could prove to be another expensive one. Oh boy, what could have been? What could have been?
Definitely what could have been.
Yeah, I think it is Tilley out there who's not making too much eye contact with his teammates right now. Oh well. Anyway, it's to continue, 38 for 2. Sort of feel a few runs coming just in the last few deliveries. We've had a couple of boundaries in the last 4 deliveries. So sort of that kind of momentum suddenly, it kind of breaks that bit of ice, that little bit of we're stuck. And they find their way sort of out of trouble now at 38 for 2 in the 8th.
Oh, madre mia. Wow. I mean, will they come back for a second? No, they won't. But just look at this takeoff. Now, what did the umpire signal here? Umpiring signal on wide because it has gone over everybody. It gets over the batter. Yeah. I don't know if we have a side on this, but that was just a vicious hit. Watch this go. I mean, how do you play that? Because you're not expecting it to be there.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting. They took a single, and I reckon the batter facing Mazumba, when he got to non-strikers, and he said, "There's not two there. It doesn't matter if the ball hasn't been picked up. There's still not. There's still not two. I'm not going back."
That's what he just told him. He said, "You know what? In this over, there's 4 to go. You deal with these."
Yeah, I've taken 2. You take 4. All right. How about that? And next over, maybe I'll take 4. You take 2. I don't want to bat at that end. That end has definitely seen some interesting liftoffs off the deck from the pace bowlers.
Okay, here comes Bevan again now to Gunasekara, who's got a little bit lucky. It doesn't. What do you reckon here? You think he plays a shot at this one?
I think it was a half-hearted shot, but he always knew it was going to cannon into the pads, I think. I don't think he was really looking to get bat on ball, but he was sort of playing the momentum, realised that he was already quite away from it.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe just trying to get a glance on that one, possibly.
Yeah, he's tried to do that a few times now, isn't he? I wonder if they're, once again, just keeping an eye on that rate and thinking, you know what, we don't, if we find a boundary and over and then take singles, we're okay. But they're not getting that boundary. All right, now then, has he got enough of this? He gets over the infielder, and where's he going to end up? I think it will bounce before the rope, so it gets over the infielder, who has to then chase backwards as Mazumda goes more high than distance, but it will, as you see there, just bounce just before the rope and go for 4. So that's the boundary that now gets them the 7, or past the 7 they need in the over. So anything else from here on in just ends up being bonus runs. Bevan, he's gone for 10 already with a couple of wides in that over as well. It's a good delivery, pitches that up. They will come through for the single, well taken, and we'll give you the answer also to which Pakistan batter was the first to score 6,000 test runs after this delivery. And I know a few people had a go. And, it happened in 1987. They called him the Master Blaster. He completed on this day one of the 6 double centuries that he scored in Test cricket. Oh, that's been hit hard, that's brutal. Yeah, and I think that will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Boom. Shakalagya. Well, it's probably a good time to mention the man we're talking about. In 1987, master batter Javed Miandad completed one of his 6 double centuries in Test cricket. During the 260 at the Oval, he became the first to score 6,000 Test runs for Pakistan, whose total of 708, their highest ever, was more than enough to draw the match and clinch the series. Well done to you. Well done, and a few others that got it right.
Thank you.
Javed Miandad, good work from him.
Yep, that's. I remember Javed Miandad very fondly when they toured Australia, when Pakistan came to Australia, and he and Dennis Lilly had a few words. And there was the infamous little boot that went into Miandad. Have a look there and see what's happening with the run rate graph here.
Catching up, aren't they?
They are. Well, they're sort of. Yeah, that worm has turned indeed. Look at that white line. That's gone very, very straight upwards, heading towards 2 o'clock pretty much. That's a very good gradient it's on now. They keep this momentum up, there's going to be trouble. But 19 off that previous over, that's a lot of runs, considering that the brakes have been applied so heavily in the first 7 overs.
It's kind of what I was thinking for the 2 batters. If you remember, I was saying, I would just say, look, see out to Alfred and Zach. There'll be a bowling change. Maybe that'll be more to our liking, and that's kind of worked out that way with that over there from Bevan, and not quite going to plan in the end. The contents of the match, 19 coming off, it's a pretty expensive one. I think that's probably the second highest one we've had in the day. So that's right on cue for Cyprus, and now the 2 batters will probably just start to be flowing nicely. All right, you got that one easier. This one's going to be harder. It's my last one of the day. There might be time for one more, but we'll see.
All right.
Who was the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Hall of Fame.
Oh, that is
Or I say Hall of Fame, Honours Board.
the Honours Board, yes.
The
yes.
Honours Board. Who was the
okay.
first Bangladeshi? Now we know we do have a lot of Bangladeshi viewers on the chat. So there you go, folks. That's one for you. What do you reckon on that one?
Yeah, definitely. Our Bangladeshi viewers should be able to rattle that one off quick smart. So wide shown there, plus another one. So things just slightly sort of wobbling a bit here for Croatia after that amazing start they had. The containment in the first 5 or 6 overs was quite something. But just with that 19 off the previous over, just a couple of little wobbles happening here now. And 2 batters now into the mid-high teens, just starting to assert a bit more authority. Oh, nicely played there, wasn't it? Nice little glance.
I'm liking these. I'm liking this actually from these 2 batters. It's almost like they went for a phase, both of them, where they were doing a lot of leaves, weren't they? They were leaving a lot, and there was a lot of dot balls. Then they tried, both of them, to try and butcher balls to the boundary, which they swung and missed. Since then, they've changed their attitude and thought, okay, singles are better than nada. Now they are taking those singles. They're getting themselves into positions. They're dabbing the ball in 2 areas. They're getting the field to come in various parts of the ground. And then they're putting together the occasional big shot as well. So that's good. I think not sure if DJ is saying we just need to tell the bowling side just to hurry up a little bit or something. I could see him giving that little bit of the old forward roll thing when the old 17 starts move, wasn't it? With the old Bee Gees and a bit of the night fever there for umpire. Well, he is a DJ, I suppose, DJ.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that one stays a little bit lower. So we're going to miss this time from the Gunasekara. He sort of has these phases, doesn't he, where he swings and misses a few. That foot did go out, but he does rock back. So well done. But I like the fact that Sam Hattel was waiting to remove the bells if he leaned forward. Plays that nicely. It's a nice little shot played away, but it's only going to get him just a single.
Yeah, fielder, boundary rider is out on the leg side for exactly that shot. Make sure it doesn't get past him. So well done, good placement, just a single. Well,
Shawan Ratik has come up with an answer.
Yeah.
And it's not the right answer. It's not Tamim Iqbal. He's not the first Bangladeshi on the Lord's Honours Boards. But thank you for taking part. Have another go.
Yeah, have another crack at that.
Have another go at that. Hey, we're talking about major players. What about, of course, Greg Chappell? Now, he's a man that certainly is worth talking about as that over comes to an end. It's 57 for 2, so pretty tidy over. Once again, this time 5 runs come from it, so I think John will be pretty happy with that. He's kind of struggled with the bat today, but maybe he can make amends with the bowling. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Greg Chappell, who was born on this day in 1948, one of the great test batters. 7,110 test runs were scored at an average of 53.86, and with the smoothness that disguised his competitive steel. On his drive, they say, was one of the great shots that he had, and his brother Ian, he and his brother Ian both captained Australia with plenty of success.
Yeah.
Greg scored twin centuries on his captaincy debut. Greg Chappell, the great Greg Chappell, actually, fantastic player. Of both of them, actually.
Yeah, very famous for those the debut centuries, definitely. And yeah, I was always a big fan of Ian Chappell. Always thought he was a bit more of a blasting type of player, but the elegance of Greg Chappell, undeniable.
That's a beautiful shot, but a great save. I tell you what, he
So
saved 3 runs here.
Yep.
I don't know if you knew anything about it, but this is played so well, and that's when, as a batter, you think, how's that not going for 4? Well done to the captain, Zach Vuskovic, makes a fantastic save.
Yeah, Pro won't hit that better, that shot in particular. And he's thinking, he's still looking around, just going, he's still looking.
Saying, how dare you? How dare you? I couldn't have, you're right, you could not have hit that better.
Oh, whose party is this anyway? Yeah, there you go. Nice stop. Bevan continues.
Stay there, says Gunasekara this time.
Nicely done. So 58 for 2. heading towards the 10th. At the end of this over, there'll be a bit of a drinks break as it is quite warm out there in the centre. It's probably around about 28, 29 degrees right now. It feels about that sort of level, but out in the centre, under unrelenting clear blue skies, it's probably feeling a lot warmer out there, so they'll definitely deserve themselves a cool refreshment as we will take a bit of a pause after this over.
Just gets himself in the wrong position here, does Mazumda. You saw he moved early, and by moving early, the ball that was then sprayed on the leg side, he was too far leaned over to be able to get to it. So leg buys go onto the board. Gunasekara now back on strike, so you'll see the captain, Zach Vuskovic, will go back to that backward point area. Gunasekara will try and get the boundary he feels he was robbed off. Ooh. Now then. Well, Gunasekara doesn't seem to be interested. I think he's rubbing his shoulder. There was a shout to catch it. Let's have a look. Yeah, definitely catches it. We saw one earlier like this before, which wasn't taken. The bowler's asking, Sam is asking, but I think Sam probably does know that that one doesn't catch the bat, but Gunasekara has to wear one.
Yeah, there was no conviction in the appeal. It was turn around, ask the keeper, ask the umpire, what do you think, rather than that's out. You just know from their expressions. And Houghton quite rightfully just hands the ball back and says, no, let's continue.
Oh.
Correct.
It's a misfield.
Ouch.
Misfield there from Harish Prasad Satadevi. Gunasekara, it was almost like, I've been robbed of a 4. I've been hit on my arm. I'm angry. Don't make me angry. And he's hit this with anger. But if it only went for a single, it would have made him even more wild. But the misfield there from Satadevi allows the batter to get the boundary that he was searching for.
Yeah, I think that if that had been saved, there would have been a very angry person out in the middle.
Great ball.
Great follow-up, wasn't it?
Excellent way to go to the drinks break, actually. And I still feel it's pretty even. I think most people still believe that Cyprus are in front. 63 they've got on the board, 2 wickets down. So it's not been the you wouldn't say it's been a completely we're in control partnership from these two, but it's been an important one. They were struggling. Remember, they lost the second wicket with the score of 22 at the end of the 4th over, 2 wickets down. So they've come together strong. Yep. They still need to score another 70 runs, so they've got to go a little bit better than what they have done. But I'm liking the fight from Croatia, I have to say.
Yeah, really good fight here. Really good indeed. It was those overs sort of like 3, 4, 5 and 6. The brakes got put on, got applied. These two batters, to their credit, they buckled down and they've put together just a slightly troubling partnership here. Actually, probably more than slightly troubling, quite troubling. They came together at 21 for 2. And Rico, they've taken this up now to 63 for 2, and they haven't finished. And they're starting to look more and more comfortable with every over.
Yeah.
And this is troubling now for Croatia, who did have that little purple patch, but they need to find another one. And if they can find another one in the next 2 or 3 overs, it doesn't even need to be a breakthrough. It just needs to be 2 or 3 very, very tight overs like we saw before. Maybe, maybe Zach needs to come back and try and find some magic. They need to find something. Yeah. And if they can break through this partnership, even better for them.
I like that call from you. If I'm thinking about it, the captain's got one more over, right? I think he bowls this one. Usually they say after drinks you can get a wicket.
Yep.
It's a well-known phrase, and I think a wicket here now would serve them well. These two are just starting to get going. It hasn't been, like I say, they haven't been in control by any means. They've struggled. I mean, Mangala has only scored a run of ball 23, and Roman Mazumda, who scored 80 not out in the last match, has only scored 17 off 22. So I think Zach bowls this over, tries to get the wicket, tries to get the breakthrough, and that could make a difference here. And talking of runs, I said in the first 5 overs they scored 24. Their opposition were on 42 at that time. In this time, in the 5, they're doing better. They scored 39, which is better. But they're still, at this point, Croatia were on 84, and you can see Cyprus on 63. So, but we know that they did slow down and they got bowled out. So, it may seem that they're a long way ahead, but it's only the halfway point.
Yeah, Croatia lost, I think it was 4 for 17 for the last 4 wickets or something like that. It was quite quite bad. And that was off 3.2 overs, if I remember correctly. They're over 17, 18, 19. Then, of course, it was only a couple of balls into the 20th over when they were knocked off completely. So you're 4 for 17, which is quite damaging. And they only made, I think it was 24 in total for those last 5 overs. So that was, the anchor got thrown out the back of the boat and it came to a grinding halt is what I want to say. So yeah, with this kind of momentum from Cyprus building bit by bit, they're still quite happily on target. The run rate is only 7 runs per over required to bring home the victory. They're looking pretty good here. And well, Croatia, like I said, get back, bring back the skipper, try to get a breakthrough, get the brakes back on, and try to find a way to just curtail this partnership from continuing to kick on. Oh, I tell you what.
Could have gone anywhere in that field, could have gone anywhere.
Totally.
It will go for 4, but that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, as soon as it came off the bat, I had to quickly look to the side of the Eagle to see who was there, and it split the field perfectly, point and backward point. Both watched the ball go past at eye level. And that could have so easily gone to hand. So, well, Mazumba will say that he was meant to do that, and he was in complete control. This time he goes the leg side. Easy single there as the players are on the boundary line. So, yeah, already that's 5 off the over straight away. And, you know, with that kind of approach, you know, you've got 4 balls now to get another 2 runs, then you've got your required run rate, and you still got maybe a couple of deliveries left to then climb on top of that. So it's tough, but Croatia just need to find a little bit of magic here, as they did in that little block of 4 overs earlier on in the innings.
It's so important, isn't it, this one? So important. The other thing that's very important, which they're doing so far, I mean, let's just say they don't win the match.
Yeah.
So if we think ahead here, that's going to go a long way. That's the shot that he likes to play, and he gets the perfect delivery to play it.
Yep.
So John Vucinovic just puts it in the area where I think most left-handers who are aggressive and like to play on the leg side just steps into it and puts it away. Big shot. You can see there that Roman Mazumda is trying to keep Mangala calm, so he's played that big shot. Say, look, calm down, because we're going to win this over pretty big. We're getting really in front here, but don't get yourself out. This partnership is crucial. But what I was going to say there is at least if they go down and they take it down to, say, the 18th, 19th over, it's going to help their net run rate. Because tomorrow then, if they go down in both matches here, not do they have to win both, but they have to be pretty impressive in the net run rate as well. Because whoever, if it's 2 apiece, for example, net run rate decides.
Exactly, yeah.
You know?
So keep fighting till the fight is done.
Yeah.
Keep finding ways to put the brakes on. Keep finding ways to get dot balls.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
Exactly. Keep saying to yourself, going to take it into the next over. We might go down here, but we're going to take it into the next. We're going to take it to the last.
Yep. The bowlers need to be bowling to the field. The fielders need to be saving every run. You know, and I'm looking at the bowlers, and since we had that really good patch of, you know, those 4 overs of not many runs, I'm thinking, how did you do that? Because you need to find the recipe for that again.
Yes.
You need to bake that cake one more time, and you need to do it right now. If you can do that again in the next 4 overs to yield no more than 20 runs, that's going to help in such a massive way.
I think what I'm seeing here, just the length in this over has been a little bit short. That's why the 2 batters have just been able to open up a little bit. They've opened up their shoulders, whereas before they were on the back foot and they were sniffing the grizzly getting past their shoulder or their nostrils. Now it's at a height that they can hit. I suppose you might also be saying, it's probably fair to say that perhaps some of those bowlers and players are just tiring a little bit. Shoulders are starting to drop, so the ball's a little bit shorter. But yeah, they've really got to fight. I mean, an over like that, another few overs like that one, that goes for 15. And don't forget there was one from Bevan that on over number 8 that went for 19. A few more overs like that, then this match is quickly done. So got to go with your best bowler now and then. Looks like they're still making a change, not taking my advice and going back to Zach, who bowled so well from this end. This for me would be Zach bowling. But look, still got Harish Prasad Sathadevi to bowl here. He's fresh, hasn't bowled yet. He bowled well in the first match. He did pick up a couple of wickets. So he's not a bad guy to come on. He took 1 for 22 in the first, but he's got to be on the money straight away.
He really does. So he's going to come on to bowl the 12th. He'll probably stick around and bowl 14th, 16th and 18th if he can. I would be surprised if the plan was that to bring him on and bowl him out to maybe make him bowl the 20th. I wouldn't be surprised, but I think they've had to bring him on sooner than they wanted to, because they do need to find a little bit of magic here. It's only 55 from 54 required.
Good start.
Good start. Yep. Nice one.
Mazumda's missed out on a lot of these in this match, hasn't he? I mean, when I watch him play this shot, he gets that little shuffle across, so he does take himself outside the off stump. So he does get himself where he needs to be, but then misses it.
Yeah. Funny about that. His timing is just not quite there.
I wonder if it's a shot that you do attempt to play when you also look at the way the field is set, because he's trying to play a shot that's going to go through the covers, but they have got Zach who's inside the circle in a catching position if he gets it wrong. They got point, they got long off, and then they have a sweeper at extra cover. So I don't think it's a risky shot to play, but you're not going to get a lot of reward from it.
With that field placement, Rico, I get the feel they're leaving the door open wide and trying to invite him to play a rush stroke where either Zach will come into play in short there, or the point field who just fielded that ball will come into play for a shot that isn't quite middled. Now, for I'm guessing for Mangala, it's probably going to be a very different approach.
Yeah.
And that is, well, you just got to make sure you don't pole onto his pads or middle stump, because he's going to absolutely destroy the ball.
Yeah, now this is going to be a good test of for Satyadevi, because he's just had to bowl 3 deliveries outside the off stump to the right-hander, which now he's got the lefty there. If he doesn't get the line right and adjust quickly, Mangala will smash it over square leg.
Yep.
Well, up in the air, he's going to get lucky, you know. It's going to go over the one, but doesn't carry to the field on the boundary. So Mangala, I think he does try and manoeuvre this around a lot finer. He gets a bit of luck. Now, remember, he was dropped on 7, and it was kind of a straightforward opportunity for Tilly, and he's cashing in so far. That was when they were really under the pump as well.
Yeah, that's true. Funny how shot there for Mangala. Just tried to pull something that was a bit cramped on him and just beating for pace. They're desperate to just drop and run there. Mangala not even interested, saying, I don't have that sprint out of the blocks the way you do, so I'm going to stay right here. And besides, there's one more to come, and that's absolutely fine. This has been a good over so far, very economic. Exactly what they needed, Croatia. They would love a wicket here with the last ball if they can, but this has been very economic, really good. Good ball.
Yeah, well played and well bowled. Good bit of cricket actually all round. It's going to be a single, and that takes them now into the 80s, so 81 on the board, 2 wickets down. Isn't there a herby smell around the ground? Do you smell that? It's like I'm smelling fresh herbs from somewhere. I don't know where that smell is coming from, but very fresh herby smell. My question once again, a few people saying, could you please repeat the question? Some people have had a go at it, and the question was, I've got to find it here we go. Who was the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Honours Board? Okay, I'll give you a couple more overs, and then I will give you the answer to that. And were you a Laurel and Hardy fan?
I was as a youngster, yes. I moved from Laurel and Hardy to Three Stooges pretty quickly, I've got to say. But yes, definitely Laurel and Hardy.
Three Stooges in the early days, before one of them had a bit of an episode and was replaced by his brother.
I believe so, yeah. Early Three Stooges.
Three Stooges were good, yeah.
Yeah, but Laurel and Hardy, yeah, classics, absolute classics.
Laurel and Hardy, well, sad day really on this day in 1957. Oliver Hardy, a member of Laurel and Hardy, the first great Hollywood motion picture comedy team. Died in North Hollywood in California. That was Oliver Hardy. They just used to crap me up. And it was recently, I think, big chase for the fielder. They will come back for an easy 2. I think I was when I was in Crefeld actually, and I was going through some of the channels, and they had the classic one on when they joined the Foreign Legion.
Oh yeah,
when,
I remember that one. Yep.
Oliver went there because he had to forget about his fiancée. They just, even to this day, they just crap me up. And of course, a lot of them now are also in colour. So they've been sort of, what do they call it? Sort of colour tuned, don't they?
Colourised.
Colourised, and just adds a little bit of colour to it. But yeah, absolutely love it. And they them and Charlie Chaplin used to have me in stitches.
Yep.
Charlie Chaplin as well.
Yeah, I grew up watching, the Saturday afternoon comedy films, the black and white films, and it was, I'd settle in for Three Stooges, Abbott and Costello, or Laurel and Hardy. Yeah, they were my 3 go-tos.
Abbott and Costello, the one which was the the Haunted Castle, the Dracula one. That's my favourite. I could watch that over and over again. Bit of width. You knew he's going to go for it, and he does. Watch out, young lady. That's coming your way. That goes into the trees. It had everything right for the right of Mangala Gunasekara to crunch it down the ground. He had the width. Now, Mangala is not the type of batter who's going to come down the track at you. If he can reach it, he will, and he does, and he clobbers it. That's a good, powerful strike for 6.
Yeah, I'm just reminded to the spectators down there that when the grizzly comes your way, just do what that young lady did and just swerve out the way. But definitely keep your eyes focused onto the field and make sure that if the grizzly's coming at you, you know about it. You've got plenty of time to react.
43 now in 45 deliveries. So once again, they've taken it down to less than run a ball. Just the last couple of, even though that Seta Devi over was so good, just 3 from it, but with 15 coming off, John, and that being smashed for a big 6.
Now, having just an unscheduled drinks break here. That's interesting.
Yeah,
maybe got a
I think probably because they're taking time to find the ball.
Oh, someone got the pill.
I think they're still trying to find the ball, so no time wasted. I think that's what Charles Gratcher was saying to both the captains, which is very sensible. He said it's a hot day. If a wicket falls, if the ball goes to the boundary, if you can run on a drink and run it off again and don't waste any time, do it. So that ball does get found now, so they have plenty of time to get a drink in there.
Fair enough then. Well, I think they've just asked.
Hey, what are your plans for tonight then? Because once this innings is done, we're done. What have you got? Anything planned? Yeah, you're going to be moping that you're all alone now because you'll be left. You'll be left alone to fend for yourself.
Well, I'm sure very shortly I'll probably get a volley of messages from other half that she's landed safely in Dubrovnik and she's about to take off and head off to Prague. So yeah, no, I won't be moping. I'll be in good spirits. Maybe in spirits. No.
IPA.
Actually, I tell you what, I wouldn't mind checking out that barbershop bar that's near us.
Oh yeah, let's tell the people about. Well, I haven't seen it for myself, but you were telling me this is crazy. Go on.
Yeah, we stuck a bit of. We had when we left the Botanic restaurant last night, which is like literally 3 doors down from the hotel, on the main road where our hotel is. Oh, that was
drop.
So close. That was a double hit there, wasn't there? I heard something.
That's a drop. It's
one more time.
I think that goes. It's edge, but it goes in and out. Look at the reaction there from Harry.
Yep. That was disappointing. So yeah, there's a barbershop, a genuine barbershop, but most of it is a bar called the Barbershop, and it looks like a very nicely stocked bar, sort of old dark wood, nice tables and chairs. It's got a little veranda that sits out on the road as well, and it was kind of empty when we left the restaurant last night. And the restaurant and that bar, I think, are not connected, but they're connected to the hotel, which is just a different hotel next to ours. And it looks quite nice. So I wouldn't mind just having a closer inspection on that one.
I just think you sat there and there's a bar and you're sitting, snip. Please don't get any of my hair in my beer, would you, sir? That's, maybe they give you a little contraption to put in the beer. Maybe it's you're drinking via a straw or something.
Well, halfway through drinking your IPA, you're going to hear someone just say, "Just turn to the left, please." Snip. You're like, hey, I don't remember this. Oh, it's part of the deal. That's why the beers will cost you €5. So it's €2 for the beer and €3 for a bit of a trim. And Mr. Gowers, you need it.
It's worth it. It's worth looking. I do need a bit of a trim, actually. It's definitely worth looking at. Another over comes to an end. Takes the score to 91 for 2. Another half a chance there. Opportunity doesn't get taken. 10 taken off the over. They need to go exactly at 6 and over from here on in. So run a ball will do it. I don't think they'll be looking to do it. Run a ball. I'm pretty sure that Braithwaite, the coach, and the captain have already sent a message through to both the batters when they had the drinks to say, look, keep going where you are, but we ideally want to try and win this. What do you reckon, around about that 17th, 18th over?
Yeah, I think you want to give yourself plenty of room, plenty of time. If you can go at 8 and over from here on in, I think that will get you done in plenty of time, rather than just sticking to 6 runs and over.
I think you were right before. You sort of set yourself a target of when you want to try and knock the runs off, and I think ideally you probably would have said to yourself, look guys, we should be able to go between 8 and 10 and over, and if they go at 10 and over from here on in, you win it around about that 17th, 18th over. So that's I think probably will be the plan. But Seta Devi, he's bowled a very good first over, and he's bowled 7 deliveries now, and they've only got 3 runs off him, so he is bowling pretty well. It's firmly hit down the ground. Watch the bounce on this. Well done, well fielded. A good, clean, safe hands there from Manzoor.
Very clean hands. Very well done. Straight into the two hands. Doesn't try to do the long barrier and just attacks the ball. And fills it really well. Nice shot, though. It did sound like a miss hit, but it was clipped very nicely. So 92 for 2, 41 from 40 required. Yeah, you think if they go, they go at 10s. I'm expecting 10s. That's what the last over went for. You know, it's a boundary and a couple of singles, maybe a 2. If there's a second boundary in the over, suddenly it goes for 12 and it all starts to come together. So the opportunity to try to put the brakes on is slipping with every single delivery now.
Not a good ball, that.
Not at all. Oh dear, that's just pressure completely relieved and pressure straight back on the bowler and the fielding team.
Yeah, you know, it's look, it's going to be very difficult for Croatia to make this a close match. But whenever you bowl one bad ball like that, especially when the opposition, they need a runner ball to win and it goes to the boundary, that it sort of makes you sink, because you think everything was going well up until then, and then you've got to start again and say, right, let's start again. Yeah, good. Dot, single, yeah, good. And then there's a boundary. You think, oh, God, here we go again. It's going to be very difficult. It's never easy, but a nice shot there played by Mazumdar. And he's continuing to walk around so much. It's interesting that Mazumdar didn't bat like this at all in the first match when he scored that 80. But look at him go here, and he's done that so many times. And the thing about it is, it's not worked for him once.
No, it's
so
crazy.
I don't know why he's persisting with it.
Yeah. This partnership now was 75 off an even 10 overs.
He works it away. Gets a little bit extra bounce here, does Setadevi, and that's why he can't play the same shot on the swivel, the pull shot this time. He's quite happy just to guide it away. So now Mangala, who's made his way to 41. He's had a couple of chances that weren't taken. The easiest one was by Oliver Tilley when he was just on 7.
Yeah, he's looking good here for well, actually I don't want to say what I'm going to say, because that's called commentator's curse in our part of the world, Rico. I'd just rather say this: he's playing quite well and looking solid.
Hey, look, we're in Croatia. We're their guests. They're the hosts. Let's try and help them out. Go on, you say.
He's looking good for a half century.
He's
here,
looking good for a 50, isn't he?
He's looking good for, and Mazumdar's right there with him. He's looking good for a very good half century as well, possibly.
All the Cypriots right now, they're cussing us. They say, you two, hey, look, it doesn't. I've tested this already there in Wimbledon as well. There's no such thing. We did it several times in Belgium. There's no such thing as a commentator's curse. It's actually been a proven fact as well. Shall we give a lot of people wanting the answer to this?
Yes.
So let's give the answer to my question. So it was to do with who was the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Honours Board. In 1986, the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Honours Board is born. It was Shahadat Hussain, who was a promising fast bowler with a smooth run-up and open-chested action. His test debut at Lord's in 2005 was a chastising experience. He conceded 101 runs in just 12 overs. But on his second visit in 2010 was when he nabbed 5 for 98. Was a memorable affair. This is another one, though. So he is the first. But he also did this, as this is going to get out of the ground. Bolle, ginna sona. Shaka Lagia Hussain was also the first Bangladeshi to take a hat-trick in one-day internationals, which he achieved against Zimbabwe in 2006.
That's incredible. That's okay. So there you go. So Sadat, good. Anyone who picked that, well done. Well done, you. And I bet a lot of people might have favoured maybe a batter who would get their name in the Hall of Fame. So a nice question, that one. Very good question, Rico. Yeah.
And well done to those who got it wrong, and those that got it wrong. Got it right.
Well done, got it wrong.
Those who got it wrong, well, now you know who is the right answer. There you go. I know a lot of people now are going to the Lord's Honours Board and saying, let me see.
Hang on, how could it be a bowler?
Check it out. Check it out, everybody.
Can't be a bowler. It's a batsman's game. It's not. 100 up, by the way, with that strike as well down the ground. 104 for 2, 14 overs gone, and it is turning a bit of a cakewalk here late in the day, late in this match. 29 from 36 after a brave Croatia won the toss, elected to bat, put on 132, bowled all out, leaving 4 deliveries on the table unspent. And in reply, they had a bit of a shining light in the early overs by putting the brakes on. I think they had 3 overs in a row that only went for 2. Oh, the umpire's been hit. He's been hit.
But DJ says, right,
he's got
because
no
you
ball.
hit me and you knocked me, whatever you knocked on the ground, maybe it was his mints. He said, now it's a no ball as well. He says, just for that, he said it's a no ball. Bang, he gets taken out. That's his counter. It's on that. He said, oh, by the way,
Hang on.
I'm giving you no ball for that now. No ball.
How
No
dare
ball. You hit me, no ball it is. Oh, dear.
The bowler's going, but I didn't hit you, the batter did. Why are you punishing me for?
Why are you taking it out on me? Absolutely.
Oh, no. Okay, but umpire's okay. He's got a bit of a life to that pat on the back as well from the Croatian fielders who come over and make sure his counter is still counting. Last thing you want is to have the counter failure. Beresford Pierce continues.
That should be a wide, so
Yeah.
we're still on a free hit, aren't we? There's the wide, and you'll see the signal for the free hit. There we go.
There it is.
Even, no fever. I love it when umpires do that. I want to see umpires getting a little bit funky when you give that signal of the free hit.
Oh, down the throat of the player there who does not do what his teammates were hoping, and it's gone all the way.
Yeah, look, the catch wouldn't have mattered, but certainly would have saved the 6. So he's hit this well, but I think the fielder here, that's Alfred, his brother, could have saved him being hit for a boundary, but he doesn't. So Harry will get smashed for 6. Just a matter of time now, really, isn't it? And that also for Gunnar Sakara. You see, everybody, no such thing as a commentator's curse.
Yeah,
Gunnar Sakara, 53 of 36. Well done, well batted.
Thank you. We've dispelled that now.
Hits that sweetly as well, but this time it is well fielded. A good arm, good throw back into the bowler. Yeah, well batted there from Gunnar Sakara. I mean, he had to weather the storm. I like it when batters have to buckle down and score and put in innings like this together. Not just an innings, a partnership from them both. 5 6s, 3 4s on his way to the 54 he's got to. But it wasn't easy for either one of them at the beginning of this innings. They were beating all ends up, or being beaten all ends up, and the opening pair of bowlers, Alfred and Zach, caused them plenty of trouble. But as we said, as soon as the bowling change happened, and it was Bevan that came on, everything changed.
Yeah, it did. That's really the point of the change. 3 overs in a row that went for 2 runs, and they needed that to happen again. They needed another succession of tight overs, and they just wasn't going to come. The bowling change is what happened on the full, and that's been swatted with absolute disdain. Nicely fielded though on the boundary line.
It's good fielding. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, well done indeed.
Interesting thing though is again, it's little things which we'll never know, Phil, but after drinks, Zach had to come on. He's got an over.
Absolutely.
What is he?
Yeah.
So you can see now the match is basically, come on, it's done, isn't it?
It's done.
They need 17. Should do it quite easily. They want to try and do it easily from here on in. We'll just get the scores updated, folks. Just a little glitch in the system. We'll get that sorted for you. But yeah, the match is done. What is he holding himself back for?
There's no point.
He should have come and bowled, sort of said, right, drinks, right, get some drinks for me, right, have a banana, right, here I come.
Yeah.
I've got 1 over. I'm going to try and break this partnership. They never. I mean, once this partnership got established, it hasn't been threatened, has it? And that's been the problem, as that is going to be 4 more.
Yeah, case in point right there. 100%. I think you and I are completely on the same wavelength there, Rico. That's something which, you know, it might have failed, but you had to try. And sometimes when you've got 20 overs, you need to use that over and say, right, I'm going to use this over to bowl myself. I've just bowled 3 overs for 10 runs.
Yeah.
I've taken wickets. Maybe I'm the person. You know, grandstand for just that moment in your mind and just say, I have to do this. I'm going to stand up and do this for the team, because if anyone's going to get a breakthrough, why can't I back myself to get that breakthrough? 2 for 10 from 3 overs. Yeah, why would you not bowl yourself?
Yeah, it's something which I think it's a learning curve as well, as this one could be another boundary. It will be another boundary.
Oh, spectators.
Well, I thought that went into the tree and was going to land on the head of that young man. Fortunately, it doesn't, but it is 6 runs. That's been absolutely blasted. Boom, shakalugya, and just watch here. Well, it goes, bounces, gets up, and then, yeah, good move. He does well, actually. He actually does well, the youngster. And then she says, you're safe, my darling. You're safe. Be careful out there.
Come on, Mum.
Come on, Mum. Yeah.
She went the wrong way. Try again, Mum.
No. Out. It's good catch, well taken. So Mangala, after getting to his half century, 64 he gets to. He will depart with, well, just 7 runs needed. He was trying to do it in style, wasn't he? So I suppose there is some joy here a little bit, as Harry will pick up a wicket thanks to that catch. But unfortunately here, Croatia, they are going to go down. And the problem is, not only will they be 2-0 down and have to win both matches tomorrow, but they'll have to win pretty convincingly as well.
Yeah.
So the net run rate comes on this 8. Talking about convincing wins, well done there to Barnstead. I thought that they would be too strong for CFS Pinnacle Pro, and they were.
Wow. Yeah.
Pinnacle Pro restricted them to 137 for 9, but they themselves were bowled out for 82. We saw a good batting there from Hurry, and he made 72 of 24. But wickets, Nathan Weeks, 3 for 14, and Ahmed Khan, 3 for 19 were in the wickets there. So well done to Barnstead.
Yeah, well done indeed, Barnstead. We kind of, in my head, they're kind of my favourites for the tournament. I'm liking the way they're playing. I'm liking their players. There's just something about them. They seem to be clicking really, really well.
But you know what's really strange? Hawal Wassam, on the first day, he scored, I think he scored 70 odd and 100 and something.
Yeah.
On day 1.
Yep.
Since then, every time he's back, all right, he hasn't played every game, all the games, but since then, I don't think he scored more than 10.
Wow.
It's a funny thing.
Yeah.
And yet on day 1, he was just unbelievably good. But a good knock there from Harry Avrithan, 72 of 24, which helped them to get to that big score, and then enough to get them the win. So well done to Barnstead. They've booked their place in final stage tomorrow. That means that it's only one more match there to decide, and that, of course, is Wimbledon. The might of Wimbledon taking on Weybridge, and I'm expecting that to be a fairly comfortable win there for Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's kind of how I see it.
Played out, no, right?
Start the 16th over. Just reminded, there was 22 off that last over as well, with the wicket off the last ball. But yeah, needs 7 now from 29. And Tilly, he's been throwing the ball. And I thought he might almost get a catch there. It came off an edge, and that was almost like a gully short sort of third, ran around and couldn't affect the catch, gets a single. And it's going to be time for Adam Sen to see if he can finish things off. Considering what he did in the first match today, you think it's going to come in, just go crash, bang, wallop, and say thank you very much for the chickens. We're out of here. Just like that. Rico's been caught.
But no ball.
Oh,
I
saw it first.
I saw the no ball, and I thought that's a no ball. Catch is taken, but it's not going to be out. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's too high.
Absolutely.
It's an easy call there from the umpire. So Vedran says no ball, and there's the free hit signal there. It's like he's been told off. You naughty boy, you naughty boy.
It's a very different signal.
Umpire DJ.
Does it differently to Croucher, doesn't he?
And going for it, fielder struggling, and oh dear, that's not good. That's not good. That's going to be 4 runs. Scores now are tied. That's not the way you should be doing it at this international level. Does look like he's struggling a little bit here. I have to say the fielder never looked like he was running very well, but yeah, you've got to get down. You've got to put hands onto that. That's Sagar Manzoor, who he's another one who's not had the most impressive of days, is Manzoor. So anyone wins it. Tossed up. Not this time. They might as well, and they have brought everybody in here.
Yeah.
This is a big win, isn't it? Big win. We were saying about the 17th, 18th over if they go at 10s, but with 1 over going magical. That would, you feel, be it, and that will be it. So victory here for Cyprus. They get the win, and they do it in style. They do it with plenty of balls to go. And Croatia, as we suspected, the number of runs on the board was never enough. And Ramon Mazumdar, he's had a pretty good day, isn't he? 80 not out in the first. Now, this time round, I wouldn't say he had it all his own way. He was moving around a lot and trying to be pretty funky rather than standing still. But he's weathered the storm. He stayed out there. He finishes 36 not out. But it's Adam Sen, who also has had a good day. He's had a very good day in all-round department. He hits the winning runs. Croatia, well, they know that they're going to have a bit of a rest, and they've got to come firing out of the blocks tomorrow. If they don't win that first one tomorrow, match number 3, then basically Cyprus are going to go and get all the spoils in the T20s and probably be looking to do it again in T10.
I completely agree with you on that assessment, Rico. 110%. It's been pretty emphatic here from Cyprus. I've been very, very impressed with them. It's first opportunity for me to see them up close and personal to playing, actually, and I've really enjoyed the way they've gotten about their business here and the way they've gotten about this run chase as well. So we said, probably about 10 overs ago, probably in the first half, we were talking about, where would you want to chase this down? How would you want to do this? They get it inside 16 overs, which I think chasing 132 in a T20, 16 over target, I think that's pretty good. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the game plan the whole time. Maybe take it to 17 or even 18, but look, you get it even faster, then that's even better for your net run rate. And lost a few wickets along the way, and just a bit of that purple patch which we talked about in the first half of the innings, but couldn't be replicated. Shots down the ground. I'm sure that that lady in the black had a fair bit of fielding to do down there straight. So good on her. Thank you for the help. And okay.
That was the one.
Fair, that was where, if that catch had been taken, I know the sun was in the eyes, but that's the catch that should have been taken, and it wasn't.
Yeah, people think I'm maybe a bit harsh there, and then he has to give the 6 signal from the man who he dropped. But, you play out here, it's sunny, you're going to be out in the sun, get yourself some shades, get yourself a cap. He's got the cap, but no eye protection, and I don't think that players should be making excuses about the sun. There's things you can do about it, you can prepare for it. But if that catch was taken, that could have been making a game difference. That was taken by the umpire on the tush.
That's right.
And then giving us a free hit. The free hit could and did go for 6, but could have been stopped by brother Alfred. On this one, well, the kid was pretty sharp on his feet and just as well. Otherwise, he would have been getting a knock on the top of the head from the Grizzly. And this was when they really just got the acceleration in and went and won the match and won it with ease. That one was the winning shot there. So well done to Cyprus. Cyprus, I'm with you. We've all seen Cyprus as a national side sometimes struggle, and we've seen them struggle when they've gone to the Cardamom Oval.
Yeah.
But they're making some changes, and I like what Braithwaite is doing with them. I think a few of us said that this morning when they were here, they were going through drills and doing things which perhaps we haven't seen them do before. They seem to be focused. I think Scott Burdekin, when he first took over the captaincy about 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, he didn't know the players. He was making errors which weren't making sense to us at the time, but it was quite simply he didn't know the players. He was only getting used to knowing them. He now knows what team he's got. He's using them well. I like the way that they're being very mature in the way they're batting. In the first match, when they put that 213 on the board,
that's right.
They paced themselves. They didn't give their wicket away. They lost 3 wickets. I like what they did. And in this one, they lost those early wickets. They gave Croatia a little bit of hope, but then that partnership came, and Mangala and Roman Mazumdar. So Mazumdar, look, you can't criticise him, because even though he scores 36 9 out of 40, they win the match with, 25 balls to go, whatever.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to criticise. They timed it to perfection. They get the win. They're by far the happier team. They certainly will enjoy a few Indian pale ales tonight, I'm sure, and be ready and fit to do it again tomorrow.
Exactly. And on the note of partnerships too, yet another century partnership has undone Croatia in this match, as it did in match number 1. You're absolutely right, Rico. I think that assessment is absolutely spot on. And, Croatia will take probably a few more positives from this match than they did in the previous match. But at the same time, 25 balls left. That's close to almost being a bit of a thrashing here. This is a few wobbles at the start, but ever since probably about the 9th over onwards, just maybe one opportunity and that was it. No more chances. Yes, they lost a wicket, but the game was already done by the time that wicket fell. And that was, of course, Mangala, who went going for the big win with the big hit down the ground. So pretty emphatic 7-wicket victory. That's a pretty good victory to go with the 58-run victory they had in match number 1. It's been all Cyprus today.
Yeah, it has. And once again, they only lose 3 wickets. That's the other thing. So there's probably a bit of frustration, perhaps, from some of those batters. The likes of Scott Austin, Lovedeep Singh, also Sachitra Tharanga, who's actually a very good batter, as is something like Roshan Sriwardana. They don't get a chance today, but you know what? That's a good thing. That's a good sign. And Scott Burdekin will be more than happy that his team have performed in this way. So well done to Cyprus. Croatia, they've got some work to do. Very quickly, before we start to say our our goodbyes to everybody and tell them to change over to see the last match there in the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. Croatia, what do they need to do before they come back tomorrow?
Oh boy, what do they have to do? You know what? Their batting is the problem for me. I think the batting is the main problem. I saw some good signs in the bowling here in this match, and that showed me that they had corrected the problems they showed in the first game. The first game, the bowlers weren't right. They were putting it too wide, too short. They were not bowling on this pitch correctly to that team, and it's like they hadn't done their homework. And the coaching staff, they got together. It was Neil and a few of the other guys of the Croatian team. They got together, they talked to the bowlers, and they came out with a different mindset. They won the toss, they batted, and the bowlers, they defended quite well in fits and starts, so it was an elevation there. The batters is where things got let down. I don't think they've got the batting order right yet. I just feel that they can probably not open with Sam. Don't open with Sam Halton. Get him in about third or probably fourth, actually. I think fourth is his spot. Not in too late, not in too early. Otherwise, he feels too much pressure to sort of like, explode out of the blocks.
Yeah.
And when I've seen him play T10, okay, this is T10, when he comes in about third or fourth, I think he settles in nicely. And I think maybe that could apply for him in T20I. That remains to be seen whether he does or not. But I think the batting is something that they need to look at closely here. Zach needs to knuckle down and play captain's role. He needs to basically elevate and go quickly and get one of his guys to anchor and end. Hari Prasad, I've been impressed with him.
Yeah.
He had a good innings in this match.
Yes.
So he did okay. He was top scorer for Croatia, actually. And I think that's probably where the work has to be. Get in the nets and show intent as well. Turn the ones into twos, turn the dots into ones. That's probably one of my biggest criticisms, and we saw a lot of that, didn't we?
Yeah, I would. The last statement there, I think, is the first thing they've got to work on. They'll go back and they might already know. Is that the way that they turned down so many runs, and the dot ball percentage was very high. They need to improve on that, and then I think they just need to be a little bit more brave and focused. I think a lot, you're right. I mean, young Zach, he's got a lot on his shoulders, because I think if they are going to get big scores and win matches, he's going to have to play a big part with bat and with ball. We know that. But he's got to find the right partners to be out with him at the right time. So Mansour, look, he's very similar. His batting style and his strike rate is very similar to that of John Vujvanic. So those two, they can stay there, they can get the runs on the board, but you need to marry them with the likes of Setadevi, with the likes of Zach, but you need to find somebody else that can also, and maybe Sam Houghton is the one. I think you've got to split those two up. So you've got to split up the likes of John, you've got to split up also the likes of Mansour, and then have the likes of the Setadevi, have the likes of the Houghton and Zach are working with them. And then one thing you just touched on right there towards the end when you said another 100-run partnership. There was a 100-run partnership, and in the first match, 108-run partnership. Then Cyprus had partnerships, Croatia, no partnership.
Exactly. So the question to Croatia is, well, how do you break a partnership? Get back to basics. How do you break that partnership? You need to try something that you haven't tried before. You can't do the same thing over and over again, show the same bowlers over and over again, and expect a different result. You need to do something. And when the partnership gets towards the 40s and 50s, in a T20, the captain should be starting to go, right, talk to my experienced players. What do we do? How do we break this partnership? I need to change something up. Who can I bring on to bowl? Where can we put the field? How do we attack this player and get that partnership broken? We didn't see that. And if you allow 2 games in a row to have a 108-run partnership and a 105-run partnership, that's the reason why you're not getting the points.
Yeah, well, when we have a quick look at the match summary there, I mean, Zach, you can't be taking 2 for 10 and still not have bowled yourself out. You've got to bowl that 4th over. So I understand why he wanted to try something different. Alfred bowled very well. He's 22-4 was fantastic. But they made the change, and I said to you at the time, the batters are waiting for these two to come off. And soon as they made the change, the first over from a different bowler went for 19, and that changed everything. It's worthwhile mentioning that in that over was the drop as well. Mangala got dropped for 7. But when they went to the drinks break, when it was 63 for 2, the first over there should have been from Zach. Because it's right. How are we going to break the partnership? Well, Zach, you're the main bowler. You've taken 2 for 10. You've got an over. It's now or never. Break this partnership, we get a chance. If we don't break this partnership, what are you holding yourself back for?
Yep.
And in the end, he doesn't even come on and bowl his quota 4 overs. So a bit of work there to be done for Croatia. Cyprus themselves, I think Cyprus have put themselves in a position where maybe tomorrow in the first game they might make a change. Maybe Scott Burdekin says, you know what, I've had 2 goes at number 3. I'll make a change. I get Roshan Sriwadana to go up there. Alexander hasn't worked for them opening, so that's where they might make a change. He had 2 goes at it. I think he scored 8 and 5. So there's definitely, I think, a change that they could make at the top of the order. Somebody else to partner Rahman. And maybe that could be, I think they might go with Roshan. They may even try Thuranga, who's also a very good batter. And I think Lovedeep Singh would love to get an opportunity with the bat. He's also a very good player. So plenty of things to think about. Plenty of changes could be made tomorrow by both teams. It's time for us to start to say our goodbyes. And first, before we go, we've got to give great thanks to, first of all, I want to say thanks to everybody that was here yesterday setting up the ground. I know Alistair from European Cricket was here. Ali, you did a great job setting everything up. Well done to the Federation getting everything set up here for where we are, where the players, the tournament referees, also our scorers, and of course the 2 circles are. So well done to the Federation here in Croatia. Well done to the umpires today. You know, they remember when we do T20 internationals, they are unaided by the technology when it comes to making their calls, and I think they work very well indeed. So well done to all the umpires. I think we'll see them again tomorrow. Well done to the ECN crew. A pretty smooth first day, actually. I know we always have a few technical issues. And a big shout out to 2 circles. They dealt with a lot of those issues really well. We had no issues. We got everything we needed to see. So well done to 2 circles. Same again tomorrow, everybody. And of course, how could we go without saying a big thanks to everybody on the chat field?
Yeah, the people in the chat have been fantastic again today. I gave a shout out before to John Gray in the chat for keeping us company all day. But so many people in the chat today. David Skinner popped in and gave us a fair bit of background information about the teams here in Croatia. So thank you to you, David. And thank you to everyone who jumped in as well. Not just the Blue Spanner crew, but also the regular chatters who like to jump in and say hello to us and give us a shout out. We met a few new friends along the way. Maybe found a few people who have found ECN for the first time. They probably will start to switch over to us Wimbledon now. So if you're still listening to my voice and Rico's voice and you're thinking, what's next? What can I do next? You can jump out and have a look at the other ECN channel going at the moment, which of course is going to be the last quarterfinal. That's going to be, who's that? That's Wimbledon versus Weybridge, isn't it?
Yeah, that's you'd expect Wimbledon to win. They'll get a lot of support there as well. Yeah, Wimbledon at not quite their home ground, but it's kind of their neighbouring ground. So good luck to both teams there, Weybridge and to Wimbledon. And we will see you all tomorrow. So from myself and from Phil, we always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Ciao, ciao.
Move my body back and forth. my body back.